Hello everybody, welcome to the last round of the Tata Steel Masters 2020. And rarely have we seen a more exciting last round. Fabian Caruana already won the tournament, but we have the clash of the Dutch.
Yeah.
And we have Wesley So, immovable object, versus Magnus Carlsen, an irresistible force. At least in 2019, he's been a little more resistible in 2020.
Yeah.
Even though, obviously, he won't be happy that he couldn't keep up with Fabi's pace. But do you think there's a silver lining in no losses, 1-3 in a row, got going a little, and so on and so forth?
No, it's not going to be a complete write-off, which it frankly what it looked like for the first 7 rounds. Not just the nature of, not just the result, but also the nature of those 7 games where he constantly had to fight for survival, frankly, with both colors, and it just didn't look like himself at all. But yeah, he clearly won't be pleased not to have won on his, on his favorite stalking ground. A tournament he's won a record number of times, I think, right?
Yeah, like 8 times the A group and
the big group once, and possibly even the C group once, but I don't think he played the C group.
He did.
Okay, and. Actually, yesterday I was talking about him going on a tear in the last half, but Fabi actually scored 5.5 out of 6, I think, in the second half of this tournament. So
Fabi's been quietly winning every game.
yeah, so starting from round 7 when Fabi beat Dubov, he made one draw against Nikita Vitsugov and won everything else, which is frankly scary. So he drew Magnus and then just
drew Magnus with black and then started winning.
And then thought, okay, the important part is done now, and now we can start crushing those noobs. And proceeded to actually crush those noobs, declaring you're going to and doing it is two very different things.
Yeah, we've talked quite a bit about the break he got against Vishy Anand, and that was the break he needed. And I know you say noobs tongue in cheek, but he feasted on some of the younger players.
Yeah.
Dubov, Firuza, Kovalyov, Duda, Artemiev, all these guys are in their early 20s. And Fabi, at 27, is a battle-hardened veteran in comparison.
Very much so. And it's interesting to see which Artemiev shows up today, because if Artemiev decides to be ambitious and to try something, the streak could continue, because Fabi really is playing very well. Yesterday he won a very interesting game against Duda, which he had to work really hard for a full point there, but never really looked like relinquishing the pressure. And generally, I've been very, very impressed with the second half by Fabi here.
Yeah. Magnus has said he needs a break. He will probably not play tournament chess until Grenke in April. Mm-hmm. So what is he gonna do? Like cruise the Caribbean?
Well, I wouldn't.
What a life that guy.
Yeah, but whatever it is, I feel like he's going to be enjoying it, and why shouldn't he? I think he'll probably watch the candidates, though. I think he generally is interested in top level chess, and I think the candidates he will be watching with particular attention.
I thought you were going to say contempt.
And maybe contempt, who knows? But seriously, I don't think he feels that. I think he respects the game, and he doesn't feel contempt for people who play it very often.
Yeah, I don't know if you can call that joking.
Although
we're just
I do remember I played a couple of blitz games against the younguns in Isle of Man, and I played this reverse Najdorf, the c4 e5 d3 line, and we got a normal position, and then I developed my knight from b1 to c3, and at that point I happened to look up, and I saw Magnus standing over the board watching, and the look on his face when the knight did not go to d2 was something to behold.
He can look incredibly disgusted.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I thought, what have I done here? Like, this is, the world champion is not best pleased with me here, quite clearly. And indeed, it was a really horrible decision, and I'd always should go to d2 there and d7 in the Najdorf in general. And what made it even more painful is that I actually used to be a Najdorf player. I'm really not supposed to not know that.
Kids, if you're watching, Peter's talking about some very particular position. I have no idea which one. But not in every knight of position does the knight have to go to d2 or d7. Let's do predictions. So Carlsen, I say draw.
Yes.
Kovalyov, Vityugov, I say draw.
I would like to see Nikita win a game, but I mean, so, safe money is on the draw, of course. Yeah.
Duda, Anand, I say draw.
Yes.
Artemiev, Caruana, I say draw.
You've learned that word. I'm pretty sure you.
I'm just predicting what I consider likely outcomes.
Yeah, I think draw. And on the topic of the old Dutch clash, or all the clash Dutch.
Geary versus Jorn van Foreest. I predicted draw.
We were praising Max Warmerdam yesterday for the factual correctness of his tweet, which was tomorrow we will find out which of the Dutch players will be on 50%. It is not actually factually correct. Why are we writing off the black victory in this game? Which would mean no Dutch players end on 50%.
Max is just a Jorn hater. He thinks it's not a possible result.
Yeah, but I wanted to address that because it occurred to me yesterday that it is not entirely factually correct, and it's a glaring omission, and has to be corrected live on air as early as possible. So.
That's a good point. So you predict what?
Draw.
There you go. Alireza Firouzja versus Dubov. I say 1-0. Come on, we need a result. Even though
0.
my heart says draw.
Yeah, I'll take Dubov in this one.
Boom. And Yu Yang Yi versus Jeffrey Zhong. I will go with draw.
Yeah, well, in a stunning turnaround, we have predicted 6 out of 7 games to end peacefully. And there was only one round
But also, to be honest, I think Firouzja Dubov is also going to be draw.
Yeah.
But if we're lucky, the Geary Jordan draw will last 7 hours.
Exactly. This is what we're hoping for here. Another one of those marathon sessions where we more or less remove the board from the screen and start talking about social justice and movie culture and many other things which are of burning interest for our viewers.
Movie justice.
And I don't know if Dodgy is only slightly tongue-in-cheek here. I was kind of scared there for a second, but
I wouldn't rule it out. Like, any minute.
Yeah.
And Wesley, after being faced with the lethal 4 knights twice, he's saying, you know what, I can do it with white. You show me, Magnus, how you plan to defeat the 4 knights. And I would guess he plays d4 here, even though...
Yeah, bishop b5 no, he does go d4. Even for Wesley, I think bishop b5, knight d4, knight takes d4, e4, e5 is a bit too cynical.
It's not how he does it. And also d4 is very solid, but it's not stupid. Like, if black gets too ambitious, you can hope for a little something. And Wesley, since he's now had to face it twice with black, he feels very comfortable about knowing all the subtleties, and he knows how hopeless it is to play for a win in this position he had against Jorn yesterday. Maybe hopeless is a bit strong.
Hopeless is a bit strong, but yeah.
The Henka is asking, isn't knight takes e5 a move here? It's one of these that always gets brought up in this position. I never understood the point. First of all, I think it's losing if we go back with the knight. And secondly, we could return the piece, no, and transpose to this position.
Yeah, I wasn't aware d5 was even a move, but yeah, I think mainly
here. Okay, you could go bishop b4, but we also win if we go here and here, no?
Yeah, I keep on getting demands for the Halloween gambit whenever I do a banter session. I don't think I've obliged once, maybe once actually. I think once I was in a particularly festive mood, and the people made me take on e5 in this position, but I don't think I enjoyed the experience greatly.
One thing that you might wonder why you never see it. The move bishop c4 is not supposed to be great here, because you can take the pawn. And then a little double attack. And white is sort of fighting for equality already. Which is
I have seen, I think, a reasonably high-level game went like this recently, and I was absolutely stunned. I couldn't quite understand why this was happening. bishop e3, d4, bishop takes e4, bishop d6, and white indeed did not entirely equalize. But the biggest question there was, why are you playing this line? What on earth could have possessed you to give this a try?
Now Wesley's actually playing an interesting line, so we should maybe not go into lol, he's trying to force a draw mode just yet, because he plays his move bishop d2, which, out of the sidelines you can try here, it's one of the more interesting ones. I think it has had some top-level outings at this point. Some Yu Yang-Yi, Vityugov, and some other games.
I think somebody played this against Wesley himself in Isle of Man, and Wesley was close to winning by move 25, but then ended up not winning that game. I think maybe it was Krivoruchko, or I could be wrong, but I think it was actually a game Krivoruchko versus So, and I think rook b8 is what they do these days more than anything.
The main thing is not to blunder some knight takes d5 trick like rook e8, knight takes d5. So rook b8 is a move you play if you want to keep pieces on the board. If you want to be a cynic, then you can also start swapping down here with bishop c3, de, bishop f6, queen f6, bishop e4, bishop a6, and if you have a computer to tell you the next 3-4 moves, the game shall end peacefully, so it's not like...
And bishop g4 completely disappeared, right? Because at some point I thought bishop g4 was outright closing this line, either on this move or on the
This
previous
exists
one.
too, like here and yeah, moves, but it wasn't that easy. What do you do, queen c1?
I think they started playing queen c1 here, because f3, the tactical point for this was f3, bishop takes c3, bishop takes c3, d, and having forced white to play f2, f3, all of those positions that Jan just spoke about, they instantly become completely safe. But yeah, I think they started playing queen c1 and pretending that they still have a little some.
Yeah, so Magnus, he also has to do some soul searching, maybe how many pieces he wants to keep on the board, how he wants to... Well, obviously Wesley is prepared for all these developments, how he wants to approach it. But yeah, this line exists, and there's also bishop takes c3, bishop takes c3, knight takes e4, when I think white takes, and goes queen h5, and argues, my bishop is better than your bishop, but black also has an extra pawn, and after f6. It's not much for white, but these things exist.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever an attempt to get much, but it's an attempt to get a slightly fresher position than usual and play it. In the Duda Anand game, Duda is debating the, what's it called?
Where my dude's at? Oh, this business. Vishy is still a b6 boy.
I think most people are b6.
After knight f3, that's somewhat different, because after d4, b6, we are a little scared of h4 and knight h3, are we not?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if Vishy is. Vishy is generally very capable of putting the work in to solve those problems, and I do assume they're probably solvable. But yeah, those lines are a lot scarier. But after knight f3, you no longer have access to them, which is why I was surprised, frankly, to see that move. I thought the smart money should be on starting with d4. And yeah, the line that Duda is playing here, bishop b7, bishop d3, I mean, this exists, but it really isn't supposed to be anything much. The big question will come next move when he has to choose what to take on f3 with.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this trick has existed for millennia, although in this particular position, black is arguably not entirely lost compared to some of the French positions of the same nature, because you can play bishop takes g2, bishop takes h1.
Yeah, games like this have happened,
Yeah.
but black is not thrilled.
No, not thrilled at all, but you...
So that means that black has to decide here between bishop takes f3, when arguably the endgame is slightly better for white, or the move h6, which I think most people play, and then to follow up with bishop d6, knight d7. White typically castles and tries some knight d2, queen somewhere, knight e4 business, and black is supposed to be alright. But Vishy, not messing around, does take on f3. No shenanigans.
Yeah.
Also, Vishy hates bishops, as we've established.
Yeah, and by this point I've realized that this is not a joke. And,
No?
and it is well, hates is strong, but
Well, he likes knights, is the
Yeah.
way to phrase it.
In the Caruana game, we have a weirdish looking position, but not as weird a position as we've seen after knight f3, d5, g3, knight d7. Because yeah,
Is
there's
this what the
yeah.
cool kids do?
Yeah, that's the famous game which basically ended Sergei Karyakin's chances of playing in the candidates this year. The game he lost with the white pieces to Kirill Alexeyenko in the Grand Swiss in Isle of Man. And d4 knight b6 got a lot of Twitter attention. Even people were sort of pointing their fingers and laughing, but I would say somewhat unjustifiably. But Artemiev goes for something way more natural, namely c4, d6, queen a4, hoping to get back into some kind of normal reti territory. I wanted to say a tromp, but this is not actually a tromp. This is an exchange Slav, which has gone a bit tromp-like by move 7, with the obvious trade of the c pawns, which doesn't happen in the tromp very often.
This is funny, because I think I talked about this. The Dutch team's fear of the exchange Slav and the debates about d4, knight f6, c4, c6 to rule out certain lines, which Geary played against Wesley So. And today, Jordan van Foreest, naive as he is, he allows the pure exchange Slav. Anish feels that has to be punished by bishop g5, which is a move that was played against Eric van den Doel at the European Team Championships, and Eric did get into trouble very quickly. And Jordan is sort of, I'm not sure of avoiding the debate, but he does not go for the most aggressive lines, some h6, queen b6 business. But he just says, I'll go here.
Bishop's good.
Yeah.
Knight's less good. But I think Anish will be quite happy with this development, because the bishops aren't very active as of right now, and in particular the bishop on c8. Jordan already played d7, d6, so the bishop on c8 will be locked in its own camp. And the black structure is somewhat compromised. I think it's not unreasonable to prefer white sort of right out of the gate here. Maybe not a large advantage, but I think it's very normal to think that white is slightly better here.
Yeah, knight f6 is not supposed to be the way to punish it, but Jordan has not spent a lot of time, and it would be insane if he got caught in another exchange Slav, because this really has been a bit of a running gag, and I think that's a reason why Anish plays it. Obviously, these guys know each other well, discuss quite a bit of chess, so they probably didn't want to have too familiar a battleground for both of them, and Anish probably thought this was a funny bit of trolling, while also being a serious line. All these exchange Slav lines are pretty serious.
Yeah, bishop g5, I think a lot less popular in terms of traffic than bishop f4, but yeah, those ideas of getting the bishop out, playing e3 and developing this way, they have been discussed very heavily. And seriously, after e3, e6, I just quite like white's position. Bishop d3, knight g2, get the knight to f4 if at all possible, and just play. I don't know if knight g2 isn't all that necessary, but it somehow it feels to me that after gf, I would like to aim that knight somewhere, towards the h5 square, as they often do. And
don't you want to aim the queen towards the h5 square?
What's it doing there, though?
Stopping castles.
It is stopping. I mean, black will play f6, f5 in most cases, so it's not going to be stopping castles forever. Yeah, also a valid thing. I think we more or less always start with bishop d3, because we do know that the bishop belongs on d3, and that's an easy starting point for us. But after bishop d3 and probably bishop d6, although maybe he actually means to play 5 bishop g7, we don't know. Yeah, now there's a number of things you could consider. You could maybe not commit to anything on the king side yet at all. Play, I don't know, rook c1, a3, and watch what black will do in the meantime, because once again, those two moves probably are going to be somewhat useful in every single position. So, yeah, lots of options. Interesting position to get by move 8.
Just to get by. What's going on here? Ali Reza versus Dubov have a funky position too. At least some fresh positions that we're being served today.
Yeah, very much so, in particular for me, because I I know very little about the London as well established, and my knowledge on the quirkier versions of the exchange Slav is also very limited.
Knight b2, this is the move where the cool kids play. c3, queen b6. We've known for a while that this is fine for black. So white has two ways to go about this. The one is to delay knight f3 and start with something like this, knight c6, knight d2. And the other one is what Firouzja plays. This used to be considered to be somewhat inaccurate because of queen b6, dc, queen b2. But things have changed here, and black got under some pressure. It's also not everybody's cup of tea to put your queen on b2 that early. So people have started to look for alternatives. Kramnik recently played this against Carlsen and Blitz, but didn't quite equalize after knight b3. And knight h5 is a very, very topical move in all these positions. White could go bishop g5 when I guess the intention is h6, g5, but Dubov plays, no, Reza plays very concretely, goes dc5, knight f4, ef, and g6. Guess this is a long-term pawn sacrifice, which for Dubov is pretty natural. Give that pawn, can get to the bishop.
Yeah, but it's also noticeable that once again we're watching, the Dubov approach to openings in action. Because after ef, ef, there is a move queen a5, which wins the pawn back. And honestly, I've been thinking about it for a second. It doesn't even look that horrible to me, frankly. But Dubov says no, not interested in that outdated concept of material balance or any of those things. I want active piece play, I want breaks in the center, I want to develop as fast as possible, and you can keep your c5 pawn. I don't really care. Which is something we obviously welcome a great deal, because games instantly become a lot livelier.
Yep. I'm reading the chats and there's all kinds of debate about Chess 24 Premium. We might be somewhat biased on the topic, but what I can tell you is that today is a good day if you're thinking about it, because you still get 30% off with the code Tata 2020, and you also get the old price. Prices are going up soon. There's also some debate about how many videos there are. I don't know the exact number, but if you click on the Chess 24, where is it? Videos page, what you see there is video series, not videos. So within every series, you will have around roughly, I would guess, 10 videos. Sometimes you have sickos like Peter who do like 35 in their series, but on average, I guess it's around 10. So this screen, hang on, let me bring it up. Does not mean that's one video behind every one of those, but it's a video series of people telling you stuff.
I'm pretty sure that number in the lower left is the number of videos. So
oh, that makes sense. Yeah, 5, 18, 17, 13. So these are courses where you are being told stuff.
yes,
Or even on the London System by Adrien Demuth, French grandmaster, good theoretician. There is the incredibly popular Jon Ludwig Hammer and White 1 e4 repertoire, which according to Jon Ludwig Hammer is one of the best series ever done. And so on and so forth. So yeah, didn't want to go into ad mode just since I see that debate going on. These pictures are not one video, these are series. Anyway,
so there's actually plenty of material there for anyone, and
so much stuff.
Bishop d3 played in our semi, well, not semi, exchange Slav. What else do we have? We have a kind of a quirky French in the Vitugov game, and some games we haven't seen yet down below.
Hang on, someone's saying maybe that is true. That these numbers are actually the FSK.
Are they?
I think this is, you can watch if you're 5 years older, while the series with Laurent and me is 18 plus, Hammer is 17 plus, Demuth is 13 plus, Edouard is 11 plus, Method and Chess is 10 plus. Yeah. No, I was trying to joke again. It's the number of videos. Joking, not doing.
I got scared there for a second, because if that were to be true, I would really not know how to. Like, my life would never be the same. But yeah,
PG-13.
exactly. Probably it would be a good thing if my life was never the same. But Sadly, today is not the day for my life to change in a very dramatic fashion live on air. We're doing it live.
Why not? We can change your life right here, right now. What's your 5-year plan?
I don't have one. Please don't give me a 5-year plan. I'm getting by planning things for the next week.
What are you doing next week?
I'm doing some traveling and then few. Yeah, and finally somebody who knows the reference. We're doing it live on twitch.tv.
So you're doing some traveling.
I am doing some traveling, and then I'm doing shock horror, possibly some work on chess. I'm somewhat scared. I haven't done any work on chess for a while, so.
You just push that button every 3 minutes. It's not exactly rocket science.
I do appreciate that this is actually a very solid piece of advice, but it still scares me. The button is covered in moss by this point, and
I think the biggest question for you will be if you have a merciful boss that allows you to pursue all your vices while you're working on chess.
Yeah, exactly.
Or if you have a serious person that tells you, please get rid of all the nonsense and focus for once.
yeah, I am already hatching plans to bring in more screens to connect via HDMI and so on. I do have very ambitious plans on that topic. There's a Benko, a somewhat offbeat Benko though. Then again, maybe B6 is actually one of the.
Who plays a pure Benko? Jeffrey Zhong really is a brazen young man. Can you say that? Brazen young man? Why not?
Yeah.
But to show the current standing of the Benko, we should point out that people have stopped playing this because it's considered too risky for black.
Really?
Yeah. Well, they've started playing mainly d6 or c5, d5, e6, or all kinds of other things, no?
I don't think, this is slightly tongue-in-cheek, although...
No, it's really not.
Not even slightly?
No.
Okay, what I mean is there has actually been some very high-level traffic of the 3h4 move, which was first played by Vasilin Topalov in his game against Anish Giri in the Moscow candidates. At least
Yeah, Anish went with this, and we thought, okay, that's the refutation of h4. But then Mr. Grishuk picked it up. He improved on Vasilin's play with his e3. People have not been doing this very much.
Yeah, because people think other things are better, but I honestly, I do think that this should be still playable for black. It's just that they feel that they probably have a bigger advantage somewhere else after h4, which is arguable. And I've spoken to Grishuk about this, and his very concise report on 3h4 against knight f6 g6 was, yeah, there are ways to transition to other openings such as the Benko and the King's Game, Queen King's Indian, and so on. And I'm playing very poor versions of very good openings for white. So
Yeah, that's the point.
yeah. But they are poor versions, and I'm pretty sure b5 is still playable.
All right.
But what about the pure Benko, though?
Yeah, that's mainly what I'm trying to say, is that this has to be a better version for white than the one with the pawn h4.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that not being obliged to weaken your king side whilst also spending a tempo is a good thing for white here. And Yuangi throws in knight f3 g6, which is something they do, and then goes.
Yeah, knight f3 white has a wide choice here, of course. I think the most common line nowadays is just to take that pawn, but knight f3 is a very accepted main move as well. g6 as usual, white could still take and then take that pawn, but Yuangi goes b6. What's that about?
No, it's once again, you know a lot more about Benko than I do, but I think including knight f3 g6 and then going b6 is quite it's quite good, because it cuts down on the options black has. Without the knight f3 e6 g6, sorry, at least one of the main moves here is e7 e6.
Yeah, this I think black probably holds move by move. I have checked this for a while.
Yeah, in ages, but I remember this was very heavily debated when I was still a young man and was supposed to be sort of okay for black. Obviously, nobody will do this after knight f3, g6, cba6, b6. That would be insanity.
G6 and E6 don't match well.
Yeah,
and
knight
white
f3.
has full extra tempo.
Yeah. So by doing it in this order, you more or less oblige people, black to play b6, d6 positions, which are, I think, supposed to be slightly better for white with very little risk.
So basically, white is saying, I will not do you the favor and open lines on the queen side where you can organize your counterplay, even though that's a very valid approach as well. But that a pawn, you can have it. It shall stand in your way, block your rook, and I will treat this more like a normal Benoni. Play bishop e2, castles, knight e2, h3, and good luck for the counterplay, sir.
Yeah, and I think I was slightly surprised not to see white play a4. I thought the idea was very much to play a4 and either meet any capture on b6 with a5 or force black to play a6, a5, after which you can put something on b5 and be happy.
Doesn't really run away, does it?
No, it doesn't, but I thought it was supposed to be done earlier. But yeah, a4 remains a very topical option even here, I
Question
think.
is here if you are happy allowing this.
Yeah. So, and probably the answer is no, because
This to make it.
yeah, even that, and then knight c4 might become a move, even although it gets driven away.
Probably knight b7, but yeah.
Yeah.
Generally, the thing is, in such positions, often the strategic debate later becomes about these dark squares in the center. If white can get in e5, if black can get a grip on the d4 square, and the light square bishop, for obvious reasons, does not partake in that debate. So more often than not, it's a decent idea for black to exchange his bishop, especially for the knight. And sometimes you even see white reacting to bishop g4 with knight d2, offering the exchange of bishops instead, which is why you usually see white playing h3 or knight d2 at a stage like this to stop bishop.
And frankly, h3 is a very topical thing for white to do in the Benkos in general, because knight g4, knight e5 is another thing that black often wants to do, fighting for the c4 square, just generally improving the position of this knight a little bit. You can obviously go via d7, but still, I think h3 is being played in a great number of positions in the Benko, in part because of that reason.
Yeah, we shall see what he comes up with. Third reason is sometimes you want to play bishop f4, especially after against some potential e6, and after knight h5 you could go back to h2. So it's a useful little move. We'll see. a4, h3, knight d2, rook e1. All these moves come to mind.
Yeah, there's something else that we still haven't seen yet. Oh no, that's it. And we haven't shown the French yet.
We haven't seen Kovalyov against Vityugov.
Yeah, and also the Saul Carlson game is probably not very long for this world.
Oh yeah, they chose this line which I mentioned, which is more of the... Yes, I have seen this line before. We can exchange some pieces. Approach. It's not that easy for black, though, to make this dead. Probably Magnus knows how to proceed here, but it's still some questions remain, no?
Doesn't really look like it to my eyes, because I think King f8, he played rook d8 already, and Wesley quickly plays bishop f3, which is the... Is this really the way to push?
I'm pretty sure Wesley's in book.
No, of course, but the question is this the way to push, or is this the way to finally trade everything off along the g-file and offer a draw? Because really, with Wesley, you never entirely know if he is...
I think if he wants to go rook d1,
yeah, probably not.
Maybe worse.
Yeah, exactly. He is not...
He wants to go rook b8.
Rook b8, a8, I guess, is the threat, right? Quote-unquote threat.
Even this, yeah, bishop f3. Is this really a threat?
Well, I mean, after a6 everything is still alive, but then the bishop on c8 is a bit tied up. We play something like h4 and we claim you are still having to defend somewhat awkwardly. So maybe it's time for black to actually calculate a little bit instead of king f8. And maybe play bishop f5 or bishop e6 or some such.
Yeah, but then rook, no?
Yeah, no, I assume you've done some clicking here and you know the answer. I really haven't, so...
I've done some clicking, I forgot the answer, so I don't even have to lie or bluff about anything because I can never remember. I knew, this is what I mentioned earlier, that this line exists and that if you know what you're doing here, you're holding, but it's not super comfortable, or you have to know some details.
And can we mute the mic for a second because I made a mistake.
Twitter from Damas. I should not have pronounced that. That was a bit of a trap, yeah?
For those of you who are new to chess, it might look like ba3 is an illegal move here, because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's a little something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2, and now try, because could I do it?
I'm sorry. This is too funny for words.
This is a software glitch? I'm pretty sure there's not allowed.
Lawrence. Hello, Lawrence. Yeah, I'll play 4 against Lawrence. And now he's going to play something against me which we discussed at length during the course of my stay. Yeah, he told me this is excellent. d5, this was what I was kind of hoping for, because now I think e5 is quite strong. No, Lawrence, this is not how chess works. Sadly, it would be much, much more fun if chess actually worked like this. But I don't think it does. Or maybe it does. Well, that's me regretting what I just said. How did I get from there to here is a little bit beyond me. And what's worse, I will never hear the end of it. My quality of life has just gone downhill tremendously because I'm actually sharing the office with the guy.
Yeah, and on that topic, it wasn't the pouring sound as such. It's just that I'm becoming more and more stupid in my old age, and I bought a six-pack of what I assumed was still water, and it turns out it really isn't. And it's not even the pouring; it was also the hissing sound the bottle was making when I was trying to open it, which I was trying not to get transmitted live on air, and instead we got to watch the dumbass clip, which is people are very appreciative of, apparently.
That's a good point, though. I'm the only one who really hates the sound of pouring water, and I can still hear it even if we mute the mic. So there is no solution. I was worried that we had left the mic on and said something inflammatory, but apparently it was in the clip.
No, it wasn't a clip, and there's a suggestion here of something that might be a forced draw, which is king f8, rook b8, rook e8, exclamation mark, by Oberschlumpf.
That looks like...
Yeah, we threatened mate in 1, and now after something like h4, we can actually make a bishop move of some sort. I still don't see how this is an instant draw, though, because bishop b6, rook b7 game very much continues. We might have to suffer. Must suffer.
Oh, maybe we go here.
Ah, yeah, that would be a smarter option for sure. And yeah, we assume that Magnus actually knows if he's gone for this at this speed. So let's briefly discuss this French. Romtank says, not really the French. I wanted to see Nikita's book used to be my Bible. Yeah, it's a weird French in the Kovalev Vitugov.
Janis finally found a way around Peter having a tie knot 3 times as thick as this. Oh, you're tied up and I'm not?
Yeah,
we can change that. We can change that. I have ties everywhere.
Or I could actually be comfortable for one day. But
this office feels like Bangkok.
French, please. I've been trying to talk about it for a second and you've scrolled away from it.
Yeah, I'm trying really hard to.
Not discuss the French?
I don't know. Laurent, how do you feel about us discussing the French?
No, but it's slightly confusing to me because e5, I'm pretty sure what you're supposed to do is take with the queen after e5. it gets kind of sharp, but I think it's supposed to be.
There's the main line, right?
yeah,
knight b5, knight a6. And
Yeah, and
you're
there's
playing some weirdness.
yeah, there's some quiet lines here, and there's also the absolute crazy line here, which was made popular, I think, in the olden days by Grandmaster Sergei Ivanov, which is knight b5, knight a6, bishop e2. Or no, it was made popular in the games against Sergei Ivanov, because Sergei Ivanov used to play this constantly, and we had discussions.
Blobix is saying Laurent is at church on Sunday. We are serious people.
Yeah, so bishop e2, queen g2, bishop f3, queen g2, bishop f3, queen g5. I think a4 is what they were playing here, and this is a very, very exciting position, which they could have a great fun playing. But Nikita instead takes with the knight, and this I thought was not equalizing entirely. I think I wanted to say I won, but I think I actually lost that game. But I had almost a completely winning position here against Alexander Bilavsky after something like knight to f3, bishop e7, and I think you can develop the bishop to g2 and then castle and aim for like queen e2, c4, and so on. And these positions aren't, I thought, all that fun for black. And instead, Kovalev makes a move which frankly, it would not occur to me very naturally here, which is knight d2, e4. I'm not sure what this knight is doing here. I mean, why are we doing this to ourselves? I think it's much more, compactly developed to f3. And after bishop b7, he also played bishop b5 check. I don't quite understand what's happening here, but maybe he just wants to trade some pieces and play a safe position for a little while. But why are we forcing black to play bishop d7? Is there some tactic I'm missing after knight takes e6? I really don't think so.
No.
And yeah.
Bishop d7 played.
Yeah, knight e6, f3, queen h5, g6, queen e5, castles, I think, end of the line. Also probably some other things along the way could be very strong for black. So yeah, it's curious, because if he is planning now to play bishop d3, I don't really understand why we develop the bishop to d7. Black is not going to mind. And if we're supposed to take on d7, black will also not mind, because I think it's not very often that you so painlessly trade off the one uncomfortable piece you have, which is pretty much always in the French, the bishop on c8.
Here's my theory. Surprise. And he played some strange moves.
Yeah, sure, but they are strange, is my argument.
Yeah, that's why I said strange. Where do we go from here? By the way, shout out to Nikita.
But nowhere.
Dominating Kovalyov 3-0. Where would these guys have played 5 times?
I'm not sure, but they are from. They actually not. They wouldn't have played in any juniors. So yeah, that's a good question. But clearly they have, and that's a very good record to have. 3 wins in 5 games and no losses is actual dominance.
What's going on? Am I being not shamed? I'm reading.
I'm not
Come
sure.
on, you first tie shame the guy. Now you're not shaming him.
No, I'm not sure which one of us is being not shamed.
Please not shame Peter.
Exactly. I have recently encountered very, very strong opposition to any kind of a double knot, and since this really is the only one I'm comfortable tying, I now don't know where to go with my life. But such is.
Sorry, we started at noon today. No one can be expected to do all their tying and hair product supplying before noon. All right. Magnus seems to know this stuff, or maybe he's just finding it because of the good at chess part.
Yep. Dodgy says, #not ashamed.
He has a way with words, doesn't he? This Mr. Dodgy?
Yes, this is good work being done by Dodgy as usual very early in the stream, where people frankly can't be expected to even be awake, as you can, I think, clearly see looking at me. But Dodgy is very on point with his hashtag game.
Shall we maybe have a look at the Fabi game?
Sure. You tell me what's going on here. It's a
No, it's boring. It's typical Artemiev random G3 system stuff.
which one of us is the white tabs? Forget about it.
Sorry, I'm coughing. What we talk about, Miami Vice?
Yeah, apparently we are like Miami Vice, but
Miami White.
yeah.
I want to be Crockett.
Well, if you want to be, people seem to be supporting your desire to be Davy Crockett. I have actually watched some Miami Vice in my life, so
I've seen the movie. Cough, can't talk.
I understand. Yeah.
Must go. Sorry. It's that tie.
We've see what you've done, chat. We've broken Jan by demanding that he wears a tie. It's really not great. We did not want to break him less than an hour into the broadcast. I think the intention was always to do this towards the 5th and the 6th hour, when the Geary Van Foreys game is the only game going, and there are 3 pieces on the board, and nobody knows why they're still on the board. That was I think always the ideal scenario, but what we have now is failure to communicate due to extremely sore throat. This is some kind of a weird Reti slash whatever mix, which I think should generally be quite good for black. I used to try playing this position. I think they've basically transposed to something which is quite well known now that the pawn is finally on e6, because these positions used to appear more in the... How are they getting there? How was I getting those positions? Was it actually... But they exist in all kinds of move orders, is what I'm trying to say. Obviously here they sometimes do this, and sometimes black allows white to take. But that would be with the pawn on c6, and the positions with the pawn on a6, they probably do arise from some lines like this, and then there might be just a direct transposition to what they're playing right now. And white has 2 very distinct differing approaches here. One is to play for, as Jan indicated with his arrows, one is to play for d4 with the intention of maybe playing knight e5 later, and in a dreamland, white would like to do something like d4, bishop e7, knight c3, castles, and somehow play, I don't know, rook d1 and e4. But quite clearly he will not be allowed to do that, because I think black generally almost instantly, or perhaps just instantly, meets d4 with c5. Aiming to trade those pawns off, play rook c8, bishop is very comfortably developed to c5, the queen, if needed, goes to b6, and it's actually not impossible to be slightly worse for white here out of the opening if he doesn't play this particularly well. And the other way of playing this would be to do something like d3, perhaps even with the intention of playing e4, bishop e3, develop this knight here. Sometimes they also connect this with the idea of playing a4, and then maybe forcing black to play b5 before. And we have actually seen Artemiev do something similar to this in this tournament, in the game he won against Nikita Vityugov, which was from a very different opening, and his bishop was on e2 and not on g2. But I think having the bishop on g2 here for white is more of an advantage than a drawback. We'll see what Artemiev settles on. Black should be very comfortable here objectively, but objectively doesn't count for very much. This is a position with 30 pieces still on the board. There will be some chess played. Hot take. And by popular demand, this is the position in Geary Van Foreys where I still like white, but yeah, black's position is very solid. I think we probably end up doing something like this and pretending, or you could hope you get knight a4, knight c5, but probably black has something to say about that.
My plan is king h8, knight e7, knight g8, knight f6, knight e4. You think that's too long a plan?
That might be the shortest way for black to get the knight from c6 to e4, which is something they would clearly like to do, but probably a bit too long. Probably can be stopped. We will at some point definitely be looking at the challengers, Ship the Chiz. Maybe not just yet, but the challengers actually has intrigue in terms of who qualifies for the Masters, as opposed to the Masters itself, where the first place is reasonably well established by this point. And even Magnus finishing in second, I think, with him knowing exactly what he's doing in this position, is somewhat nailed on.
Wesley still has 1:43 on the clock, though.
Yeah.
There's a question. What time is quiz time today? Quiz time will be at 4 p.m. as always, because we don't want to confuse anybody. So, for Chess24 Queen members today,
at this point, obviously the only game going will be the Anish game, and there will be plenty of time for us to discuss the quiz and then do the quiz and then discuss the winners of the quiz and so on and so forth.
You sound genuinely unexcited.
No,
Why do you hate quizzes? You don't watch Jeopardy?
No, quiz was obviously the high point of that sentence. I also completely unjustifiably sound maybe slightly unexcited about this last round, and looking at the position we have on the screen right now, I feel ashamed, and I have forgotten the face of my father. But no, the quiz is the obviously the high point of the day for everybody. You know, I get to guess wrongly what the answer is, and everybody gets to repeat my answer and not win the mug or the whatever it is, the prize today.
I get to pretend I didn't look at the answer earlier, and then what could that be? Maybe Luke van Veli and Peter Svidler. Oh, I got one right. BT4580JA says, afternoon folks, feeling good today. How are you guys doing? Been better.
What else could it have been, Burns 420? Did you really think I have forgotten the face of my father? That was clearly a quote. Bishop takes e6. Yeah, he's probably playing to play DC, right? BC and allowing knight takes d4 doesn't feel quite right. But even this position, like bishop b7, BC. But yeah, for a Grunfeld player, which Dubov is a very, very competent Grunfeld player, you just feel you're always fine here. Queen c7 in particular, attacking both c5 and f4. Yeah, this is beautiful compensation. Maybe you can not just can, but probably should make an argument for not taking on b7, not to give the bishop on c8 so many good diagonals. BC, and then knight e5 or some move like that. Hoping you get to play knight gf3, and in an ideal world even knight d3, knight f3, d4 afterwards. But yeah, black probably not going to allow that. Yeah, queen d5 seems logical. Queen d5, knight b3 though. This is probably what Alireza is intending, if I were to guess. I think if we want to play queen d5, we actually should take on e5 first, but that's a painful move forward to make, at least a little bit.
Do we need to go queen d5?
No, we
so
don't.
Many options. Queen a5.
Yeah, queen a5.
7. Let's go here.
Knight b3. Rook e1. I think it's possible. It's possible actually to misplay this and then have to suffer a little bit. I mean, I also wasn't playing it particularly well. So yeah, DC so far played, and yeah, I'm pretty sure BC3 is a more critical try than Bishop B7, because I think It's an important tempo first and foremost, and secondly, developing the bishop on c8 to a good diagonal is counterproductive.
Burns 420 is asking, what's the next big tourney? Is it the candidates or is there one before that? I think that's the next big one, and it's not that far away. It starts March 15th, so it's a month and a half. There is the Prague Super Tournament in February. But yeah, for us here, the next two big ones, I mean in Chess 24 land, are the candidates and the Crank Masters, where Magnus will be playing next. As for the commentary team, it's being worked on very hard behind the scenes. As Peter has hinted, he might have some other stuff to do, but there is a lot of stuff ongoing. I think it's gonna be exciting.
Yeah, if what I've heard works out, you will not be disappointed. Yeah, sharp, interesting position so far, and there have been some comments in chat indicating that people have seen Alireza play a heavy, his normal healthy dose of online blitz prior to this one. But just as we discussed when we were talking about Hikaru last night, suddenly complaining that Alireza plays some online blitz even now when he's 27, 23.
Plays all the time.
Yeah,
That's not out of character even during a tournament.
it brought him here, so let's not suddenly decide that this is hindering him in any way. It's the way he's been developing, and as long as it doesn't completely replace everything else, which I don't think it will, it shouldn't be an issue.
What else?
Yeah, I gave a bit of a speech here, and for a change, I felt a lot more comfortable giving the speech when you were not in the room, because I'm pretty sure I said some wrong things. But I did say that d4 c5 normally is quite comfortable for black, unless you are very quick here with white, and it doesn't feel like white has been very quick. So d3 is a lot more in Artemyev's wheelhouse. Just d3, knight bd2. In some positions, maybe e4, which is something he has done in a similar position against Vitugov. And just knight bd2, b3, bishop b2, and play. Although black clearly is very comfortable if nothing bad happens to him, sort of straight out of the opening here in these types of positions. So Fabi will not be disappointed by any of this.
No, of course white can play this, but it's a great version of normal lines for black, arguably. And tempo up, even compared to what Fabi had yesterday against Dubov, which I forgot how we...
You mean Duda, yeah?
against Duda, sorry. Got there, but let's say...
Yeah, that was just a pure Catalan where...
In this position, c6 is a fairly popular move. Knight bd7 exists as well, but these lines very much do exist where black tries to play c5. And yeah, you would not think about playing c6 here, transposing to these positions.
Yeah, that's not happening. So black generally wants to castle, play c5, and then knight d5, bishop f6 is one way to, let's say, deal with the potentially the bishop on b2 that might appear there later. You just get a reasonably nice Maratsi type position with black, where not a lot of pressure is being put on you anywhere. White is just developing and kind of ignoring what black is doing, which in positions where black actually assumes control of the center, like what is there to...
Do you like this maneuver? I always feel smart when I do this. I don't think it's that good, but you feel so smart.
Yeah, probably not in this position, but yeah, you do feel cultured and sophisticated and so on. You've also misplaced your rook on a7 horribly.
Exactly. You still feel clever, and you hope one day this rook will go somewhere.
Yeah, no, but I think it's more the type of thing they do when there's something to play against on the long diagonal.
Yeah, so you just put the piece somewhere here, queen b6, rook c8, rook d8.
Actually,
nothing ever happens, you do this.
I wasn't actually kidding about knight d5, bishop f6.
Oh, okay.
I think this is something they often do here, just to kind of slightly offload the position, get some of the pieces off the board. Maybe the queen could go to e7 afterwards, rook fd8, and so on. It's just, all in all, it's just a comfortable position for black. Not unplayable for white or anything, but clearly not played with the intention of being better out of the opening. That's sort of not part of the plan here for Artemyev.
What's this? Vichy must be so happy as the last round.
You said this is supposed to be slightly better for white, but it never really looked like. I tried looking at these things with white because at some point this became arguably part of my mainline repertoire, and people continued playing b6 against me time and time again. I don't think I've ever gotten anyone to play e5 instead, and I had some cutting edge analysis in those lines. And I tried finding a way to deal with b6. Did not stumble on h4 or knight h3 or all the other Dubov-inspired nonsense that exists there. But these positions just never really felt to me like we are in with much of a shot. The structure is just too destroyed.
And Vichy has held enough pure two bishops versus bishop knight where white doesn't have pawn weaknesses.
Yeah.
So probably it's not all that concerned here.
I don't think this scares Vichy particularly. Yeah. Clearly Duda has some idea here, but
What do you do? King d3?
I guess king d3. I mean, you just played bishop b4. Playing bishop d3 back doesn't really sound.
Can you go all aggressive with f5?
Well, I will take on c4 and ask you exactly where are you
Why?
where are you aggressive? Yeah, why is this? Why is this just not just a blunder of a central pawn? No, I think we do play king d3, and I mean the center kind of holds together for now. But if black goes, I don't know, knight f6, king e7, rook hd8, and starts hinting at one day maybe even going cd4, bishop c5, and massaging the center a little bit. I don't think white is ever fast enough with his a4, a5 play, which is really the only source of play available to white in this position. You do a4, a5, you hope this creates a weakness on b6, and that distracts black from whatever it is that he's doing.
Okay, Jan. No massaging the center jokes. You already get enough flack for your title, though. What's going on? Pawn Pusher is saying, fun fact of the day, Jan Peter, I will have been premium on Chess24 for 6 years in a month's time. Wow. Happy to have you, Pawn Pusher. And sick to think, you've been around for 6 years here. Oof. Any plans for Chess24 birthday party this year, Jan and Peter? I would guess that we will do the quote-unquote usual, to have different authors playing Banter Blitz, but as far as I know, the exact schedule and so on has not been planned through. When is it? I guess I should know. It's February 14th or 24th?
Yeah, it's one of those
One
two
of those.
dates. Yeah, one of those two dates. And honestly, looking at all this, I do feel like probably today the Challengers gets an earlier mention than usual. Not that this round is boring, but the Challengers does provide us with a competitive edge in terms of intrigue and whoa.
Wow, you really hate this round.
What happened here? This option we did not consider whatsoever. I thought the bishop was dead. I just counted on the bishop as being dead after bishop c6, d3. And Alireza actually knows the laws of chess, apparently, and recognizes that the bishops can actually move when they're attacked.
Bishops never move backwards.
Well, not in my world, apparently, but in Alireza's world, very much so. And I guess he wants to play queen c2 now and try to round up that guy on d2 and be a pawn up. And black needs to be quite fast, because if you do lose the d2 pawn without generating any instant play, you will be, well, obviously you will be worse. I guess you play queen c7. No, it probably is okay. Yeah, this guy's hanging. We don't want to be playing f5, so we play g3. But after g3, I think I get enough time. I play bishop h3, and then I play rook ac8. And white is just one tempo short of taking on d2 and playing rook c1, for instance, and b4 is not a move you can make. So should even out in the end, I guess. But yeah, precision is required. And also, noticeably, Alireza hasn't played queen takes d2 yet, so maybe he's considering some other squares, although I'm not entirely sure which. Queen takes d2, and this was also a question in chat. I assumed this endgame was equal, but maybe that's simplistic. Rook b1, maybe we don't have actually good squares, yeah. a3 or d4 both probably run into some kind of knight b... Oh, c6 even, wow.
I'm not sure how serious it is, because you can take...
I do have bishop f5 though, yeah.
Not with the bishop on a3, actually.
No, we can. No, we cannot, yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, queen takes d2 is a very serious question.
Yeah, there's this movement.
Also, rook fc1 might be awkward.
So who's bungling what here? They've played very quickly.
Yeah, no, this is a very nice spot by Alireza.
Queen c7 now is
Queen c7, rook ac1, yeah.
c1 before queen e3.
Yeah, there you will be... I mean, if it goes poorly for you, it could be just completely lost for black. Queen c7, rook c1, rook d8 maybe actually wins the pawn back, but once again, I'm not sure how happy we are with that outcome.
I like pawns.
Yeah.
Why aren't we happy?
I was worried some kind of c6 will happen and we will be in trouble, but we just play b6 and pretend this is nothing, yeah? Is it nothing, though?
Je ne sais pas. Looks solid.
That does look very, very solid. Bishop b6, rook d6, rook a d8, knight e5. If all else fails, we can just take on e5 and go bishop b6. Although, yeah, I think knight e5 has to be critical here. Intending to play knight d7 and pretending this is somehow awkward for you, but it probably isn't.
In more awkward spots. Wojciech Reza is saying, Rook e7 by Magnus is strange to me. Oh, they're progressing at breakneck speed.
Yeah. Rook c3, rook e7? No, I think he just actually knows.
They knew.
Yeah, rook e1, rook a1 was also possible, but this is just such a solid way to...
It's sort of a typical Wesley game. Please show me your prep if you want to make a draw. And Magnus is saying, I brought the prep.
Here it is, yeah. Here is my prep. And
But that's also why we've talked about Wesley. He's tough to beat. And Magnus today, well, it's hard to suggest a line where you could try, but after e4, e5, one of the drawbacks of e4, e5 is really this hellish four knights. That's very hard to make.
I mean, we're not blaming Magnus for not playing e4, g6 against somebody of Wesley's strength.
No, you could argue if you want a game. Actually, after bishop d2, you have some moves here that keep the game very much going, like rook b8, followed by rook e8, and then you have all these bishop g4, or some knight g4.
Knight g4, I think,
There's
is that Wesley game I was referring to.
But Magnus also, well, what's he playing for? He can't win the tournament anymore. He's probably securing second with a draw. And I do think that his number one priority is winning tournaments. Like, he likes the ratings and the records and that stuff. But if he can't win the tournament, even he, the last round, will not mind a quick draw or an easy draw against Wesley with black.
Yeah, and Wesley just not stopping. Still has 135.
Still book, h5, g8.
Yeah, h5, g8. No. But obviously here stopping, like, white doesn't need to stop here. This is just a very, very level position, and they both know how this is going to end. So there's really very, very little in the way of intrigue left in this game.
He's approaching this like Andy Samberg in Pop Stars. Never stop, Wesley. Draw. Wesley +2, and somehow he seems so happy about the +2 that really he just shut it down completely when
yeah, this is going to be his 9th draw in a row in this tournament. He was on +2 after 4 rounds, and then he just... It's not entirely fair to describe this as switching off, but he did not really try to push.
He didn't try very hard with white, and with black he's so well prepared.
Yeah.
People can't hurt him. There you go. I wouldn't mind having a +2 in super tournaments mode.
Yeah.
Then again, we are always teasing about these things, but you can only have that mode if you're working on chess pretty much non-stop, and I think it's well established that Wesley does put in the hours.
Yep.
All right, is it time for the challenges?
Yeah, let's have a look at the challenges. It's actually an important day there, determining who gets to play the...
We should maybe, and I will need a second to bring this up, have a look at the standings for, context.
Context is important.
In today's crazy day and age, where everything is black and white, with today's council culture, sometimes we need a little gray, we need a little context, we need some standings for the challengers. Don't you agree?
I absolutely do agree. And Pavel caught up. Pavel had a bit of a rough middle stage of the tournament, but he actually caught up to the pack of people chasing Anton.
The Wolf Pack.
Yeah.
Everyone has 7.5?
Yeah, and once again, direct encounter, then Sonnenberg-Berger. Sonnenberg-Berger we will not even attempt to calculate before somebody actually ties for first. In terms of direct encounter, I'm pretty sure all 4 of them drew against each other. No, I think actually Anton beat Ilyanov, so if Ilyanov ties with Anton, Anton qualifies on the first tiebreak. We could...
Anton is the better tiebreaks.
You ask, No, it's a safe assumption he's been doing well the whole tournament, but this is not the Swiss where like a good start is something that counts for very much. And yeah, thanks for the raid, Jorbs, and I hope you had a nice stream, and welcome to all the Jorbs people. This is a different game. There's plenty of defect, but not a lot of geometrical shapes. And
if you're confused what Peter is talking about,
just
ignore him.
Ignore him for a second. But yeah, hello to the Jorbs people, and yeah, hope you had a nice stream, Stephen.
Who are these people?
They are very nice people. That's, I think, the one thing that is required to know. But apart from that, we can have the discussion some other time. Ilyanov, though,
Just give me the ballpark. Is this Hearthstone, some other game?
no, that's Slay the Spire.
Slay the Spy?
Slay the Spire.
Slay the Spire.
Yeah. And actually, 2 of the people who could tie for first, if one of them wins and Anton doesn't, are playing each other in the final round. And it seems like something has gone badly wrong for Erwin by move 16 in a Spanish.
Ugh.
Which is surprising. Erwin is normally very, very solid in terms of opening prep.
Even though it can happen to him, like the European Team Championship where he didn't have a great tournament. He was in great trouble in fewer than 10 moves. Couple games in a row. But usually he is very well prepared, has worked a lot as a second, and had a very good tournament. Has he lost any games, actually? I can't recall any Lamy losses in this tournament. Nope. Bunch of wins, bunch of draws, hasn't lost a game. And
It would be very painful if he were to lose in the last round just when potential qualification was so close by, but...
commits a bit of a mistake in this position where you're supposed to castle in order to meet c3 with d5. He plays d6, which not only allows c3, good move here, when you no longer have d5, but also a4 is becoming a bit of a thing, right? Since I never played d6. I don't know much about this, but I've seen strong players doing this more and more.
Yeah, it somewhat surprisingly, it's actually difficult to dodge the before a5 castles d3 lines. Like you can play bishop b7, you can play bishop d7, but those moves don't actually lead to easy instant equality, at least not to my eyes. And bishop g4 c3 also didn't appeal to me greatly. I think Vichy played that once with black and was quite significantly worse by move 15 against somebody, I can't recall exactly who. So what I think,
To me, b4 looks normal, but maybe then d4 or whatever. I don't know the theory.
no, I'm pretty sure the intention is just to switch to those stupid. Yeah, d4 is one way, and a5 d3 would be the other way, just completely transposing to sort of well-known anti-martial positions. And yeah, playing bishop b7 here, once again, we can give the speech about developing the bishop on b7 when d4 hasn't been played. And
We can also give the speech about hating knight to d4. But hang on, this transposes to my stuff. Not that I can remember any of my stuff, but this is one of my lines. d3, d6, bishop d2.
knight d7 maybe?
And no, you don't go knight d7
yeah, maybe
here.
not- maybe not here,
I
yeah,
think still bishop e3 or bishop d5, and there were... Anyway, there was some awkwardness. But I was deciding here between b4 and queen d7, which are both playable moves. Knight d4, I just always dismiss on
Yeah.
principle, so it wasn't an option for me. But Erwin, yeah,
Here
go
it really doesn't look right, because you don't even gain a tempo, and in particular the way Erwin played it, like you want to lock in the knight on b1 by doing this, but if you meet c3 in this position by just taking on c3, it instantly feels like something has gone wrong, right?
I don't know.
You see knight c3, he played
So
b4.
here, are we desperate enough to go ba? It's ugly, of course, but
It is.
b4, knight e2
Yeah,
is hanging.
it's very dangerous now. He also goes for a very concrete line, which after knight d7, knight f4, you would like to play knight c5. If you could play knight c5 here and not lose any pawns, you'd make that move in a heartbeat. But bishop takes b4 actually picks up that guy for pretty much nothing. So Erwin very unhappily ends up playing c7, c6 there. And now after d4, e6, knight c5 is... okay, we can still lose the pawn on b4 though. Yeah. So e6 could just win. And there's also a large problem that I can include d4 and then play e6 next move, arguably in an even stronger version. And d4, bishop c2, and just mate on the king side in general is now very much on the menu for Pavel. Now, this is a bit of an opening disaster for Erwin.
Yeah, that's a pity. Erwin Lamy, well liked by everybody. Always well dressed. I think he shops at Erwin Outfitters. And yeah, would be sad after such a rocky, solid tournament if he went down in the last round.
No, not just rock solid. He is on +3, so he definitely won some games in between being his usual solid self. But yeah, it will also just completely ruin the taste in the mouth for him, and like the memory of the tournament will be losing the all important last game.
It's always a problem, even if you have a good tournament, you lose last round, you go home unhappy.
Yeah, and yeah, as mentioned, e6 could be very strong, but just d4 and like this is not what you want to get here.
Angst True is saying, really like Erwin's double exchange sack early in the tournament. Yeah, check out his game against Smirnov. That was some good stuff.
Yeah, and
I also greatly enjoyed his game with black against, was it Ganguly? Where they had this locked pawn structure. I think it was against Ganguly.
And on that note, how is Anton doing? Who is Anton playing today?
Anton Smirnov or David Anton?
David Anton. Anton Smirnov has a messy...
This is some f3,
Yeah, F3 Nimzo.
action. I probably did a video series about this where I cannot remember. I don't think I gave bishop b7. Anyway, looks like this is still theory debate, and usually against Shurya you can be pretty sure that he's done his homework, so I would not be too thrilled here in Anton's shoes.
Yeah, and does feel like it's a very double-edged position, which you might not enjoy against a well-prepared opponent. And yeah, Nino is seemingly kind of happy with the draw today, so I guess he knows about his tiebreak situation well enough, right?
Probably has been informed that he is about a tie breaks. Even though I'm not sure the Kalashnikov is my number one
Yeah.
opening for playing for a draw, but the way it turned out against Lucas van Forest.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I didn't exactly see how they got here, but the position on the board currently is very, very level. You kind of never take on e2, but if you don't take on e2, you do at some point start giving the option to white to just take on d4, play bishop d3, and start swapping everything down along the c file. Not very much will be happening if that structure appears on the board. which means that the people on 7.5 will have a chance to catch up to David Anton. But if his tiebreaks are better, they are better. That's all there is, and there will be no tiebreak played. Which is actually, do you think it's slightly curious that there is a tiebreak for first in the Masters if two people tie, where basically they're playing for pride and maybe an engraving on a cup somewhere, and there is no tiebreak for first in the Challengers, where it actually determines something of sporting interest.
I don't know. It's more of a show event, I would guess. In the Masters also, that's a recent change, is it not?
It is.
Tiebreakers
Yeah.
in Vike for years they've just shared, and here's a trophy, you guys both hold them for a second, and no one cared. So I'm not sure if it was with the rise of internet chess TV that people said, we need tiebreaks. It's exciting. I don't know. I'm good either way.
Yeah, what does the winner of the Challengers get? The winner of the Challengers gets into the Masters next
Warm
year.
handshake, Masters next year.
Masters next year is obviously the great big deal here for somebody like Anton, who is a very strong player, is already there or at least around the 2700 mark, but does not really get very many really top level invitations. So a chance for him to play in the 2021 Vike would be absolutely priceless.
Speaking of priceless, I'm not sure. I would guess there are some cash prizes both in the Masters and the Challengers, but as far as I know, Vike is mainly invitation based that the players get. Obviously, varying amount of starting monies depending on their skill and entertainment value and all that. So
Yeah.
I don't think people make a fortune in the Challengers, but it's young and hungry players with a chance to qualify.
Yeah, I think the qualification has always been far and away the most important reason people would accept that invitation. Participation in the tradition of playing in Vike is one thing, but also, as you mentioned, it may not have been the money anyway for many people, but there's also Vike is not the richest tournament in the world in terms of prize money anyway. So
Then again, if you were told, how would you like very little money to spend 3 weeks of January in a cold, rainy, icy, snowy town, people usually don't turn that down because Vike is such a chess mecca. They enjoy the atmosphere. We've talked a lot about the Vike is long and full of terrors and that you can get depressed and the tournament is long. But we should also mention it's really a special spirit there with all the amateurs in the same playing hall. Thousands of chess people, everyone who is something in the chess world is around. And since it's a very confined space, you run into people constantly. So I do believe that outside of Alexander Grishuk, most people really enjoy going to Vike.
yeah, Mr. Doji says, didn't Peter just spend 3 weeks in a dark and wet town for no money? Well, yes, but
First of all, fantastic weather. We've even had sunshine. Secondly,
yeah,
Peter made a killing as usual.
I
Chess
absolutely,
24.
I am slaying it here on the financial front.
Thirdly, no,
Those are the two important bits.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say you get free burritos, but that's not true. We're actually charging you for the burritos.
No, I get free burritos for a while, and then I remember and I pay you back. Is how that works.
Chess 24. Can we invoice these burritos? Adds up.
Yeah. Eventually, my conscience catches up to me, and I do offer to pay back for some of the burritos at least. Yeah,
Speaking of burritos, oh no, it's still time.
it's still there's still plenty of time. This is a very sharp position. I thought Surya would play knight c7, and now after d6, knight d6, like if you don't have a good move, your position might just completely fall apart. This is a risky endeavor by Anton, and he also doesn't appear to be blitzing. Well, he did play d6 very quickly, but he really doesn't have any other move. But his 1 hour left on the clock does seem to indicate that he is somewhat on his own here. Yeah, it could be very, very costly against somebody like Surya in a position like this.
96 blitzed out. Yeah, not fun. But you're also asking for a sharp, irrational position with a lot of theory if you go for this f3, and particularly c5, b5 lines. So you brought this on yourself.
You very, very assuredly brought this upon yourself here with this choice. Not that we're complaining, and just to complete the roundup, there's a very weird position in the Rauf game against Nihal Sarin. This line I actually know a little bit of something about weirdly. I think I played this against Karyakin in my. I want to say, I started by thinking last, and then I thought final is probably a better word here, not last. I think I had this against Karyakin in the 2018 Vike.
You went 95?
I think 95 is very, very critical here, and Karyakin.
Cool kids no longer do this?
No. This still exists, but it's not supposed to be very much. But 95 is at least a very interesting attempt, and I think Karyakin went 94 straight away, and we had an absolutely. I can't recall the move order, but it became very crazy very quickly, and I ended up chickening out on very short time and not playing an exchange sacrifice that I kind of knew was good, but just couldn't convince myself. I couldn't work out why it was good, and I just didn't trust my instincts and went for something safer, and the game ended in a draw.
Speaking of chickening out, you told me no more chicken burritos.
I did tell you that.
Why would I lie about that?
Yeah,
Oddly specific. Why?
it is but sadly, it's very easy to say no to chicken burritos. It's a lot harder to say no to a lifetime of choosing not the most critical, risky line in sharp positions. That addiction I find very, very difficult to shake. Yeah, a weird position where I don't know what to think. Keimer, being a student of Leko, probably does know what to think here, and it would be very strange if he played this line with black and did not check the latest developments.
Pretty thorough. I'm not sure if 1 knight f3, 2 g3 is exactly what you expect from Niels, but you expect it from someone at some point, so he probably does have a repertoire.
Easy to say no to chicken burrito. Peter, get your priorities straight. You are not wrong. Although, in my defense, I will say that the beef burrito appears to be. It has the smoother taste, and.
As Pavel Tsatsulin taught me, chicken is a very weak bird.
Yes. Nothing is particularly wrong with.
If there's any chicken watching, I'm quoting here, it's not my personal opinion.
Yep.
All right.
Well, that game is actually. They are very committed to their bid today, yeah? Is Magnus playing this for a win now?
They both have more than 2 hours on the clock.
Yeah. No, it's that's kind of funny, actually. Because it seems like Magnus is sort of playing this for a win now. He rook d8 check, king f4, and we create a passer on the f file, and that would be that actually is weirdly. I don't think about it very much, but when I do think about it, it's very high on my list of nightmares and really, really bad dreams. Like you come to the board to make some kind of a theoretical long draw, and then you get some kind of a rook ending 2 against 2, and the draw is not offered to you, and you have to continue playing it, and at some point you look up and it's really no longer drawn at all, and you feel this hot feeling of shame and disgust and so on, and not nice. Wesley will still draw this, though, I'm pretty sure.
But you have to pay some attention, no?
Yeah.
C1 maybe is thinking of. Even though, I guess if you remove these 2 pawns, it's a draw.
Yeah, that kind of cuts into my argument here that in order for black to win this, not only do the pawns have to fall, white also has to misplace his pieces horribly. But yeah, Magnus.
Stranger things have happened.
Yeah, Magnus quite noticeably did not take on a2 on move 41. He could have just actually he wins. No, he doesn't win the pawn on f3. I was going to say this actually leads to stalemates because after rook h4, rook h2 takes, king g2 f4. We win the pawn on f3, but we don't because there's king h2. And if we did win the pawn on f3, it would be winning with with the pawn having already. Yeah, there is that. There is that. But
Tenable.
yeah, it is very tenable for white. With white to move. With black, with black to move. With white to move, this becomes slightly less tenable. And apparently Alireza offered a draw just in the. Let's check because there's been some breaking news in chat. If that game disappeared, we want to know. Yeah, it did disappear. Interesting. So he just played c6 here and offered a draw in this position? Hang on a second.
Let's go home.
Excuse me? Excuse me, Mr. Firouzja, sir? Aren't you winning a piece? We gave a speech. We gave a speech here.
Or maybe Dubov resigned. Unlikely.
No, that's
The move?
Mr. Firouzja, sir? Is it b6, c7, bishop f5 or something? Ah, bishop a6. Yeah, that's a smarter way. Yeah.
We don't
Thank
blunder
you.
bishop f5, bishop
Thank you,
f1.
G. Misha. Yeah, bishop a6 is a much better version of the same. Mr. Firouzja, sir, you can go home. We apologize for troubling you.
You have certainly entertained us, Mr. Firouzja. He will have a bad taste in his mouth from how the tournament ended with the back-to-back-to-back losses to Carlsen, Karana, and Vichy. But have we had bigger headlines in chess since outside of Magnus Carlsen, let's say, than Firouzja having +3 16-year-old in this tournament? I'm not sure.
No, it was tremendously exciting news, and watching him destroy everything before him in the first 2/3 of the tournament, I would say was very exciting spectacle. But yeah, he did run into some problems later on, starting with that really painful game he lost to Magnus, where he frankly was outclassed. I think the opening choice was just he made a few seemingly perfectly reasonable moves in the opening, which led to him having to play a position which was so clearly much more suited to what Magnus does in chess, arguably best of all, maybe in the history of chess, or very certainly right now, compared to the things that Firouzja prefers on the chessboard. That was a bit of an unfair contest once that closed position appeared on the board.
Yeah, still 16 years old, had a interesting 2019 away from the board as well, but now it does look like we will hear a lot from Mr. Alireza.
Yeah, I think that's still very, very certain. So
As for Dubov, how did he finish? 50% or something? I think he had a decent tournament.
maybe
like
+1 or maybe
+1 even?
maybe 50%. Yeah, I should know. No, 50%. No, that actually is +1.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, perfectly fine result for your first Vike. It's
Also, is it his first super tournament?
I'm trying to think. He played super finals, which are different but very, very strong. But
Non-Russians.
yeah, non-Russian super tournaments.
Thing.
Yeah, I think it probably is. Yeah, I think he never got any really large scale
Did he
invites.
play
prior to
Vike last year? I can't remember. I think.
No, I don't think he has. I think he has.
Then
He played the Netanya round robin last year in Israel, which was a strong round robin, but nowhere near this strength. But I mean, he will play a decent chunk of these.
what I'm saying is, with all the deserved hype for Alireza, Dubov actually seems to be scoring a plus score in his first super tournament, 2.683. He's been high rated in the past, but still, it's not exactly a rating to score +1 in such a field with.
Yeah, well, we kind of know that that Daniel is good at chess and also a very, very interesting theoretician. Seems to have ideas in pretty much every single opening, and they generally tend to be extremely exciting ideas as well. Not just I found a way to have a slight pool, in a dry end game somewhere. His ideas often involve being material down by move 10 or in some cases 5, which is very, very exciting to watch. And yeah, it has been pointed out to us by Fishmaster that black to move without pawns on a2 and f3 here is still a draw. which is a valid point, but Magnus, perhaps once again, I don't know how much that narrative plays in his head, but perhaps somewhat miffed that this is the game he has to play today, showing some analysis just to make a draw. He is seemingly very prepared to keep Wesley at the board and continue asking Wesley to make moves. Because it is definitely Wesley here that runs the, whatever it is, it's not high, but however big the chance of losing here is, it belongs solely to white.
Yeah. Wesley will make a draw, but why not? Yeah. Ask him questions. And also interesting that Wesley now pauses with his 2 hours and 9 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
Having reached this position.
And yeah, there's a question: why do they have over 2 hours? It's because they reached move 40 and they have been given their additional 50 minutes each. And why they made already 44 moves is basically, I think they both had the position.
They knew until
pretty much.
Guess
somewhere around here, they both clearly were still showing their home prep, and it's a reasonably forcing line which has gotten a lot of traffic recently. So not a surprise that they both actually prepared it. And yeah,
so we'll be thinking, why not G3, Wesley?
No, I think the biggest question, like if we want to start questioning things here, no, move 32.
Also here, King F4 can't be much worse. Even this.
No, but specifically move 32. Like, why wouldn't you take on G7 here? This is the one that kind of baffles me a little bit. Rook G7, Rook H5, Rook G4. Here, I think the game probably wouldn't have continued for very long. Just play A4 next move and start giving checks with the rook. Like, arguably white has the outsiderest of the outside passers.
Yeah. And there are the usual complaints. Elite chess, blitzing out 40 moves of theory. This doesn't happen much if you go through the games of this tournament. Yeah. And it's a bit of a Wesley soul thing as well, because more often than not at the highest level, if you just blitz out the main line of the computer, then the game will end in a draw. So most people are looking for ways to, deviate a bit and ask some questions on the way. But Magnus today is showing that, okay, if he's asked to do that, he can do that as well.
Yeah. And on the topic of why not Rook takes G7, I'm reminded. I remember I even messaged you specifically to ask that. Wesley himself won in the World Cup in 2019. He won a game against Vidit, which started off as a completely drawn 5 against 5 rook endgame, and then at some point Vidit did not make.
There was some chess culture thing. I forgot which move it was, but
Rook C4, Rook C4 attacking.
Crying to be played.
Yeah, and Wesley is, I think, very aware that even obviously not this endgame, but in general he has been on the benefiting side. No, what I mean is he's clearly benefited from people not making the most dead set draw there is in the position. And that game against Vidit I still remember because really I think after that game Vidit probably was left thinking how could this possibly have happened? This was just such a non-event up to move 35, and then suddenly it became a game, and he couldn't really adjust. But all that said, Wesley is not losing this. We are very very confident in predicting Wesley is not losing this. Yeah, this is a typical continuation in this line. White actually is, I think, actively interested in trading the dark squared bishop for a knight of some sort, which is something that Artemiev does instantly here. Otherwise, the bishop gets kind of stuck. And
why would White ever be better here? He's not, right?
no, he's not. But well, I mean, if you give White a lot of time, and let's say if we take the queens off and put the king on c2.
Not on d7.
No, but like talking about at least slightly probable hypotheticals. Like rook b8, rook a5 here, and we don't have to somehow we don't have to worry about the. Okay, probably time to give up on the bit, but king, even that we're probably not achieving very much. There is a weakness on b5, but attacking it in such a way that would force black to play b5 before is really not very realistic. If we could make black play b5 before and have a very nice outpost on c4 for our knights, I think we could arguably be slightly better.
Jorbs is saying those were some pretty impressive moves that Jan just played to get the queens off.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jorbs. Is that the spy killer?
The spire killer.
Spire killer?
Yes. He has destroyed many a spire.
What's the difference between spy and spire?
Well, one is a human being and the other is a building.
Spire is a building?
Well, in that context, yes, but also in general, also yes. It's the top of the spire. No, doesn't ring a bell.
No hablo inglés. Spire. How do you spell that?
I-R-E.
I-R-E. I thought, it's like a tower.
It is indeed like a tower.
Show me some spire pictures.
Yes.
I thought it's someone who aspires to be a spy.
Nope. Not a thing. Nobody aspires to be a spy anymore. There's no glamour in it.
I don't know, I hear that 006. He's still... This is the Warsaw Spire. Who knew? Well, probably most of you. So why would you kill them?
Well, not them, but they're all of their... It's the raid situation. You explained to me the movie Raid, right?
Yeah.
So basically it's the raid situation. There is this spire.
You fight your way through the whole spire?
Yeah, and you kill everything in it.
Wow, that sounds...
To get to the top, and then nothing happens
a
anyway.
worthy pursuit.
Yes.
All right. I'll check it out. Do you think I could have a future as a Spire streamer?
You could stream pretty much anything and people would watch. I think, the waves of self-loathing that would be sort of coming off the stream would be very, very attractive to the viewers.
But it's only a mix of hate and pity watching, and he might self-destruct. So you don't think I could become a good Spyra? Do you need good reflexes?
No, it's not an APM game. That's what attracts me to it.
It's a strategy game?
It's a strategy game. Yeah, it's
strategically kill everybody in the building?
Yes, very strategically.
Lorinda, I already made the aspiring joke. I can't do it again. I'm tempted to, but no more.
No mas. This is sharpening up nicely, though. What do we think about the structure change that Jordan went for?
I don't think Jordan knows the first thing about structures. That's why he plays all these pawn-grabbing, very sharp computer lines, and I was very worried for him when I saw the way this game was headed. As for the game, I have no idea. Jorbs is saying you have that raw sexual energy that a lot of streamers don't possess. That is not untrue. And if we...
As somebody who sits next to him for hours and hours on end, I can attest to that.
If we paired that with the spires, And we have something.
You're seeing the first glimpse of a glorious future of this partnership.
Note to self. Start world domination via Spire. Okay. Jordan, I don't know.
Well, it's
Speaking of raw sexual energy. So handsome.
so very handsome, in particular the hand, because you can't see anything else. But the hands, as we all know,
Handsome.
yeah, hands, as we all know, are, they can be used as a very good predictor of many things.
Gil's Corey saying, I'd watch Jan playing Slay the Spire, by the way. I'll get back to you. Once I have 0 viewers, I will contact Giles minus Corey.
That's underscore, that's not minus.
I was focused on the Giles because I said Gil's first and I thought Giles is probably not pronounced Gil's.
Giles is something else altogether, yeah. And Giles is the current England national coach, at least in parts.
Harry Giles?
No, Ashley Giles.
Oh, okay.
A completely different Giles altogether.
Ashley can be a boy?
Ashley is very much a boy.
Ah, like Ashley Young. Okay. Jordan, I know you hate talking about chess, but we have to.
We absolutely have
Stop
to.
changing the
Yeah, what to say about this position? I was wondering if we can play b5, but we probably shouldn't. There's really nothing wrong with just playing rook a1. I think, but like it's a weird one because normally if black changes the structure in this way, removing the pawn from d5, you want to start expanding in the center with e4. But here e4 you also give bishops additional scope. So I'm very torn on the evaluation of this change. I think Jordan just didn't like his position overall. I think this is why he went for this. I'm not sure he thinks this was a good improvement. This was a good change, but he just didn't fancy sitting still there for very long.
So what's your verdict? White slightly better, or I don't understand. What does white want? Because we don't want to go e4,
We don't.
d5.
No, we
don't wanna
might.
go-
No, I think we might actually
think
want to
E4,
go e4. Yeah. I'm scared I will get mated after f4, but
Yeah.
I also could maybe give mate after f4. Although no, not with rook on g8. Yeah, maybe I'm starting to think Jordan is correct, and in particular if we can, let's say, be in time to play something like b5, queen b7, a6 to just forget about the queen side. And then we can switch all of our attention to playing, I don't know, rook g6, rook cg8, and then let's start pushing.
Yeah, I'm confused. Also, it's somewhat interesting that white has to take risks in order to make progress. But then again, if white does nothing, at some point you get a5 anyway, so you don't want to wait around forever.
No, I think if nothing happens for the next 10 moves and black gets all of his stabilizing, strengthening moves in, black will be better. But it's a very big question. I think Anish will probably have other plans.
Also, was king h1 followed by king g1 what had to be done?
Well,
Obviously, things have changed, but
No, I think he lured. What he was doing there is mainly provoking something from Jordan more than anything else. Although I think both of those moves in, like if you take them separately, after queen into rook g8, on move 15, we can make an argument that.
Sorry, I zoomed out.
Yeah, somewhere here. Playing king h1 here after black played rook g8, I don't think is unreasonable because, well, f4 probably isn't.
Think about f4.
Yeah, f4 probably isn't a threat, but you just don't want. And also, there's really nothing on the long diagonal on the h1 a8 diagonal, and h1 right now appears to be a perfectly safe square. And then circumstances changed a great deal because Jordan did go for this very forcing sequence. And yeah, and now the king has to be moved because you obviously don't want to run into any of these tactics. So yeah, it does appear as if Anish lost to tempi 4, not very much, but both of them separately made sense at the time they were played.
I think Jordan is okay.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to lean towards Jordan just being completely fine.
Also after e4, not sure that's best, but I could ignore it,
Yeah,
right? I'm not sure
I
if
think
you're threatening anything.
Yeah, I think we're not obliged to react. That's a very good point. Yeah, we can continue making good moves and just saying, if you want the EF, please open more diagonals for my pieces.
I read a lot of complaining about this So Carlsen game. Come on, guys, they've entertained us. Not so. No, but for 13 rounds in a row, and we talk a lot about this Vike is dark and full of terrors. But if in the last round of a tournament where there's not that much to play for either player, they choose a theoretical line, I don't think we can be too harsh, can we?
No, I don't think
Also,
so.
they're still playing. It's 47 moves.
Yeah, but yeah, Wesley doing the right thing and
Wesley
just
knows how to draw this.
yeah, simplifying into what is really not a difficult endgame to draw. Although I think this is the endgame that Magnus once famously lost to Levon Aronian, but Magnus also famously, I think, is on the record saying this will not happen again because I was very unhappy about that, and I went back and actually studied all of these positions, and I can now either draw or win them in my sleep. I also lost it recently with the with white in the blitz game where I was holding it perfectly and then I allowed the pawn to get from f4 to f3 for no reason. But it was a blitz game on 2 seconds, so slightly more prone to stupid mistakes.
In other news, boring, should be drawn.
should be. I mean, is there any argument for black being slight? No, not really. No. And there was a discussion. About. I was wondering about that during one of the previous shows. What's the highest winning score in Vike? And somebody mentioned that Vishy once scored 9.5 out of 13, and that was enough for clear second.
Levon once had like 10.5 out of 12, then lost the last round.
Really, 10.5 out of 12?
I don't know. Could have been 9.
Clearly, and because we've been talking about this for a while, I would actually appreciate it if somebody could check Wiki and tell us, because it's a relevant bit of trivia. Fabi is on +6 with a position he's unlikely to win against Artemiev, but still a position that is, there's still some play left. It's very, very safe for white now. And this is what I meant when I said that it kind of matters which Artemiev shows up. When it's this Artemiev, you don't really fancy your winning chances, at least sort of from the word go. But he sometimes does outlandish stuff as well, although more with black than with white.
Chat is discussing veganism. Yeah, wasn't for me. But yeah, I've talked about my struggles with nutrition in the past, and Chat very helpfully tells us, don't forget to take your B12. Never. I take my B12 and D3 every morning, even not being a vegan. Are you heavily into supplementing?
Nope. I probably should be, but I am not. I do occasionally vitamin up, but there's no system to it. Sometimes I feel like it will make me feel better in the sense that I will feel that I have done something for myself, rather than it will make me feel better because I have actually taken something that is useful for me. And then I forget to take them, and that stops.
No 5 HTP against all these horrible moods?
Come on, why would I fight all these horrible moods? They are what defines me.
I'm still fighting. We should add the disclaimer. I'm not a doctor.
Yeah,
Peter has some medical background.
No.
Do not take our food supplementing advice without consulting your physician or guru.
Yes. And apparently Magnus decided not to do this any longer, and that game is over now. If a player refuses to trade rooks and king versus rook and king versus rook, is there anything his opponent can do apart from playing the full 50 moves? I'm pretty sure you can claim. I'm pretty sure you can actually call an arbiter and say, yeah, can we please stop this. A more interesting question, and something that actually happened to me once in a junior tournament, is what happens if you give a player mate on the board and he continues playing? And I was very confused for a second there when this happened to me. I had a game in some kind of a weird team junior tournament where I was completely lost out of the opening, and then I managed to swindle my opponent. And at some point I had a king on h6, and he had some passers running on the other side of the board. So I put one rook on the g file, and then I played rook c4, and he played a4. I played rook h4 mate, and he played a3. And at that point, I really did not know how I'm supposed to react, because like he's sitting there like he's 15-year-old and clearly knows the rules of chess and everything. But there it is, a4, a3, and what, like rook takes h6, but this is an illegal move. I know I cannot take the king. And eventually I did kind of snitch on him by calling the arbiter, and the game was declared finished. But it confused me for a second there. It wasn't something I was ready for.
Sorry, I zoomed out because fortunately everyone in the chat is a doctor, so we're getting a lot of sometimes contradicting advice. That's what's so hard about nutrition, no? There's so many opinions. It's very tough, but I'll keep fighting the nutrition study fight.
Yeah.
Draw. Magnus, he's a nutrition expert. He switched from orange juice to chocolate milk, and look what it's done to him in 2019.
I was going to. That's not actually where I was expecting this sentence to end, because chocolate milk is a very, very specific Vike reference. There is a lot of the way for those of you who have not perhaps been to Vike and haven't had the experience. There is a playing hall. There's a very large playing hall where there's a lot of open tournaments and so on. And then there is a bit of a barrier made from tables. And then the masters and challengers, they play like meters away from the open groups. But there is definitely you can watch, but you cannot cross. And these days there are monitors which show the games for everyone to see. And at the back of that room, sort of the way you get to the playing hall for the masters and the challengers, there's a small dressing room where you can hang your heavy overcoat, because you do need a heavy overcoat to traverse the 800 meters from the hotel to the playing hall. You will get very, very ill if you don't do that. And in that small dressing room, there are benches to. Some people even bring like proper shoes to change from the snowshoes that they've worn to get there. So there are benches to change, and there is a place to hang your coat. And there's also a fridge. And that fridge is basically always stocked almost exclusively with Chocomel, which is a Dutch brand of chocolate milk. And I thought where you're going with this was he switched from orange juice to chocolate milk, and look, he's no longer winning tournaments. But apparently that's not where you were headed.
No. So, do you prefer the Dutch Chocomel or the Norwegian Litago? I think both countries take a lot of pride in their chocolate milk.
I don't know if I've ever tried the Norwegian one. I drink Chocomel exclusively during Vike, never sort of outside of that particular setting, but quite a bit in Vike because it's there, and it's very tasty, and it's very difficult not to. I don't know how good the Norwegian one is.
I'm also being told that Q is better than Litago. I'm sure there's many different brands out there. So you are saying Dutch chocolate milk eats Norwegian chocolate milk for breakfast.
If I have to say that, I will say that. I would prefer not to, because it sounds vaguely ridiculous, but
no, okay.
Yeah, and Vichy, I was hoping to, like, when we discussed this position last, I was giving some active plans for black. And Vichy says, active plans? Why? I can just set this up and never really have to move anything anywhere. And your bishop on d3 will never actually get any play. And we will eventually realize the futility of our efforts. And
Can black ever be better? Not if he doesn't make an active move ever. Right?
No, I think once.
Draw. There we go.
Yeah, well played. Well played to both of them.
Vishy, really. He did well considering that it felt like he was done with the tournament. After losing to Corona, he actually won a game along the way. Finished on 50%, but yeah. That was heartbreaking for him, and I'm sure he doesn't mind going back to, I'm not sure where he's at, it's probably Chennai, where it's 30 degrees, sunshine.
Yeah. And
Is it 30 degrees sunshine? I made that up. I'm assuming it's
Prob-
the weather there.
Probably, yeah. I think in most cases it will be warm and sunshiny and nice. And it seems like a bit of a lull is on right now. So let's take a look at what's happening in the important challengers games.
Smates Varmadam. Varmadam Smates.
Yeah, this is a. Smate's actually kind of pushing the boundaries there a little bit. Yeah, with a 3c5.
Smates asking for trouble with the Queen B2. Very greedy player.
Yeah, c6 pawn is not that important, but the threat of knight takes e6 is very, very critical here. Black needs to do something about that. And this is not a position for the Karpovian king on d7, because rook b1, rook b7 check will just kill you straight away. So yeah, maybe. I don't think I like this for Smates very
This
much.
looks dangerous, Smates.
Looks tremendous. Like knight e7 is actually sort of the only move I can feel like I want to make here. But then I no longer really have any developed pieces apart from the queen on b2. But specifically, there was a question about the Ilyanov game, which apparently looks very over, but doesn't. Yeah, no. This is what we're talking about. Black just gets.
Scared. Checkmate.
And knight h5 is a clever move because it seems like after g6 it will have to go back, but in fact g6, queen g4. I don't think you have a very convincing way of maybe bishop c8 though. f5 I feel like also g6 bishop c2 is probably quite strong.
Yeah, I like that better.
Just invite black to take on h5 if he is brave. Or foolhardy, or both. Yeah, rook e3, rook g3, and yeah, this never ends well. Yeah, it feels like it just never really got started for Erwin, and he doesn't have to resign just yet, but he knows his position is bad here.
Feels horrible.
Yep.
Because you're like 50 tempi away from creating any counterplay. Usually at this point you already took on c4 and went knight c5. It's still dangerous, but
Yeah. No, it's just a very, very poor version of normal positions.
So he's in trouble. Shoria, stop blitzing out moves. It's a typical pawn structure.
Yeah, I saw that and I thought to myself, yeah, this is quite something. He stopped blitzing, but Smirnov actually never kind of started blitzing, so I don't think Surya is upset. In a position like this with black, you feel like you should start looking for forced wins. But yeah, something like bishop takes d6, which might be quite good actually, but you're also not obliged to do that at all. Bishop f3, knight f3, but there's no mate, and it feels like you've actually helped White a little bit by giving him an extra piece, which means that you now have to prove something. Just a3, bishop c5, and continue asking the question. Yes. Yeah. All right. So you
take all your stuff, please.
Yeah. All right. So you got a car. That don't impress me much. Yeah, if that knight gets developed to c6 and White doesn't give mate in the meantime, it's going to be bad.
Or even bishop f3. Yeah,
I guess the intention is to play bishop f4 because you really cannot afford to lose the e5 pawn. But yeah, this should be bad. I will at some point start considering gf6 to just start winning everything in the center, frankly. More 90s song, says Sleepy Mario. Well, I am old. Which songs did you expect me to quote, Sleepy Mario?
So is Shania Twain.
Yeah, well, in her case, it's, I think, a bit less obvious.
Are you a child of the 90s? Because I don't know any 80s stuff, because I'm a very young man, but you must have been exposed to some late 80s pop culture already, no? Or
No, I think
didn't reach you over there?
yes, but yeah, it's mainly just that we still were behind the curtain a little bit by that point, so not a lot of it was penetrating. But yeah, I'm very much the child of the early '90s and the radio of the early '90s, and that was basically my biggest musical influence until I met Mr. Max Notkin, who started teaching me things.
Yeah, for me. No, I'm not gonna make that jump. Sometimes, to control yourself. I want to, but no.
Very disappointing, because I honestly don't know where you were supposed to go with that.
Yeah, I'm not doing it.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Okay. Let's make some more of that psh sound. It's actually not that bad. I don't know why I asked you to mute it the first time. And I'm not gonna pour. I'm just gonna open the bottle.
So upsetting.
Yeah, holding it in holding it
Jordan
in
is doing fine.
is very, very difficult, and also arguably not healthy for you. That's what I heard.
I'll start coughing again soon. Ugh, you can't stop. You have to stop saying these things. In the 80s, not a lot of it was penetrating. Holding it is healthy for you. It's gonna break me. How can I not?
Well, I was giving you targets there.
I understand, but
Some of them actually sort of by design, frankly.
No. I'm aware of that, but it's so tough.
Why don't you cover Nodjerbek? Because we somehow did not get to his game yet. I don't know why. It's the other way. Nodjerbek is playing Sadovakasov. Yeah, that actually is very relevant for the standings. And yeah, he's a little bit better. And also, this is a type of position which Black just doesn't enjoy playing very much. How did she end up with this structure? She voluntarily took on c4 move 15, but already then it felt like she was slightly worse.
Bishop g4 I also wouldn't do, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a clever opening choice by Nodjerbek, just giving her something to think about as
There's
early
another
on.
move, no? Bishop d7.
Yeah, Bishop
e6.
d7. I also don't know why we've taken on d4 so early, but that's
No, like sort of clarifying an ed bishop g4. We're already happy. So
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
against that.
no, but that's sort of specifically my question. Why not Bishop g4 here?
Yeah, then dc5 for most.
Yeah, e6 and. But well, obviously, we're not going to go into an in-depth theory discussion in this position. It's not really that relevant. This position is gone. But then, yeah, she landed in the structure, in particular around move, let's say 14, 15, where it doesn't look horrible yet, but it definitely looks like strategically she's running a lot of risks. And like somewhere, this all looks kind of logical. I don't know about g6, bishop g7. I probably would prefer to develop it to e7 and then go for some a5, a4 counterplay.
I don't like the structure for black. We have
Yeah.
a lot of justifying to do.
Yeah, exactly. And here already it feels like white wants to play something along the lines of h3, rook ac1, eventually open the c file, put the rook on c7. It's going to be very unpleasant. So to some degree, I understand why this happened. At least you have immediate counterplay in the center somehow. But yeah, now you do have weaknesses, and Nodjerbek seemingly found a concrete way to continue here with f4, knight e4. Actually, the queen is in a lot of trouble. Queen b2 actually loses the queen to rook c2, rook a4, which is kind of funny. So the only move you can make is queen f5, and still, like f4 is a very committal choice by Nodjerbek. It's interesting that he thought he needed to. I would probably prefer not to weaken my king side here in that fashion. And this is why I sort of like dc4. It's a very, very weakening move in terms of your endgame prospects. But at least now there is something going on the king side that white needs to pay attention to. So I think it's a good practical decision. Am I missing something after queen f5? What's the intention here?
I don't know. Knight d6, rook d6.
Well played. Also, obviously, like you can create a threat of g4 with either h3 or queen e2, but black plays h5. Black is quite happily actually plays h5 in a position like this because, you know, gives you squares for the king, and you still need to prove that you have a way in.
All right.
And
So Nodebek, is that name common in Russia or is that an Uzbek exclusive?
no, I don't know about Uzbek exclusive, but it's not a Russian name. It is. I get my easts confused here. What would be the proper Central Asia is? Is that those the stands? They are Central Asia, right? In terms of
Yanistan is not, but
this is what he means. Maybe we're being informed by chat that maybe this is just very strong. E4 followed by e5 followed by f5. Maybe we just win material. This is quite clever. If we win material, we obviously approve. Although after rook d4, maybe we don't win material just yet. F5. No, it feels like this is also the way. If it doesn't win, it's also the way to completely destroy your advantage. So we'll be watching over it. But yeah, the Nozebek is definitely a local name.
But it must be a common name, no? They have two Nodebeks that are like top juniors.
Yeah, has to be reasonably.
What's the other one called? Jamuboyev? Sorry if I'm bungling that.
Yeah, I think so. And they both are. I've been hearing great things about both of those kids for a while, and in general, I think the
Jakuboyev, yeah. Sorry.
Yakuboyev, but
It's Yakuboyev.
Yakuboyev,
sorry.
yeah. Yeah, and I have some Uzbek friends who post on Facebook about the progress of the juniors, and
Kazim is saying, I made them, I prepared them, they owe everything to me. Those were his exact words.
Those were his exact. Yeah, I can get behind that. That is also not true for those of you who might be in doubt for some reason, but not that we care. No, we definitely care if you believe us or not, and this is why I'm telling you not to.
We care if you believe us or not. Please do not.
Yes, that is the overriding message of the day. But yeah, the Uzbeki juniors are very, very promising in general. Oh, the Kovalev-Vitugov game has also ended. We could have a...
Come on, boys.
So what is...
It's really going to be up to Jordan again?
This is now 4 out of 7?
4 draws out of 7. The sponsors, they all came to eat their afternoon soup and watch some exciting fighting chess. And now this.
No, but I think the soup is the more important part, and they will still get the soup, so...
Yeah, probably they won't have to wait for it, unless Anish once again decides to play for 8 hours.
We shall see. And in the Anish game, there's been some changes to the structure yet again. So we could maybe take a brief look.
Who are you rooting for, Anish or Jordan?
I think it would actually be kind of poignant if nobody finished on 50%. So I think for this specific reason, I'm Team Jordan today. This is
I'm rooting for a draw. I think that's the only way to keep the peace.
That is a factually true statement. I'm not sure I like what Jordan has done, though. I think a5 was a little bit too blasé about things, right? Because how do you reply to ef5 now? ef knight d5, knight f6, kind of also knight e5, but starting with knight d5, knight f6 worries me. as well. Yeah, now we probably do play knight e5, bishop b6, knight f4. Maybe it's not that horrible. Maybe I just completely missed queen d8, to be honest.
Knight's jump, but oh yeah. So,
Yeah, and then Anish goes ba and says, "I am now a pawn up, you noob," or some such.
he does call Jordan a noob a lot. True story.
Somehow sounded like a possible way for Anish to address.
It's a very Anish word, noob. Often spelled N-E-W-B.
That is not a prescribed spelling for that word. The prescribed spelling, of course, is N-double-O. No, I mean 00, yeah, and then B.
Understood, but maybe it's next level stuff. To spell it N-E-W.
Yep. So I've been looking at this. Is there a way to just go completely hardcore and play AB bishop takes b4 and say I am not frightened? I ain't afraid of no checks.
AB? Maybe that's what he wants.
Yeah.
Because it would be strange to allow all this jumping.
Yeah, he took on b4. That doesn't necessarily mean that he wants to take on b4 with the bishop as well, but it's sort of indicated because otherwise you probably don't open the a file for the rook on a1. So what happens after bishop takes b4? The two most obvious replies are queen e5 and knight e5, but queen e5 rook g7 I was worried at first, but now I think it might actually play into black's hands because f6 rook g6 is like nothing at all, at least at first glance. And you also stop yourself from going knight e5 by playing queen e5 check, which is a move I think you would badly want to make. And then I was scared about knight e5, but knight e5, even bishop takes c3 actually is a move. Yeah, knight f7 is just one check. Curiouser and curiouser. What is Anish planning?
What's the plan here? Could also be that he did not have much choice. You don't want to play passively here, I'm guessing. Like, what's the alternative? Rook AB1?
Yeah, there's definitely an argument to be made for not giving up your entire queen side before you've actually developed any threats worth the name. But yeah, it does feel like this is the one game providing us with. It's very fitting that
As
this
we mentioned.
Yeah, this is the game we build as the most important clash of the round, and in a shocking turn of events, it actually is, which is quite nice to see.
And we're being told that noob spelled with EW just refers to a beginner. Noob with two O's or zeros is worse, refers to an untalented hack.
That is true. Now that I look at this. Yeah, or as the famous blending in with the Russians video spells it, noop with a P on the end.
What's that about?
That's a really, really famous video of somebody playing Dota 2 with Russians on and recording the entire conversation they have over the headphones, and then posting it unedited. It is extremely funny for people who actually speak Russian. It's probably funny even if you don't speak Russian, but for people who actually speak Russian, it is one of the best things ever.
I speak pretty good Russian. Back to par.
You would actually understand probably some bits of that video.
Dota 2, that means defense of the ancient? Mm-hmm. Why do they need defending? Aren't they dead? What's the premise?
I don't play Dota, so don't ask me. I'm really not well versed in the lore of that game.
I don't play Dota 2.
Is it
Suppose Nepomniachtchi was a great Dota 2 player, no?
Yeah, yeah. And Derhenka says, "Is it worth learning Russian for?" Probably not. It's only 4 minutes long, and you do get subtitles, so you can probably do away with the whole "let's learn Russian" for this idea.
Do you think Fabi learned Russian like Fischer to be able to read Russian chess books?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Yeah, not to my knowledge either. But I think he has people in his inner circle that can read Russian.
Exactly. Also, that was all before the informant science, and after that revolutionary idea has been brought in, the necessity of learning a foreign language to study chess literature has been at least decreased somewhat.
Yeah, especially if you speak the common tongue, you're probably good. If you don't speak English, it might still be
Yeah,
a bit of an issue.
I think learning English is a good thing in general, and it is very, very beneficial for your chess education. There is just so much very, very good stuff being published right now that would still require you to speak the common tongue. We're being told that David Anton drew, which means that the
Does that mean he wins the tournament? According to our tiebreak info, that probably means he qualifies for the Masters. So probably congratulations.
But sort of tentative congratulations for now, because there was also a mention that the fact that Abdusatorov lost to Smeets, I think, may have changed the Berger situation a little bit, because Smeets is, well, I mean, losing to somebody who is not doing too well in the tournament generally helps your Berger quite a bit. And Elyanov actually went for a different version of the same sacrifice, which is quite striking. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. So you're saying Beck's Berger is good?
Yeah, it may have been improved by the fact that he lost to somebody who is somewhat lower positioned in the tournament. He still needs to beat Dinara, but Dinara has been having a proper nightmare for Vastvager. Basically, she started okay, and then it went sharply downhill. And by this point, she probably just wants for the tournament to be over. And it's not a pleasant position to defend in any case.
Hang on, we're getting important health-related messages. Can you tell them, Mr. Dodgy, I'm a trained physician, and Mr. Svidler, where's this going? Has lost too much rating for being due to age? So you're worried that Peter is sick, or what's going on? I'm confused, but Mr. Dodgy wouldn't have told us if it wasn't important.
It is, yeah. I am now. Do I need to start writing wills and things? I'm very confused and also extremely alarmed. What exactly is being?
Be more constructive with your feedback.
Yes.
He's just passing on advice from a doctor.
Yeah. For what advice? It's not advice. It's just a statement of fact that I have become horrible at chess, and probably just horrible at chess, not just old.
First of all, you're still great at chess. Secondly, you are incredibly old. Why can't it be because of age?
Exactly. Yeah. We do not understand. Please be more elaborate. Way more elaborate. And Dodgy will convey your elaborateness to us.
Take enough B vitamins. I told you that, but there was a lot of pushback in the chat from all the doctors.
Yeah.
You're like Eminem. He doesn't need help from D12. You don't need help from B12.
No, I need all the help I can get. I'm just declining to take it when it is suggested to me, or perhaps even put in front of me in the form of easily ingestible pills. Also, too much rating? Is it time for me to suddenly pretend I'm upset by this comment? And I've only really lost like 40 points off the peak rating I ever had. It's a lot, but like, is it time for unsolicited medical advice a lot, or not just yet, is my question.
I don't know. I think if he's a doctor, he's a doctor.
That is.
And Snoozy also correctly points out that D12 as chess seconds would be interesting. Fair enough.
Yeah, this is a mess though. The one we have on the screen right now. It feels like Vincent should be doing well, but it's a very concrete position. Bishop G4, Rook G1 is a bit scary, but maybe you can just play Queen E6 and say, scary, what's scary? I eat scary for breakfast and some such.
I think one of Neil's great skills, other than his unmatched sleeping and cooking abilities, is that he's never afraid to expose his king. He doesn't care. He's very, very unafraid and a good calculator. He does not need any king shelter. Another great skill he has, of course, is he hates warm weather. So Vike is perfect for him. He feeds on the rain and he only becomes stronger every round. Which is why I'm a bit surprised that he hasn't done so well in this Challengers group. He has like +1. I thought he was one of the big favorites to go all the way.
Yep. And we would have liked to see that, him being a friend of the show and all, but maybe the sleeping and the hours and hours spent on the phone to his girlfriend are more of his superpowers than thriving in the cold weather.
Wow, shots fired.
We have to explain him not crushing somehow. And
Niels, what went wrong?
And you basically, you've given us the 4 defining characteristics, which are eat, sleep, cook, repeat, basically, and also some talking with the girlfriend.
Yeah,
And
unless you're home, then you can talk to the girlfriend while cooking. That's the
advantage,
best
obviously.
situation.
Yes, and since a person does need to eat and sleep and arguably even cook.
But not every person needs to sleep 12 hours.
Well, some persons would very much, would dearly love to sleep 12 hours at least once in a while, but are never given the opportunity.
Do you have sleep tracking apps?
Well, I have a Fitbit which tells me less than preferred amount of sleep, horrible quality. It tells me that in the morning.
Yeah, my thing is never very happy with me. Let's see what it says. Sleeping 5 hours 57. Quality 4 hours 10. Overall state of things 2 stars out of 5.
Yeah, that's no mine.
F you app.
Mine doesn't. Mine
Stupid watch.
Yeah, yours actually has a large screen and it can fit a lot of like seemingly objective data.
Objective 2 stars out of 5.
Yeah, but mine it doesn't do stars necessarily. It just tells you it uses words, which is even more painful somehow. It says less than preferred amount of sleep, poor quality, or horrible quality. I don't think I've ever seen, but poor quality I see all the time. And also it has this extremely annoying. I've actually complained about this to people. Like I do a full 1 hour workout.
Brag.
And then it does tell me, okay, you're now done for the day. You're at like 125% of prescribed activity for the day. But then you enter the workout. You look at the workout in the diary, like on a large computer screen, and it basically by my standards, it was a good workout. And it says basic training. It says like not even steady state training. It just says basic training. keeps calling me basic all the time, and I understand it's true, but it's still very, very upsetting from a device that was given to me for my birthday. It was supposed to bring me joy and things, and it just it's very, very harsh to me constantly.
I hear ya. But what can you do?
Well, not be basic probably would be a good start, but how? Be more constructive with your disses, watch.
Oh, did I destroy Mr. Dodgy keyboard? Boom! Objective 2 stars out of 5 just cost me a keyboard. Do you spill stuff over it? What happened? We need more details, like on Peter's health. Physician watching, now that you know about Peter's sleep habits, about his workout habits, what's your advice?
Yeah. Please tell us more. And yeah, Pavel is not here to mess with spiders, clearly. G6 F4 and then F5 G4 blitzed out by Pavel. Yeah, that's some impressive bits of hacking here going on. And Jordan is a pawn down instead of being a pawn up. Why Jordan?
He likes bishops.
Well, I'm kind of joking here because b4 is hanging, rook c8 is a huge threat, d4 is arguably also hanging. I quite like Jordan's position, actually.
That's Jordan's religion, Church of Two Bishops. There was a question earlier that if Tivyakov was the trainer of Jordan and Lucas Van Foreys, they're all based in Groningen, and I believe Tivyakov has worked with them a lot in the past. I'm not sure if currently he's working that much with Jordan, but clearly he's taught them a lot about chess and has been a steady presence in the Van Foreys household, from what I heard.
And Beta29 says Lemmy is better now. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I think this is a kind of a position where you probably need to acquire proper depth if you're looking at it with engines to have a clear picture, and B, objective assessment might not be all that relevant because you have to calculate very precisely, and human factor might be important here. Although I mean the plan for black should be playing knight f6, I would say, as early as possible to just block all of this stuff in. I'm kind of worried bishop takes b4 will still give white an advantage, but yeah, he played knight f6 instantly.
The chess culture move. Don't let these boys get any further. I like it.
Yeah. It is interesting that Pavel allowed this. F4 seemed like, of all the ways to leave the knight on h5 unprise, F4 did not seem like the most obvious one. It's still a mess, and we aren't even obliged to take on f6 straight away. But black will play bishop c8 next move. Black has waiting moves which don't involve removing the knight from f6. So yeah, this is now very much a fight. EF bishop f6 rook e5 maybe.
How
continuing to
will not be taken.
Yeah, showcase. Yeah. And Beast also suggesting this exact same line. I think it's interesting. I think it also is very much in keeping with how Pavel has been playing the game so far. Very, very probable to be his choice.
Arvin Pro is talking to that rook. Listen to me very carefully. You will not be taken. Where were we? Dangermore is asking about the burrito situation. Yeah, I got it all under control. I have all this modern technology. It's arriving in 8 minutes. There's also a question. Mr. Dodgy is saying, I do believe Jordan met Tivyakov on a train. Did I tell stories on air about Jordan meeting strangers at bus stops? I would think that I would not share these stories on the air. Yeah, so I'm not sure I get that reference.
And Galactic with...
But he does meet a lot of strangers at bus.
And Galactic with the question, what's the difference between Tivyakov and Taimanov? That's very racist. Yeah, probably playing f5 95 is a bit curious, but I guess it doesn't really change the fact that white never gets anywhere near creating pressure against the e6 pawn. Bishop f6, king h7, and yeah, just play. I also don't know if Fabi ever generates anything here to start hoping to be better, but queen a2 a6, and like my whole speech about the queen's off scenario is not as unlikely as all that. I think queen a2 a6 is a very logical way for white to continue here if black doesn't actually threaten anything in the next couple of moves. Calvin Amari says, health advice for Peter. An apple a day, if well aimed, keeps the doctor away. That is very true, and I will take this advice to heart.
So you throw the apple at the doctor?
Pretty much that is the implication. I would say, yeah.
Auf der Hood is saying, of course, when Jordan was in Hamburg and showed up 3 hours late, completely hungover. What was that? He prefaced it with, "This is a funny story," and then he met Tivyakov on a train. He is really very, very social when he's traveling.
I may have compared his storytelling skills to someone else, says Mr. Dodgy.
Jordan told it.
So you do this to me now, yeah? You give me all this Dr. Burn on my rating going downhill, and then you also make subtweets about my storytelling.
I appreciate chat. I did not manage to break Peter in these 13 days. So thanks for the help. Together we can do it.
Yeah,
We are one.
We are the world. We are also the people.
The children.
And also the children, yes. Probably the children more than the people, because me being able to quote song lyrics is not a thing apparently.
No one cares. No one sympathizes.
Yes. No one cares, Peter. The game. The game. The game. In a nice throwback to something that happened earlier on this show. But does not be happening all that much anymore, even though I think yesterday and to some degree also today, that comment wouldn't have been entirely out of place.
Well, yesterday during the Giriant game?
Yeah.
Today we're all over the place, but so are the players. They're in a festive mood already. The tournament has been won by Fabian Caruana. We've seen 4 more or less quick draws. And the 2 games that will keep us entertained are Artemiev Caruana, Giri van Forest, and the one we've been sort of ignoring, Yu Yang-yi versus Jeffrey Zhong.
Yeah, I thought what
Yeah, that's 3.
Yeah, what Yuengi was doing there was some kind of a draw for, but it is, well, anything.
The doctor says, could you tell them I really didn't mean to offend anyone? No one was offended, except Peter maybe.
Yeah. You speak for yourself there. I'll be back in a moment.
Oh, hang on, you can't leave because the food is here. We both leave. We're kind of back, but not as back as Norde back, because the food is here and it shall be eaten. So what we will do is go on more break. Maybe we should, since we just come from a break, briefly go through. Oh, don't kick the food.
I didn't keep the food. The food is safe. Well, the food is not safe for long, but it is safe for now.
All right, show food first.
Yeah. This will now become a baby stream where we'll put the cameras straight on the food and just mute the mic, and you will see us take the food out of the camera and presumably put it into our mouth. Not, but yeah.
All right. So in the top group, we have 4 draws. We have Wesley So versus Magnus Carlsen. Bit of a theory debate, but frankly a line where can be quiet. Kovalyov against Vichigov. Both seemed fine with the tournament being over. As probably were Jan Krzysztof, who played an interesting tournament but lost yesterday to Caruana, ending his long streak of unbeaten games. And Vishy Anand also got his heart broken by Fabi. Such a heartbreaker. He might look harmless, but he's really not. And
Why can't I say sacrosanct? Okay. That was very upsetting. Anyway, there was a very interesting opening contest, but Dubov, as usual, seems to know what he's doing, and then they went home. Is that a fair description of this game?
Dubov knows the way.
Dubov knows the way, and
Lay down. Oh,
and
no.
somewhat stunningly, he ends up probably being more satisfied with his tournament than Ali Reza, who started off by leading the tournament before the second rest day and setting the world on fire in the first half. But he ends up on 50% and Dubov on a very solid +1, and yeah, not what looked probable some way through the tournament, but.
That means that we have 3 games still going in this top group. Caruana could add to his already pretty sick score if he won this game. Unlikely, but stranger things have happened. We have the entertainment of the day, of course, is the potential Dutch on Dutch crime between Anish Giri and Jorn van Foreest, which is also a very interesting position. We might eventually talk about it. And one game we've ignored so far, where now an exchange has been sacrificed between Yu Yangyi and Jeffrey Zhong. Full compensation?
Decent compensation, but probably not full compensation. No, I think especially if the rooks get traded on the B file, White will just start pushing with F4 and E5, and I don't think the A pawn really gets rolling. I think White has definite winning chances. So it seems like Yu Yangyi did not really get the memo. And is actually interested in winning one game in this tournament.
Why not? We're interested in eating 14 burritos in this tournament, so we will add one more to that count right now. In the meantime, last day today to cash in on the 30% off premium code Tata 2020 also allows you to be grandfathered in should them Chess24 people raise the prices, which will happen soon. So do that, and if you're not convinced yet, here are some fantastic ads to talk you into it for both Chess24 and Jan's, from independent sources, fantastic Chessable series. Some people have given it 3.5 stars out of 5, saying great content, great novelties. Cannot say H3, 3.5 stars. There you go. e5. It's e5 patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1e4 based on 1e5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 knight f6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe e4 doesn't exist after all.
e5. It's e5 patzers.
A question on Twitter from Damas. I should not have pronounced that. That was a bit of a trap, yeah?
For those of you who are new to chess, it might look like ba3 is an illegal move here because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's a little something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2, and now try, because could I do it?
I'm sorry. This is too funny for words.
This is a software glitch? I'm pretty sure there's not a lot.
Lawrence. Hello, Lawrence. Yeah, I'll play 4 against Lawrence. And now he's going to play something against me which we discussed at length during the course of my stay. Yeah, he told me this is excellent. d5, this was what I was kind of hoping for, because now I think e5 is quite strong. No, Lawrence, this is not how chess works. Sadly, it would be much, much more fun if chess actually worked like this. But I don't think it does. Or maybe it does. Well, that's me regretting what I just said. How did I get from there to here is a little bit beyond me. And what's worse, I will never hear the end of it. My quality of life has just gone downhill tremendously because I'm actually sharing the office with the guy.
Grischuk once described Josef Dorfman's method as clearly the best educational book about chess. It's now available as a 9-hour video series at Chess24.
What happened in this game? My opponent played like everybody, he attacked the center. And now e4. This I played many times against Polgayev, against Adrian.
Welcome back. This was eventful, but it is now over, and we are back to discussing our 3 remaining positions in the Masters, and also some exciting action and challenges. So let's do a Masters roundup. As I was saying, hang on a second, I lost that. I think this position should be quite a bit better for the Chinese player. Even the immediate e4, e5 actually comes to mind. You need to start opening things up in the center, and Jeffrey is not defenseless in some kind of a position like this. I don't know why I took on b1, but just sort of for clarity's sake, as usual. But it should still be quite unpleasant for black to play some position like this, because eventually white will start creating threats maybe against the d6 pawn, and let's say the queen gets to f4, and it becomes instantly very awkward for black to deal with. And if you imagine the same position without the pawns on d6 and d5, black is more or less completely lost, because the knight will get shifted away from c5, and then the a6 pawn falls, and so on. So yeah, seems like Jeffrey Chong is in some trouble here. I wouldn't call this lost, but it's not very enjoyable for black. In the Artemiev Caruana game, Artemiev went for an interesting change of structure here. After h3, h5, he just doubled his own pawns voluntarily. I've seen some comments in chat to the effect of black should have played h5, h4 here, but I guess Fabi is not entirely convinced which structures he should be aiming for, and it's very difficult to call a move like bishop f6 a mistake, because, you know, bishop on the long diagonal is extremely logical here. You have a beautiful outpost on d4 for it.
Fabi blundered?
No, but people were suggesting that h4 is even stronger here than bishop f6, but I think, once again, it's just very difficult not to play bishop f6. Rook e1, king f7, knight e2, and Siesta says knight e2 was my first instinct too, but computer thinks it's awful. Awful is a strong word to use here. It is by far the most obvious move. You want to play knight f4, and actually stopping it requires, well, either g5 from black, which is not an easy move to commit to, or e5 is not a legal move, but also even if it was legal, it's not something you want to be doing with black here. You don't want to cut off your own bishop's control over the long diagonal by doing that.
Why not g5 though? Don't we have to stop this knight f4 business?
Yeah, g5 is not unplayable, sure. Bless you. g5 is definitely still playable, but it's a very committal move, and Oberschlum says SS is still demanding h4 now with minus 088. I'm guessing the tactical justification, no, that doesn't work. Maybe it does. The tactical justification could be knight f4, c4, dc4, hg, and I was worried c5 will just win, but after c5, gf check, king takes f2, queen takes c5, this is all done with checks, so white never gets the time to play queen takes e6, knight g6 mate. Although this might end up being somehow drawn, but probably actually not. The pawn on b2 falls, and we are in trouble. And on more general grounds, I think playing h3, h4 here, I could definitely see why that would be something that white needed to do. Just to never have to calculate h5, h4. And yeah, h4 does appear critical here for Fabi. And of course, the main event is this position. The position in the game between Anish and Jordan. We left it somewhere here. I said I liked black position, but Anish found a very concrete way to respond here. He went queen e3, rook c8, and now knight e5. If black takes everything, I think he is much worse after rook takes f7. It's just a very risky endgame. And he did already take on e5. This might not be a lot of fun for Jordan, frankly.
Why is this so bad? Let me change the picture.
Well, so bad, maybe not all that bad, but rook e3, even rook b5. There's also rook a7, which kind of annoys me, because I would not want to suddenly get mated here, and with the knight d5, knight f6 to come, this could, yeah, now let's say knight d5 after bishop f5. It's scary-ish. I understand the computer will probably figure out a way to deal with it, but it's scary-ish. So I think maybe rook takes e5 is not entirely forced. I think maybe you can make an argument in the current position they have. Queens are already off, but rook e5 hasn't been played yet. Maybe you can find some kind of a clever waiting move here, because knight takes b5, rook takes e5 is maybe something that black is not that scared of. But it's just very difficult to name a good waiting. Well, not waiting, you obviously don't want to give up on f7, so... yeah, bishop h5, and this is what he plays, yeah. This is exactly what Jordan feels he has to do. But I'm starting to be a little bit scared for him here, because...
Why?
Rook a5, rook e5, e4. Maybe bishop g6 is fine. But sort of on general grounds, if we get to this endgame, let's say I just simply take on b5. There's rook b8 there. Rook b8 is very important. No, not here. I mean, I meant actually in the position we're discussing. e4, bishop g6. If after rook b5, knight b5, you had to take on e4. And I would play knight c3 back. I think this is very far from a draw. Like, you might make it eventually, but it's not going to be that much fun defending this position for black. But there is a very important detail that the pawn on b4 doesn't actually survive after knight b5, rook b8. And this is obviously the one that black wants to take. Nobody really cares about the e4 pawn, but taking the b4 pawn off the board, that is important. But yeah, I don't know. Overall, it feels to me like Jordan is now running a significant strategic risk. Maybe immediately e4. Rook e5, rook f5. But here I feel he probably takes, goes something like rook d8, rook d3, and says, I have enough counterplay. I don't think you can defend this position passively, but I think defending it, f6, h6 doesn't really give white very much. Yeah, Jordan will have to be precise. Good thing for him is that he does have almost 20 minutes for the remaining 11 moves, so he's at least keeping the clock under control, and the position has been simplified a great deal. Yeah,
Knight b5 plate.
Yeah, Anish just instantly takes on b5 after rook e5.
You want some knight d6?
Maybe knight d6. Yeah, maybe Anish just took a very practical decision. Sorry, to go for something like this, and. Rook e3, knight c4, there is a long road ahead if you don't pick this guy up. But maybe rook e4 actually picks this guy up. Then it should be a draw. What about knight f7 instead of knight takes c4 there? How easy will it be to make a draw in, I assume, a rook endgame? Because king g7, knight g6, I'm scared. Or rook a7, yeah, rook a7 probably even stronger. Yeah. Probably is a draw of some sort, but it's not a comfortable one for black, right?
No, there's one I'm worried.
Yeah.
How is it a draw? Could just be bad, no? Rook a7.
Yeah, could easily be. The more I look at this, rook a7 is just such a concrete, huge threat here that. Yeah.
So, what's the plan, Mr. Jordan? Rook b8, knight d6, rook b4. I guess we also take.
Yeah, there's also
Four
rook.
pawns.
There's also rook c1, which might be a useful intermediary move here, because I thought even a. I'm not worried about bishop e2, rook f7. So.
Yeah.
No, this is not going to be It's quite clear that the Danish outcalculated, perhaps, is what happened here, but just outsmarted Jordan a little bit in this forcing sequence, and
Knight d6 on the board, and yeah, Jordan is suffering. Sachin Roy is saying Fabi could raise to huge scores in the candidates, particularly. Not sure, but there is a case to be made for this candidates, at least on paper, being slightly softer than the ones we've seen in years past, right? At least just going by rating, because
Well, it's still basically the top 10 with the one exclusion being Alexeyenko, who is, I think it's possible to make an argument that he is slightly underrated. I'm not sure.
well, Wang Hao, okay, now he put on a lot of rating. He's up to number 12 in the world, but those are unprecedented heights for him. But it's true, yeah. I thought actually of Wang Hao being low rated. He's really not. He's 2,763 already.
Yeah.
And yeah, Rajabov doesn't play much, but is 2,765. Not exactly a soft spot either. Yeah, maybe my rating argument doesn't hold much water, except for Alexeyenko.
Yeah, Alexeyenko is clearly going to be an outlier there, and he's not having a particularly fun time in Jib up until that moment. So yeah,
Do I need some help?
yeah, we shall endeavor to see what we can do about that. But I don't think ever any candidates field in recent history can be called soft. And like 2014, I thought, like, comparing 2013 and 2014, I felt like 13 was a lot tougher than 14, but in the ones I played, for instance. But they end up being incredibly tough regardless. And yeah, there's some suggestion in chat by one of our moderators about hanky-panky involving the 3 Russian players, which honestly I do find more than a little unsettling, because when exactly was the last time anyone has seen any of that behavior at all? I mean, since Curacao 1962, do we actually know of any examples of any kind of soft play or team play by the Russian players and the candidates? I'd be very interested to hear about it. I played in some of them. I am Russian.
Yeah, the last time that conversation came up was when the 2 Chinese players faced each other in
Yeah.
the semifinals of the World Cup.
We do have a very
And
recent
with
example.
Ding Liren losing to Yu Yangyi, they could have guaranteed that both Chinese make the candidates. Instead, Ding Liren won a closely contested match. The Chinese ended up having 2 players in the field in Wang Hao. That shows the way these things are handled at top-level chess.
Yeah, and
Also, I find it offensive to the players. Like, you guys know Grishuk, you know Nepomniachtchi,
No, for
maybe you
me-
don't know Kirill Alexeyenko, but
for me,
it's the players that are playing.
For me personally, it's even more upsetting because I've been around these guys. I mean, I've only really been reasonably close to Kirill for a year, but Grishuk is a lifelong friend of mine, and Jan is a friend as well. And for me, the suggestion that they will somehow conspire to choose one of them as a candidate to play Carlsen. First of all, like considering the size of the egos in question, like why would Jan be interested? Like, the suggestion I think I've seen in chat was that it gets somehow thrown to Grishuk. I would like to float that idea to Jan and see what he thinks about that. Like, hello, Mr. Nepomniachtchi, we would like you to not actually try to qualify this year, because we think that Grishuk is a favorite son and he deserves his shot. That will go less well than you think it would, and you probably don't think it will go well in the first place. Please don't. It's really not something that happens, and yeah.
There's also, as Lorinda points out, the thing that usually people from the same country play each other in the early rounds to even avoid any suspicion if they face each other in the late rounds. But other than Azeris making quick draws against each other, we really haven't had that issue for a while, no?
Yeah, that exists, but that's slightly different in a way that, like, the suggestion there very specifically was was that games might be thrown to one of the three players, and upsetting.
You upset Peter again. I know we're trying to break him, but let's break him in a kind of way, like Chinese water torture.
Yep. Yeah, and even the Curacao example wasn't actually people losing to each other. They were just giving themselves a much easier tournament by playing not the full 28 rounds. So even there, and that is a good point made by a number of people in chat, that even there the argument doesn't really hold water. Smates just got mated. I see on my screen. So Max Warmerdam ends the tournament by beating two very strong players who were actually doing quite well in the tournament.
Okay, but Smates is Dutch too. This is just them conspiring to get Max more points. No, that's a bit sad for my old friend Jan Smates, who started well in his first tournament since 2013, ever since he started this pursuit of becoming a mogul. Because I think he ran out of steam a bit in the end, no? Like, I don't recall his score is like 50% -1. But...
Yeah, felt like he got tired towards the end, and the quality dropped off a little bit, because he was rock solid in the beginning and won some very nice games as well.
Sorry, looking up the cross table.
Yeah, he will actually
challenges,
finish on -1, which is going to be disappointing for him. He played a solid tournament for the majority of it, but
And he scored -1 in the Masters in the past.
yeah, that's not going to be something that he enjoys a great deal.
Then again, first tournament since 2013. He's a fairly pragmatic, realistic guy. So I don't think he's going to be beating himself up that much.
Sure.
But it's a sad end.
Yeah, and in the two games that are relevant for our qualification conversation, the Abdusatorov Salvakasova game appears to be favoring the Uzbeki youngster, although Black has arguably made some progress. If you start trading your queenside pawns here, maybe your position is not that horrible. Although, I mean, the pawn on c6 is hanging. Maybe it's just sort of falling apart tactically somehow. Maybe after AB there is no way to hold the pawn on c6 in a way that we would like. But that doesn't strike me as immediately obvious. Still a mess. He goes rook takes c6 instantly. Yeah, that might be the explanation. So rook c6. Although, hang on a second. BA. Rook c6. Rook c6. And queen takes f2, but also there's no queen f2, queen b3 though. a2 also probably queen b3 is mate, right? Yeah, white always gives mate here. Does not quite work. There's knight g4 or queen f8 probably also good, but knight g4 is mate in 2, so slightly more efficient. Yeah, all that. Okay, so after rook c6, what else do we have? Do we have a better option? There's a cute option of playing BA, rook queen b queen takes, and a2 here. Cute, but probably not good enough. If all else fails, I suppose queen takes d6 is still much better / winning for white, right? ed rook a2, and yeah, these positions don't hold generally. Rook a7 is too much of a threat.
Yep. So Nordebek probably
seems to be better, and also has a very pleasant advantage on the clock here.
Oops, sorry. And if he does win, he matches Anton's point total.
Let me just take a look at this briefly. No, Anton wins the Sonneberg Burger very comfortably by beating Elianov and beating Grandelius. Yeah,
Yep.
I don't think it's close. Actually, it is Anton who lost to the number 12 in the cross table, which is very, very beneficial to him. Yeah, doesn't look close. I cannot run the numbers right now, but my experience of kind of gauging how Sonnenberg Burger looks.
No, I've also been told to tie-breaks favor.
Yep.
So, most likely, next year, we will see David Anton, who can be seen a lot on the Spanish Chess24 streams. Actually, he's the flatmate of our Spanish director, David Martinez, who also is his coach. So, great success there for the Spaniards. I'm sure their partying was a bit of a shaky finish, but he dominated the first 11 rounds, which matters too.
And yeah, he got it done in the end, and that's really what was the important part.
All right, Jordan, are you going to lose? Quo vadis?
Well, he did go for the line we were discussing, and knight f7 looks very, very scary here.
Knight f7 played, yep.
Yeah, I don't really like either of the options available to Jordan now. I think it is possible he is just much worse. Not only that he will not be enjoying this position, because it's pretty certain that his position was better before, but just might not be a way out for him anymore. I thought the rook endgame was manageable, but there's just so little you can do about rook a7 here.
Beast tells us takes in rook d8.
With the intention of rook a7, rook e2 or something? And then stay in the corner? Yeah, something like this might hold, yeah. Because I would like to go like rook g7, rook h8, rook takes d8, but with the rook on e2, the c-pawn probably just queens, and he will lose with white, which is not something we want to do. He needs to spot that, though. Although that actually is I think it's possible to arrive at that conclusion.
If nothing else works, you try that. You don't know if it's a draw or not.
Yeah. I think it's possible to go rook d8, and after rook a7, you, like, if the king is on h3, you lose. You pretty much know that if the king gets to h3, you lose.
So what of the king?
If we start with king g2, this is a bigger question.
Bishop f7 played.
No, Sonnenberger is the third tiebreaker after, well, second tiebreaker. Points scored, direct encounter, and then the SB. Down to 10 minutes for 8 moves, but once again, I think it's very easy to just flat out dismiss some of the options you have here, which should make your choices easier. Yeah, that doesn't help. It just loses you a tempo. Something like rook c8 would have been definitely a move to consider, but I have a feeling, yeah, you lose here after c3. White can now actually do the thing I mentioned, rook g7, rook h8, rook c8. That as well, yeah. But yeah, that probably is a bit cleaner actually, because we
king.
Yeah, we end up with the king further away from the action. Yeah. Yep. So what happens after rook d8, king g2? And also I was about to say that. Shouldn't we start with rook e2? And this is what Jordan does. At first glance, I like. I think this is smart. I think this is smart, yeah. This could be actually, the machine could very easily just dislike it horribly for some reason, but...
One thing I notice about Dutch chess players, they have good rook ending culture, which we don't have in Germany. Maybe they study them. But generally the approach is kind of similar, theoretical, and each man for himself, but they are all pretty good at rook endings. The Germans are not.
But here, rook c7 worries me. Maybe just go rook c2. and stand like this.
The Bowtie Club, very concerned, is saying, no trivia today, double question mark. Trivia is the same time as every day, 4 p.m. So stay tuned. Go premium if you haven't yet. Code Tata 2020 to participate. But it's going to be at 4.
Yeah, and the game we haven't spoken...
The game we ignore?
Yeah, well, sort of. I think... Yeah, I was arguing for e5 on move 28, but now that I look at this, the plans I was suggesting as probably making progress for white in the long run, they don't seem to be quick enough.
Seems like they know they backfired. Isn't black comfortable now? Or are you going for checkmate over here? Oh, that's 28.
There's never... Queen f4 just makes an instant draw against that, so I think we play a4, and yeah, I think black is probably just fine. Black's counterplay turned out to be a lot faster than I anticipated, so I guess Jeffrey's assessment of this entire endgame was a lot closer to the truth than mine was originally.
All right, let's see what the tournament leader is up to, Mr. Fabi. Better, worse? Probably not worse.
Probably not worse, but it actually sort of enters the conversation, right? If white somehow manages not to get mated along the h file. But yeah, definitely a lot of play for black right now. Rook h8, like something has to be put on e4. You would argue the safest would be to play like queen e2, queen e4 here for white, but then you lose the b2 pawn and you are not very happy. And black wants rook h8, queen f3, obviously, if black were given those two tempi. Even maybe the immediate queen f3 now is a pretty much a winning threat, right? Because the knight will be hanging on g3 and rook h8 next move would deliver mate in most cases. So white definitely needs to stop that. If you play rook e4, your pieces are kind of stuck. You have solved the issue of getting mate along the long diagonal, but none of your pieces make any sense anymore. The knight is very sad on g3, hoping to occupy that square itself and so on. But maybe it's still the safest, because if we play knight e4, I think rook h8 followed by queen e5 could still be quite awkward. The king is not really very safe. Maybe king f1, king e2 can be fast enough, but it's dodgy. It's very touch and go here. Equal according to the machine with lots of play. Yeah, that would be my guess. Not enough material for black to actually generate enough of an attack, but obviously you will have to be precise with the white pieces.
Yeah, Fabi not taking... Well, I'm not sure it was on the table to take a day off today. But in such a position, I'm not sure if a draw offer gets declined, for example. So I would guess no draw offers were made, and Fabi just keeps playing chess.
No, and very specifically, I think we can find a turning point. Or maybe he didn't like something about that position. That's also possible. But I think here there is definitely a question: can't we just play c4 and all have half a rest day?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He doesn't want any.
Yeah, and it's quite clear that he wasn't very interested. Although I would also say that like playing rook c8 and playing rook b8 after queen b3 does seem to indicate that you wanted to play c4 and then you changed your mind. And I wonder if he decided he should play for a win, or if there's something here that he thought might actually make him suffer a little bit. We don't know.
We will never know. And Mr. Dodgy is back with all of his wisdom, saying people are way overestimating Fabi's result. He only managed 50% here versus the other candidates. That is very true.
That is not untrue at all, yeah.
Will Jordan manage 50% here versus the candidates? That's the question. I'm interested.
And what's happening in the Ilyanov game? Because that one looked very wild and we've ignored it. Oh, there is a rook on e5 and a king on e3. Don't say may.
No, say eh.
That's come on. How are you not excited about this? Look at this supreme weirdness.
All right.
She takes d4. Do we take on d4 or something? Like, what's the intention here? Is it king e4?
I like. Yeah.
Bishop f5. Sorry, bishop e5. Fe, bishop takes f5. Yeah, God knows what this is. Queen f5, queen g2. I have no idea, but I suspect it's good for black. At least in the sense that we don't risk losing? Question mark? I don't know. Yeah, but it is one of the weird oppositions we've seen in this tournament.
Yep. Siesta is saying, I won a game against a German Grandmaster where I was defending the whole game and he overpressed the rook ending. Yeah, I'm not sure. It universally applies to all German Grandmasters. Daniel Friedman, for example, is very, very strong in rook endings, but probably he was taught somewhere else. I don't know. Peter's bad at rook endings, but probably there's many Russians that are good at them. So I'm not sure if it's... Sorry, I didn't mean to say you're bad at it. I'm saying it's not necessarily a country thing.
No, it's not. But you were very fair.
Yeah, but I'm in no position to call you bad at rook endings.
You're exactly in the position to call me bad at rook endings. You have a platform and a microphone.
We share that microphone. Anyway, I still stand by my Dutch players are good at rook endings. And Erwin is back in the business.
No rook ending forthcoming, at least not in any kind of immediate future in this game, though. There's so many squares you can, like king d3. No, with king e3 you take on e5 twice. And there's a threat of bishop takes f5. I actually calculated it and forgot. It's a rare appearance of an actual forgot. I've gone through that and then the whole train of thought disappeared. King e4 for, like, in terms of aesthetics and cosmetics and things of that nature, this is the move you want to make, but I have a feeling it's not great. What's the time situation? So it's 9 against 19 for Pavel in a very sharp position and only 30 moves made. Should we cheat? It feels kind of wrong to cheat just yet, but...
No cheating.
No cheating, says Jan with a very strict expression. No cheating it shall be then.
That's great news for Erwin. He's back in business after what looked like pretty terrible outcome of the opening.
Yeah, looked like he will get completely overrun, but not so. Yeah, who did not get overrun a single time in this tournament. And ends on a very respectable +2 with no losses.
Sorry, I didn't catch the so thing. I was thinking. Not so Erwin because he didn't lose a single game yet. Apparently this position is 0-0-0, as are all chess positions.
Yeah. It's somehow not shocking. It really doesn't shock you anymore. We've become inured to everything being equal. This one is sort of
Gotta go back.
less equal than the others. Well, we did just go forward, so you can, but do you want to?
We're told you got to.
King f2 only move or lost, says Peter made me sub. Whoa. Whoa. There will be not easy. I'm guessing with the intention of playing bishop takes e5, bishop takes g8, because bishop e5, fe just loses instantly to bishop takes f5. This is why I was surprised king f2 was good, because putting the king on the f file where, you know, it could open up any moment seemed dangerous to me.
All right. But no matter who wins this game, they cannot catch Mr. Anton. They can on points, but not on tiebreaks either, right?
We're pretty sure.
That's what we assume.
Yeah, we think this is true, but did not do any number crunching of our own to confirm or deny that. But just looking at the cross table, it does appear that Anton losing to number 12 in the final cross table is a very, very good thing for him in terms of SB tie breaks. And also not beating Dinara. Those are very, very beneficial things too. If you have to drop points against the tailenders, I mean, if you have to drop points at all, dropping them against the tailenders really improves your comparative Zonneborg-Berger.
That's some round-robin advice for you.
Well, I mean, if you're good enough to beat the upper half of the tournament, yes, it's sort of sound advice. And yeah, this is the issue I was worried about. Anish just goes rook c7, rook c4, and after rook d2, he will have the option of putting the rook on h4 and saying, I am not losing the h-pawn. But black does have a decent potential for some kind of positional draws here. I don't like rook b2 though. What's the reply to rook c7 now? That is risky. With the rook on c7, you will never actually get to play rook d8, d2, and now white can... I don't know what the threat is, but it looks scary. Yeah, very strange position. Because it feels like white should be winning somehow, but... yeah. I don't know what to think. We can also just push the b pawn. Maybe not. I was going to say h5 b5 might be a move, but that doesn't.
I want to take actually.
Yeah, rook a7, but I don't create a mating threat. So now
Yeah,
it's probably a draw again after rook b2 or something. Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Just create a mating threat with rook b2, and I will have to trade. I'll have to trade a pair, and then it's a draw. Yeah. So Jordan is not defenseless here, but I wouldn't want to bet the house that this holds for black, the way things are right now.
Good news is we might be here for a while.
Yes.
Mr. Anish never fails to deliver. Ugh. Only someone could craft a new Geary joke that would apply to this situation. Him playing long hours, then making draws in the end.
Yeah, that would be incredibly well received. If that
That'd
joke,
be amazing.
if that joke was actually to hit the ether.
Ugh, I'm feeling very low energy.
Yeah, it's all those burritos, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's probably that one burrito. Joy Hope Scott is saying Fabi's TPR at 2014 Sinkfield was 31.03 and now it's 29.28.
Yeah.
What a shameful performance. He should retire, is what Vito29 is saying. Yep. Is it only 29.28?
Well,
It's not terrible.
I'm pretty sure this is not just some kind of an arbitrary number which people are bandying about in chat. I'm pretty sure somebody checked.
Fair enough.
Mr. Doge says Geary's game would be more watchable as a time lapse. Yeah, that's not unfair. Clearly, Fabi needs vitamins and more chess work.
Fabi, how's your B12 intake?
Yes. Fabi, you lost so much TPR since 2014. It cannot all be due to age.
What's Fabi's rating? 2837. Yeah, you could argue he was 2844 in 2014. So that's 6 wasted years already there, Fabi. Just saying.
Yeah.
Volution45 is saying, yes, Jan, some sleep now is a good idea. Bye. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to lure you to sleep. But that burrito is
Weighing heavily on our consciences.
not just on our conscience.
Yes. Exactement.
Stodgy is saying 20 eel isn't so bad, he probably just needs to drink more water. And I think I shall get us some water and maybe even coffee.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind a cuppa.
Quiz time in half an hour.
Quiz time in half an hour. You heard it here for first, folks. And second and third. And you will hear an actual question in half an hour. In the Yuangi Shong game, I'm slightly surprised by the move 93. I couldn't quite understand why we couldn't just continue making progress with a5, a4, but Jeffrey thinks it's a better idea for him to either provoke weaknesses on the king side with f3. f3 is just such an ugly move to even contemplate here for white, or perhaps to trade a5 for f2, which does appear to be something that black would want, because then the knight might even return to e4 and in some cases be supported by f7, f5, and he will feel a lot safer about things. I'm slightly curious about 93 queen e3, but my guess is he just wants to take on d5. And actually he offered a draw which was accepted, so I can stop speechifying. And also you have some breaking news.
Yeah, I got scared. I was chased away. There's a guy who's saying he's here to clean. He tried to open the door very clumsily with many a key, and then I let him in, asked him if he could help. He was saying he's here to clean. Currently he's cleaning out your jacket.
The usual. I think as usual there's my wallet there on the...
Nah, you might want to get it. I've never seen the guy before.
Yeah.
He's also alone, but he's talking very loudly, not unlike me. But who is he talking to? Very confusing. Anyway, Yu Yangyi drew against Jeffrey Zhong. Where does that leave the players respectively in the final standings? Both not thrilled. Yu Yangyi, we've talked about his... He's talking very loudly, isn't he? The guy
is on the phone, and this is not German, I think, but I was not able to identify the language.
Who cares? But it's a very loud language. Anyway, what was I trying to look up?
The cross table?
The cross table. How?
It's on the cross table tab, Jan.
I understand. This is some spectacular stuff.
Yeah.
Yu Yangyi won't be thrilled. He managed to avoid last place, but not by much. And this is not the player we've grown to seeing from really 2015 till 2019.
Yeah, and generally zero victories for Yu Yangyi and Vitsugov is not something that I would have predicted going into the tournament. A tournament to try to forget as early as possible for both of them, I'm pretty sure.
For Jeffrey Zhong, I would say it's more positive. There was light, there was darkness, but he won 2 games. He fought very hard in every game. I can recall he had this meltdown against Kovalyov that I think cost him more points. Or I'm not sure if meltdown, but in a great position, he sacrificed a piece and went on to lose. But other than that, I think he represented himself well in this field.
Yeah, he felt like he belonged, and it's fine to finish in the minus in the first fight. It's happened to anybody, but he never felt like he was outclassed or outmatched by this field. Yeah, but I think a bright future ahead of him.
Yep.
Anish will now burn some time because this really does look like a very important decision he needs to make. Does he go for some kind of tactical approaches with maybe rook c7 or something, or does he go rook g4, rook h4? Both of those moves were suggested.
I like rook g4.
Yeah, rook g4 is a clever move, but after h6 you might have to start thinking again, which is very annoying, I know. I think the rook sort of more or less always does end up on h4 in these types of scenarios. And then black cannot really generate a threat, but neither can white. And I have a feeling that, let's say if we discuss the position after rook h4, king h7, white makes a move of some sort, rook ac1 or something, and black plays rook d2. I get the feeling it's a draw.
Rook ac1 does not improve the position at
I just needed to make a pass,
yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And with the rooks on b2 and d2, I just don't see how we're ever going to start making progress here with white. It's very difficult to generate a single proactive idea.
A wise man once said, in rook endgames, activity is more important than pawns.
Yeah, and it would be,
Weird thing to say.
but not entirely untrue.
Ari might be winning now, I'm reading.
Yeah, that would be quite exciting.
According to Grandmaster Beast.
So after king f2, he played bishop b7, which sounds like a very sharp move, inviting bishop g8, rook g8, and saying I am the guy attacking in those positions. So Pavel took here, and yeah, d3 played. We were being told that d3 is very strong, but it's also extremely natural. Yeah, you want to activate this bishop on f6, and yeah, the king on f2 remains very, very unprotected. Bishop d4 currently not such a huge threat. The king can go to f3, and it cannot really be checked there. But white is sort of completely tied up. Rook cannot, the c1 rook cannot leave the first, because allowing queen g1 check probably ends up being lethal somehow. And the queen needs to watch over the g2 square. And I think actually the biggest threat in the position is bishop takes b2. And if that kind of makes me wonder if you can play b3 with white. But then maybe even bishop c3 is something that we are not very happy about. Bishop d2 and queen d7, says Beast. That does make a lot of sense. Queen d5 check will be a very... Bishop d2 first. Sorry, bishop d4 check first. King f3, queen d7. Yeah, that does look scary. Because also very importantly, white just cannot generate a single threat here. He is a pawn up, but his king is now by far the less protected one, and it is black who is on the offensive.
Yeah, looks like gonna be very happy ending for Erwin Lamy from a suspect position. If he wins this one, reaches the same number of points as the winner, David Anton. That'd be a tremendous event.
Yeah.
And who knows, with the tournament being in the Netherlands and all, if you tie for first as a Dutchman in the Challengers, maybe they say, you know what, Masters, young Master Lamy.
Yeah, this has happened before once, noticeably, when Alexander Motilov and Magnus Carlsen tied for first in the Vike B in 2005. And very, very importantly, Motilov was actually first on tiebreak. I obviously have no proof of this, but the suspicion has to be that if he finishes second on tiebreak that year, he might not get an invite into the Masters. But
your point is Magnus got an invite even though he only finished second.
Yeah, but
And
obviously...
then again, you could argue 16-year-old Magnus Carlsen, even if he had not played that Challengers, probably would have got the invite.
Exactly. They were pretty much ready to. He was good enough that they were ready to invite him. But it was a very big break for Motilov, who clearly wanted a chance to play in the Masters, and he did get his chance in 2006, which he may not have gotten.
Wow, that was 2005, that long ago. Eh?
Yeah, it was a long.
I think I was
time
there
ago.
with Smitzy Boy.
Yeah,
2005. Time goes by.
time does go.
15 years ago. Whoa.
Yeah. Who wouldn't want to see a 16-year-old Nodirpek says better 29? Is he winning now?
I don't know. Do we want to see 15-year-old Nordebek?
Is he still 15?
I think this year, yeah, I guess. Next year, he might be 16.
This is actually...
He has to work.
Yeah, this is still work, and I wanted to say I'm surprised at Queen D3, but maybe he did not have. No, actually he goes e4 after that. Yeah, I thought king e6, why are we allowing this? But he goes e4 and then goes knight c5 check, and then generates enough of a barrier, enough of the barrier for the black king to give him enough time to bring his own king over to e3, I guess. And that should win. But still, like knight c3 here. f5 also a move, but let's say we go knight c3, knight c5, king d6. First of all, king g1. Yeah, king g3 is what you have to play.
Yeah, king g1, knight e2.
Yeah, but now I was going to say king 6 b5, but that probably always ends up being too slow. Yeah, why just switches to attack?
Win the g6 pawn or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, somehow knight e6, knight f8. I mean, it's closer than it normally is, because black does have g5, g4 as counterplay. And the king
He's
is
lost, I'm not sure. Son.
Yeah, and the king is not that far away, but yeah, it does feel like normally you end up losing these positions anyway. h4 I very much like. h4 is, you are a man of culture.
Alright, so it does look like everyone will score 8.5 points. But it's a Highlander situation.
Yeah,
There can only be one. Michal, how's he doing?
Ralphie.
That's a weird position.
That's a really weird position, but I have a feeling white is winning now. Because king h2, like...
Ich habe eine kurze Frage.
Ja.
Ich muss jetzt los, wir fahren nach Hause. Könnten Sie vielleicht die Spülmaschine starten? Ich weiß es nicht.
Das kriege ich hin, kein Problem. Dankeschön. Ciao. Tschüss.
Okay, winning, I take back the winning speech, because there is queen h5 here. And the point being that we don't lose an exchange if we play queen h5. That's German, Peter. That is clearly German, but that wasn't what was being spoken when I was there.
Yeah, it's the mysterious guy. I'm not sure he was in the right office, really, because I haven't seen any cleaning personnel in this weird basement we're in since we moved in here. And I don't think his key worked. He was trying to open the door with some key, but I thought was not to like with a free clean, so I let him in, and yeah, he has to go home now. But he did some stuff, and he asked me if I can start the dishwasher, which I actually can.
Yeah, even I can start a dishwasher. And queen h5 play. This is the very key move here for Ralph, because he gets access to the h-file squares for his king just before king h2 followed by rook g1 would be completely lethal. He might be okay now.
Check.
Yeah, counter check is obviously what all of this hinges upon, and yeah, Nihal now forced to enter this endgame after queen h5, king h5. He's still better actually. Takes, king h2, and d6 is hanging, knight f6 is a threat, and after rook d8, white has d5. So I suspect Nihal actually is quite seriously better, despite all that. But at least black is not getting mated on the spot, which is kind of relevant. Yeah, I remember there was a discussion on the poker Twitter about what's the correct procedure is if somebody comes to paint your house and you wanted your house painted, but the painter that comes is you were just thinking about painting your house.
Right.
You didn't actually order your house painted.
Right.
And then the guy mixes up the address and comes to paint your house, and you haven't paid for it yet, but he thinks you have. So what's the correct line there?
Yeah.
And I think
This is what might just have happened, even though I'm not sure. Maybe he was in the right place and I'm just not aware of it.
yeah, I think they ended up on sort of clarify the situation, pay half if you like how the house is painted, and pay nothing at all if the job is done poorly. But yeah, poker people are very, very obsessed about EV and things, and we are not poker people in here, as is well established.
I don't know. So you think I'm gonna get a bill?
Well, somebody is likely to get a
Someone
bill.
has to get that bill. Not sure. How long was he here? Like 17 minutes, right?
Poker people are clearly dishonest, says City Chess. No, I don't believe that's a fair generalization. Thanks, Monga25. We're happy to hear that.
Jim Geary is saying, I'm a poker person, and there is no way I would accept a penny of work that I didn't pay for. There you go.
And Sitcha says, from that story, it's true. All I have to go on. Yeah, if that's your like entire experience of poker people and their hypothetical discussions, you could come to that conclusion. But King G4.
Also, I was half tongue-in-cheek. I think it's all... I'm not sure if that was all correct.
Yeah. Ralphie on the attack. King is... It's like the goalkeeper situation at the very last minutes of a football game, yeah? The goalkeeper is going into the enemy's penalty box to score a header. Might not get to score a header, though, here. Doesn't feel like it's a very promising situation for that attack.
City Chess saying, I'm sure your lease includes cleaning safe. I genuinely don't know. Like, when I used to be in the office upstairs before they kicked me out, there were sometimes cleaning personnel and much hilarity. But those I get used to. I'm just not sure if they always came here or if the lease includes them or if someone from the upstairs people told them, we have people downstairs, go there as well. We will never find out.
Yes, it is a mystery that will remain such until the end of time.
Calvin Amari is saying, poker people are deceptive by design. No, I would not agree with that.
No. Fabi simplified even further. Is he better now or not? It looks like what he's trying to do is just simplify to equality, but actually Rook F4 might be a very strong threat right now.
So we go here, let's say.
Yeah, King G2 F3 does appear to be a very solid setup. And the big question is, if you play C3 here, are you playing for a win or for a loss?
If it's playing for a loss, you probably shouldn't do it. But actually my other big question was, is this a trivial draw? Like here, good stuff gets... Okay, Rook F4 is probably a bit too cooperative, but...
Rook F4 first is key, apparently.
F3, C3, yeah?
Sese says all zeros. Yeah, we get a lot of confusing information. And in Jordan's game, he is now lost?
What happened here?
Question mark. After Rook C7, seemingly he found, I think he believes this is a draw somehow. He just took on before, gave up on H5, and now he will play Rook B2. The only way not to lose the H2 pawn is to play Rook A1, I assume.
Yeah, he's just gonna
and he's gonna go Rook GG2, and he will say progress cannot be made. And this might actually be correct? Question mark.
Mr. Dodgy is saying always clean before boom boom? What does that even mean?
Yes. He also made some disturbing references above that comment in the chat. Mr. Dodgy is in a very raunchy mood today.
Wow.
And after boom boom, there's a lot of...
CP Counter, we need you. You're probably invite, shaking hands, mingling, networking, meeting the movers and shakers. Forgetting all about us when we could use a little discipline, a bit of, common sense, a voice of reason.
Yes.
In this chat. You see where it all went to.
All of those things are...
In 10 minutes is quiz time. Imagine what could happen then. We can't control it.
People could start typing, and there is nobody here to tell them what to type and what not to type.
People could just yell boom boom as the answer.
Yeah. Burns says, I wonder if that guy just stole all their chess 24 mugs. You better check, Jan. Yeah, but there's going to be... Yeah, we're going to go check. I also have my laptop over there, but...
I like that you secured your wallet, but not your laptop.
Yeah, its laptop is slightly bulkier, so I assumed I would notice if he decided to avail himself of those opportunities.
Fair enough.
Rook G5 check played by Geary, I think, is basically played with the intention of getting to move 40 and then thinking again. I don't think moving the rook away from the h file does anything for.
H8.
Yeah, I think you have to go rook a1 here. You had your laptop, says Beta29. Yeah, that is fair. It is hard to argue with that assessment. And imagine how much of a gutter my mind is if I actually only just now realized that all the boom boom talk led me to think of Shahid Afridi, of course, and then I realized I haven't checked the test scores in quite a while. So it is time for me to open the chess scores. Chess scores we know, yeah, chess scores we are very aware of. And people alerted me to something which I think is a very good feed for our show. There's a thread by Agad today, which goes, "Had the weirdest dream last night. Peter Swidler visited me in my home, and he had a pet snake. We hung out during the day, but during night my cat ate his pet snake. In the morning he was really pissed, like, dude, where's my snake? I told him my cat ate it, and he left. 1 out of 3. Funny thing is, I don't even have a cat. Also, I found the cat eating the snake during the night, but I couldn't make out if it was really a snake or something resembling a snake. At some point, the snake broke in half, and I thought, well, no point in disturbing the cat now. Also, who brings a pet snake when they come visit?" I think this is sort of very good material, and I'm happy that this is also now part of my life and part of the lore, so to speak.
So, do you own a pet snake?
Some would argue that. Many of us. Around 48% of us.
This
I
is
would
getting
say.
even filthier than normal. Jesus. Not what I meant.
Wasn't it?
No.
I just I was very sure that this is exactly where you were going with this, but
So you don't have a... How am I going to phrase this so you don't misunderstand? You don't have any large animals in your household?
no, we're all very allergic.
Snakes?
Yes.
By the way, some offense to all you snake owners out there. I always thought it was weird. People having pet snakes, feeding them mice. You knew that kid in school that
Yes.
had like a snake, fed it mice. I never trusted these kids.
I don't think I've known any personally, but I'm aware of the existence of such people, and yes, they are. They are scary people.
Yeah. So it's okay, Agamato, that your cat ate that snake. If you show up at someone's house with a giant pet snake, you don't deserve any better.
That, I think, is the true moral of the story there.
Danger More 5 is wondering if this is still talk about Smates. No, it has nothing to do with Smates. I'm not sure why Smates is actually nicknamed Snake. I know he used to call Anish Little Ape in the old days, and I think Anish fought back by calling him Snake. Also, Smates, in case you're not familiar with him, does look exactly like Lord Voldemort,
Yeah.
who also has a relationship with snakes. I'm not sure if that's where it originated, but he's been called Snake for a long time. Other than that, I'm pro snakes, just not as pets.
Yeah, snakes are actually, they provide you with a very pleasant tactile experience, surprisingly. We once, where randomly there was like a sign in the street that in the central railway station in St. Petersburg, there was some kind of an exhibition where they were showing reptiles and snakes. And you could hold the snake. And they're surprisingly warm and pleasant to the touch. Which,
We are still talking about the animal.
yes, we are definitely still talking about the animal. Let it go, says Bateman47. No. Never let me go, or some such.
But keep going. You went to the St. Petersburg thing and held a snake?
That's exactly what I said. Yeah, before I realized that perhaps letting it go was the wiser course of action, but it's too late now.
It's too late. Did you feed the snake?
I did not feed the snake.
Did you water the snake?
I had a very brief relationship with that snake, which did not involve any watering or feeding or much of anything, frankly.
Why was the snake warm? Aren't
That's-
they like...
They are cold-blooded, but it still is. Well, I mean, not hot, but it's from the whole snakes are cold-blooded thing. You expect it to be colder than it actually is. What a picture says, France LMD. Peter in the railway station holding his snake. This is a very fitting last final day of our coverage. I feel like we're doing proper justice to the whole concept.
Quiz time in 3 minutes. I'm just desperate to find a way out of all this filth that Peter is bringing to the show, but I just don't know how to get this boat back on track until quiz time. CPK.
Do boats run on tracks?
Yep.
You learn something new every day.
The Henker is saying, now let's talk about the cat.
Not my cat. Go ask Agad. Yeah, you cannot hold me responsible for the behavior of Agad's cats.
That's one tough cat, no?
Yeah, it's
Breaking a snake in half.
yeah.
Speaking of half, Anish will score his 11th draw in this game.
Most likely, I don't see how you ever.
And it wasn't for lack of trying.
No, it wasn't.
But he just had to win and lose a game. King H1 played.
Yeah, he's not going to just instantly give some kind of repetition, but
So we wait, yeah?
yeah, we just pass. Yeah. I don't think King G6 spoils anything, but there's really no need to make pseudo active moves here for black.
These G and H guys are so useless. Queen endgames, queen versus queen with G and H is a draw apparently. This might be a draw. What can they ever do?
Yeah, and the surprising thing about the G and H queen endgame is how easy apparently it is to draw. I thought like it's one of those machine says it's a draw, but you still lose in a practical game. But I discussed it with people who actually checked, and apparently, as long as they're not very far advanced, it really isn't even all that difficult. Although I mean I don't know how much I believe that when it's applied to me. I'm pretty sure I could still find a way to lose it, but yeah, the argument I've heard is that sort of common sense and not blundering the the queen trade with check somewhere is plenty good enough there.
Ariton 8 is dropping some knowledge here. He's saying cats used to be snake killers in ancient Egyptian times. That is what started the cat-human relationship. Mostly, I read. Humans and cats have relationships?
That's I think there's many a case when that's the only relationships people have. Cats are lifesavers.
Yeah, but cats don't like humans, I thought.
Cats tolerate humans in exchange for food, I think, is the accepted version of it, but
Fair barter.
yeah, Rook.
So there's nothing white can do here? It's still...
Quiz!
It's quiz time already? Sorry. These 3 minutes were so long and then they just flew by. You guys ready?
Let's go.
Let's first honor the winners.
Yeah.
RD53, Mr. Dodgy, Templarity, Camelopit, and the Bowtie Club, Krunks, Cthulhu, Gaviacula, and Spud. Congratulations. Here's your new question. Get ready, get ready. 1, 2, 3. Here comes the question.
Breathe out.
After Carlsen, 7, and Anand, 5, Which players have won the top group the most times? Ties included.
Okay. The first name that comes to mind is Kasparov. The two names are Kasparov and Korchnoi. But yeah, I've even looked through the list of the winners more than once because of all the quizzes that we run, and I'm still somewhat confused.
I have no clue.
Also, if we go far enough back and like below 5, you can start considering people like Donner and Ove and yeah, I hear a
We
lot
know
of,
it's below 5, right?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I can name a short list of about 10 people I think who could be the answer, but I really don't know the answer. And like my short list would be in the modern times Kasparov and Korchnoi slightly before him. I don't think Kramnik won it enough times.
Hasn't Levon, including ties, been up there quite a bit?
Lev, I would say probably the number is 3 for some reason. I don't think it's 4.
Could be.
Lev has done very well for himself in Vike over the years for sure. So Lev would be on the short list. And slightly before that, it would be like Ove, maybe Jan Henrik, and as mentioned, Donner. Although I think Donner did not excel at Vike as much as some others. And I keep on seeing the name of Portish mentioned more than once. I do remember seeing a decent amount of Portish wins, or at least good results on blacks around the tournament hall. But I really don't know if.
As usual, we're discussing all, however many were 82 editions of the
Yeah.
tournament. I just don't know. Do we think we have an answer already? I read a lot of answers. I have no idea what's right.
Oh, you haven't looked today. Yeah?
I can check in silence. Okay. Surprising.
Not shocking
I
though.
checked.
Yeah.
I've seen those names.
Yeah, but is there a precise answer that doesn't include any extraneous names on it? Not so far.
Maybe there was, I did not check in great detail. But I guess we have to leave the betting open for a minute or two more, which we can do, and look at Guerino.
Yeah, Guerino, I don't know, like he's pretending he can push, I don't know, like a rook h8, g5, rook h6 check, and then g6, and rook h7 check, and g7. But eventually black will have counterplay against it. I don't quite know what he's trying to pretend he's threatening here. Maybe he's just making moves. Maybe I'm trying to read something into this which simply is not there.
Jordan goes all the way back to b8. Probably didn't want to be bothered by rook h8. Ugh, that's so sickening.
Slightly surprising to me because I guess what if white goes rook h3 here?
Hang on.
So you have a suspicion that.
No, I know. But we're not even giving mugs away, yeah?
We're not?
I think we're giving a 3-month premium membership extension away.
Why are you typing it in chat?
Because I wanted to
win a mug.
Yeah, to win that mug, because other winners might already be disqualified. But no, looks like no one else is bringing it up too, so we don't even have grounds for debate. Alright, so the correct answer is Uwe and Korchnoi. 4 wins each. And it looked like the first to get there was good old Mr. Dodgy yet again. And no one even repeated it like minutes later. Otherwise, I would have disqualified him for being a previous winner. Congratulations.
Yeah,
Doesn't Aronian have 4 wins? Come on, someone argued that this is wrong. Please.
No, Aronian I think we can quite easily check because that would not even require.
Shall we go to the Wikipedia?
Yeah, the Wikipedia there is now obviously the time for us to do some investigating.
Finally. We are doing research about the tournament we covered for the last 3 weeks. So where is the Wikipedia?
Yeah, there it is in German, but it's good enough, I think.
Maybe. Internet does not want to go there.
Internet. Why you do this?
Why you do this?
There we go. Winners. So Lev, if we go to...
That must have been in the last 50 years, no?
Yeah, Lev tied in 07, tied in 08, won in 12 and won in 14. So including ties,
That's 4.
that is 4. And also there's a lot of mentions of Portish, so let's check that again. Portish. Portish was also mentioned a great deal by our very educated chat. So,
Maybe my frustration was premature. And
so one,
Mr.
I see
Dodgy has
one
more.
Portish, 2 Portish, and
One
that's
Portish, 2 Portish.
and that's it seemingly.
Who are these people?
So yeah, looks like Levon should have been on the list, but Portish shouldn't have.
So Levon was overlooked. Can we confirm, deny?
Ah, Park is it above? Yeah, more Portish up there. Hang on, 3 Portish,
More Portish.
but only 3.
So far we've seen 3 Portishes.
Yeah. Portish head is. Yeah, seems like I can always go for more Portish, says Cthulhu.
And yes, Levon, correct too. So, the correct answer, after all, is
It was
Korchnoi.
65, 72, 70, 65,
Uwe Aronian.
65, 72, 75, 78. Yeah, and Portish.
And Portish. Wow. Hard to argue with that.
Hard to-
Korchnoi,
hard to argue.
Uwe Aronian Portish. Mr. Dodgy, fortunately, way off.
Way, way off.
So congratulations to whoever
Also-
had that right.
Also, I have to say that Dodgy getting correct the answer that we had on our files, which is not the correct answer.
Sounds like
Yeah,
collusion to me.
some hacking here is definitely implied.
What's Jorn doing? He's allowing this rook to come to
Rook
g2. He just
BB2.
doesn't care, yeah?
Yeah, he says.
Here he says pawn ending.
Yeah,
Ah.
pawn ending good.
Secrets of pawn ending. In h3 he's also not too afraid of.
Yes, not that worried. Am I bothered? I am not that bothered. What is happening at Caruana's board, says Payback. This favoritism will not stand, says Mr. Dodgy. Indeed it will not. I guess Fabi has to play c3 because, as we mentioned, cd3, queen d3, you start liking white. It's probably still, I mean, not probably, it is still a draw, 2 against 2 on one side, but it's a draw that Fabi will actually have to prove for a little bit. So yeah, I guess he is intending to play c3, and then if you give black time to play rook b8, rook b2, you will start thinking black is better, but king on g6 is not completely safe.
Should be draw, but no moves have been made for a while here, no? It's move 41.
Yeah, people keep on...
Fabi has been studying the position
Yeah.
for an hour, is that true?
No,
13 minutes? What's going on here?
yeah, that's a bit bizarre. I don't quite understand. Can we...
Pantochess saying, Jan, I was the first who said Uwe Portish. Oh, apologies, Pantochess. It's wrong, but congratulations for saying it first.
And yeah,
Have a look, please. Yeah, it's wrong, Pantochess. Sorry. The correct answer, Uwe Korchnoi. That's what we thought was the correct answer, but it's Uwe Korchnoi Aronian Portish.
Yeah. There's a lot of insistence that the inclusion of rook f4, f3 actually makes this stronger for black. I don't quite see why, but obviously people who are saying that are not joking and are seemingly very, very insistent on that fact. So, and Cthulhu says we need to go to VAR. We definitely do need more VAR inspired silliness in our lives.
Do you have VAR in cricket?
Yes,
Really?
it's called DRS.
Is that like a fast replay?
No. In cricket, actually, there's a lot of really, like it's a weird game. So there's a lot of confusing rules, and
Yeah, that part I'm not surprised by. Just
yeah,
I was wondering if in order to watch it in real time, they like to speed it up.
it sort of works well in cricket, actually. Yeah, the DRS is because for years and years the umpire's word was final, and as opposed to, let's say, football, mainly football. In rugby you also don't really argue with the umpire very much, but in football they scream at the ref all the time, and in cricket it really is not a done thing. But the refs are humans and they do make mistakes, and at some point they introduced this system to eliminate the howlers. Basically, that's in the job description. So if the umpire's decision is somewhat reasonable, it doesn't get overturned, but if it's sort of completely wrong, it does. Yeah, rook a1 play, but I still don't. I mean, we sort of had that. We don't think there's a threat to be generated. Yeah, rook a6 check. I think Anish will eventually just give some sort of a perpetual here. I think he is. Although, I mean, we also expected the game to finish reasonably early yesterday, and we're proven.
Yesterday seemed much better to me.
Yeah.
Then again, if you have to go back, there's really limited things you can undertake.
Mm-hmm. And Galactic actually provides context for the Fabiano game. He says, including rook f4, f3 is better, because then you play c3, and after queen a4, you have rook f8 threatening rook a8 and rook a2. Also covering the e8 square, which is very important, because white was on the verge of actually creating counterplay, which would be unpleasant.
It's nice.
Yeah. Give me a minute.
Sure. So, we are on the last legs of the Tata Steel Masters coverage 2020. It's been a blast, and this man, Fabiano Caruana, has shown what a powerhouse he can be in this mixed field, with Magnus Carlsen getting off to too slow a start. Fabiano Caruana caught more speed than anyone. At the end, overall very stable, is already the winner. Could not be caught before this round even began. And he's still playing for, I don't know, a win, a draw, just playing chess. Not sure which one it is. The strange part is that he is thinking forever here, unless something we don't know. But it does look like the other game has already ended peacefully in Anish Giri versus Jorn van Foreest after rook g5 check. A draw was agreed. That, I guess, no, I think is a good result for Jorn, who manages to finish ahead of Anish Giri in the tournament with that draw. Overall, fantastic result for the Dutch youngster from Groningen. Jorn van Foreest, there we see it, finishing with 7 points out of 13, winning 3 games and only losing 2. He actually won 4 games last year, so he had more wins then, but he also lost like 14. Therefore, this is a clear step up. Jorn van Foreest overtook Robin van Kampen as Dutch number 2 during the event, and yeah, he can be very pleased with the way he played. Extremely well prepared, extremely direct, sharp preparation, surprising people, and also holding his own when he got under pressure like today, or against Caruana, or against Magnus Carlsen. So kudos to Jorn van Foreest, great tournament, and keeps improving after already a very strong year, 2019. As for Anish, he won't be thrilled Too many draws, many long games, but only one win against Kovalyov. Not what he's used to in Vike, where he scored +4 and then +5 in the 2 years prior to this one. But of course, his priority will be the candidates tournament in March. I'm sure he will be training heavily in order to compete there for a spot against Magnus Carlsen. That means we are left with one game only in the top group, and that is Mr. Caruana, who is trying to use his time very productively. No, it looked like our clock was wrong. Yeah, this was a bit weird, this 0:13 we had there. Now the clock got corrected. Maybe it hadn't changed yet for Fabiano. And he's played bishop a7 after long thought, which is not the computer line rook f4, f3, c3. The idea is obviously that d takes c is not possible because of queen takes e4, while the d3 pawn is under attack. So what does white do here? If queen a4, we have cd. I don't know. Looks like a clever move. How does white stay equal? How do we stabilize here? Just give that pawn, play f3. f3 apparently is fine. And cd just queen d2 or whatever, followed by rook d1, yeah? Okay. Fishmaster was pointing out that Fun for Race gains 23 rating points and went from 110 to 70 in the world. Yeah. Was more than overdue him entering the top 100. And to jump all the way to 70, I don't know what his rating is now. I would guess to 665-ish. Let's look it up. Yeah, I don't think that's the end of the road. Jordan really someone. I've only known him better for like a year and a half, and he's worked so much in that time and improved so much that I do not expect his rise to end anytime soon. Where Mr. Jordan at? Hmm. 2667, yeah. Pretty good. Ahead of Niels Grandelius. Whoa. Alright. Has Artemiev made a move? No.
Has
From
Fabi
what
made a move?
Yeah, if I went bishop a7.
Okay.
Vlad is thinking.
That is very direct, and we didn't even consider it.
Peter made me sub is saying, did Svidler get kidnapped by the weird guy before? Now he's back. If so, it was a very short, unsuccessful kidnapping.
That's what you think.
Yeah, I've been asking the chat how white equalize here, and they told me just f3 and queen d2. Which is believable.
Yeah, we're kind of stuck. Yeah, and rook d1 might become a threat soonish. What else is going on? Obviously, nothing in the Masters. Everything else has finished. Apparently, Anish decided not to. Whoa, that's breaking news. Anish not continuing in that rook ending. And I'm sure Jan has already given the speech on how proud Jordan must feel winning the Dutch inter-competition for the Masters group. And in the challengers, Michal Sarin is now actually seemingly completely winning against Rauf. I assume this knight endgame does not actually get held, although Why am I assuming that? Can we take? If we take, I suppose white plays g4. Yeah, we probably don't hold this. g4, hg, hg, and then we don't have any defense against 95 and 97, and yeah, that's pretty bad. Although obviously game sort of continues after knight h4 and h5 and g5, but yeah, you don't hold too high of a hope here for this to be a draw. Some hope though. 95, king c4, 97. Maybe there's still some work to be done after king d3. Gennaro hasn't taken on before yet. There is maybe some argument for, I don't know, starting with h4 here, for instance, but it does give white a tempo, and in general, you are probably not better off in the knight endgame where your opponent a pawn down, not winning that pawn back instantly. In other news, this we looked at. Niels is slightly worse, but really only slightly. I don't think he loses this position. And in the all-important Elianov Lamy clash, what a strange position. Do we have any idea what to think about this?
I have zero thoughts about this. No thoughts at all.
No thoughts whatsoever. That's the ticket.
Just a hat.
Yeah, I'm wondering if black is actually safe enough to simply play something like b4, b3 and start pushing. But white also, very importantly, Pavel somehow in this position after d3, king f3, black did not play. I thought even here queen d7 may have been very interesting. Seems like I've blundered a bishop, but I haven't. I think this rook gets picked up in the next couple of moves, and then white is probably in trouble. He played rook b5 instead, rook c6, queen g1, rook e1, queen g7. This actually got repeated a couple of times, and then Pavel himself declined the repetition, which I think is probably not justified by the position, but justified purely by the tournament situation, and is a correct thing to do when you're still fighting for the tie for first, and maybe somehow the tie breaks will work out for you. No, hang on a second. If he wins it, yeah, he is tying with Anton, not Nojebek. And after rook c6, Erwin made a slightly weird move, rook b7, which I don't know if I agree with, and had to give up on a6. And this is why, in the current position after queen h6, white has his own outside passer, which is definitely not what used to be true. Yeah, this is even more of a mess which it had been previously, and that's saying something. I have no idea how to even approach analyzing this position without computer assistance. Queen d5 check, black probably doesn't have a good reply to rook e4, otherwise it would be already, I think, on the board, but after rook e4, we are now threatening queen f8.
Bishop g7.
Yeah, bishop 7, queen e6, I thought, and we seem to have centralized the pieces for white. And the white's threats are now
faster, stronger,
kind of
bigger,
overwhelming. Yeah, that doesn't seem to work. I don't know. Are they playing each other, Cthulhu? What's happening in Jib? The top pairings are Ivan Cheparinov plays Andrei Yesipenko, and Max Tudlu plays Paravian in the 4.5 out of 5 group. Pragnananda is playing Veselin today, which is a very interesting matchup. They belong to slightly different generations, putting it mildly. Prag has a promising position, I guess. Particularly if he has a good way of dealing with ideas like this. Maybe he just wants to take. Maybe this is the way to go about things. Just take, f5 is hanging. If you have to play g6, you know, I don't know, c4, rook a1, rook a1, queen c3. Also, obviously, if allowed, I would like to play queen h6. Yeah, seems interesting. There's a much less progressed position in the Antipov Gawain Jones game. There's and yeah, Hjartens has a bit of an unpleasant position against Kabalia on. What's your opinion on the bishop c4 systems against the Pirts?
Last time I checked, after knight f6, queen e2, castles. If white castles here, you were supposed to be okay after bishop g4.
Which is probably why.
That's why Gobalia starts with knight bd2, which is probably directed against bishop g4, going h3. I have to admit, I don't know, like, gut instinct would be that maybe knight c6 becomes more of a move now after knight bd2. Because I don't know, typically e5 is the reply, and with the knight on d2 that doesn't look that great. I don't think we're afraid of d5 with these pieces here.
Pretty much never afraid of d5.
So I don't know what he intended after knight c6. That looks critical to me. Bishop g4 should be better for white, no?
Yeah,
saved.
he instantly got a very poor position. But mainly what I wanted to say is, I'm not sure how many people are even aware of this option against the Pirts, but it's pretty good. It actually requires precision and accuracy from black. If you're not very careful here, you could end up being much worse without really much prospect of even generating counterplay.
Yeah, it's a dangerous line. I just thought people had cooled off a little on their chances in this one. What else do we have? How's your boy?
Don't know yet. He's playing white against.
Kaidanov.
He's playing white against Grigory Kaidanov, and
Wow, he went with the bishop all the way to b5.
yeah,
Kirill exploring new horizons.
it's not as if he never played this move before.
Yeah, probably is.
Yeah, and
To me, he's very associated with the bishop going here.
yeah, he's had some very nice results in the Jokopianos, but against Kaidanov he opts for, I think, also very wisely playing 5d3, because Kaidanov has been an open Spanish player all his life, and there's really no need to give him a theoretical discussion there. And yeah, I think in the current position, white has to be quite happy with the outcome of the opening, because
Looks like an Italian again somehow.
yeah, it does look Italianish, but I think white should have some pressure. Although black also achieved a few things. d6, d5 has been pushed, and generally getting the bishop all the way to g7 is something that black quite likes in these positions.
Well, you do know which side I favor and why.
It's probably draw. Yeah, I should have. And even a handle, yeah, a bathtub with a headrest. This is not a handle. This is a headrest.
That's some serious bathtubbing right there. Then Mr. Trent, aka the Rock of Gibraltar, is playing against Raunak Sadwani.
I think I played that particular Indian kid in the World Blitz, I want to say, and I ended up winning some kind of a very, very messy position, which I probably did not deserve to win, but tricked him.
Nice. d5, the most solid reply to the Chopovsky, which Lawrence Trent, I haven't seen it obviously, but I'm being told, did a fantastic video series about on Chess24, so highly recommended. This time around, Lawrence goes for a more speculative move, form of knight d2. The point is after c5 you go d takes c, queen a5, one of the options here, and c3, queen c5, bishop f6, gf, knight gf3, and now we're giving up the two bishops and the center early on. It's risky.
Yeah, and in particular, if you follow it up with what Lawrence followed up with, which is bishop queen a4, and then just going straight for that endgame after queen c6, and castles.
Do you respect bishops or centers, Lawrence?
Yeah, that seems like it shouldn't be all that great for white. Castles.
Of course, Lawrence can horse around, but ugh.
Yeah, I guess he wants castles, rook f1, knight b3 as early as possible, and bishop h6. I thought bishop h6 was very strong, but it doesn't actually generate a threat. So maybe under favorable winds, White can get all of his moves in, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan. At first glance, I'm not a huge fan of this. Let's say bishop h6, rook f1, rook g8, and I think knight b3 more or less loses some material to d4, because rook e4, rook d5 is unplayable. I mean, sorry, bishop d5, of course.
Yeah, we'll see. We've only just begun. Can you imagine Lawrence with good openings?
And
Unstoppable.
Robin Fogel apparently won the qualifier tournament, earning himself the right to play in the Challengers next year. But
Congratulations.
yeah, I don't know if we, once again, people think we're joking, but we really aren't. I don't think we have access to those games. So the demand for Fogel's Zvirs, is it Zvirs or Zvirs?
Yes.
Zvirs, yeah, that's not what I said, but what I would have guessed.
I mean, I pronounce it very German. I'm sure people are unhappy with that too. Yes.
Yeah, and instead of queen d2, which was supposed to be safe for Artemiev instead played queen a1, which is also a logical move, attacking the bishop and creating some potential active choices for yourself.
Queen d4, do you take, or do you go queen
No,
a5?
here we take, but
we take
yeah, because
one,
yeah,
we go home.
winning the pawn on d3, I think we take that every time, but I think bishop b8 maybe is what would worry me more. We can still go rook d1. It's just very difficult to create a threat.
Cthulhu is saying false. I recall Jan saying he could get them if he felt like it. That is still true, but it's also true that we don't have them.
Yeah, both of those statements are factually correct, and as you can see, it very much hinges on Jan feeling like it and calling him out on lies which aren't actually lies is probably not the way to go about these things.
Very defiant, that Jan. Checking our internal chat here. Spaniards are excited. Looks like David Anton is pretty much in lock. Celebrating.
Yeah, it did seem like he was very, very safe as long as he didn't lose today, and he never actually lost. Never actually, looked like losing, I think, at any point during that game. Yeah, if bishop b8 doesn't actually generate any threats, and I don't think it does, queen a1 might also be quite good. And I think this is also what chat is telling us, that this is a perfectly reasonable alternative. Stopping rook h8, I think it's kind of important that after something like bishop b8, rook d1, rook h8 is never a move that you can make. Otherwise, it would maybe be at least a little bit threatening to white, but as things stand in this position, queen c3 is a very major threat, and I think bishop b5, queen a6 is at least an immediate draw for white. Maybe you could even try playing it for a win, but probably not. Artemiev lost now? No, I don't think he is. At least not to our knowledge. And there is some proper Lovecraftian things going on in chat. English or Cthulhu only. The Cthulhu Vtachen going on.
Scary. Is he putting a curse on us because we didn't bring up
he
the
is,
qualifiers?
No, he is invoking the elder ones.
Okay, that's fine. Speaking of the elder ones, Rauf Mamedov suffering against Nichal here. Yeah, this looks just winning. 2 pawns are 2 pawns.
Yeah, Rauf clearly will test the young for a bit, but I think knight d7, knight c5 might win more pawns, which probably is would be cue for Rauf to resign.
Yep. So the end is near. Not many games still going. Fabiano Caruana working overtime here today. Although he has already won the tournament. He won bishop to e3. Other than that, all games in our top group, Weikantsee 2020, are over. Maybe it is time to harshly criticize every player not called Caruana or Fanforest for their performance. Maybe we can question their character a little bit if we don't like the number of points they scored. Peter.
Yes.
Fabiano Caruana did okay, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think it's easy to find much to complain about Fabi's performance. Very slow starter. Did not score very many points in the first half. I think is the harshest I can do. Only had +1 with however many, with 7 rounds to go.
Get together, Fabi. Carlsen, even slow starter in this one, drew his first 7 games barely, has to be said. Then won a couple. Not enough to compete for first. But clear second. As long as these are his disappointments, life is still good, I guess.
Yeah, he won't like. I don't think he likes second. Yeah, have you seen Over the Top? I
The
assume you have
Sylvester
seen.
Stallone arm wrestling vehicle?
Yes.
Nope.
You haven't? No.
No, I think I've seen it.
Yeah. Sylvester Stallone in that movie has very, very strong thoughts on this on the topic of coming second in anything, and
Pro or against?
yeah, spoiler, he doesn't like it very much.
Okay.
And I think Magnus shares at least some of that mentality, but it's obviously not a disaster to score +3 in a tournament like this.
No. Yeah, he said he needed a break, won't play, or classical chess at least, until Grenke in April. Let's see. Wesley, so +2.
It's one of those. I understand
Solid.
we've moved on to Wesley, but somewhat curiously, he says he needs a break and won't play until Grenke. But where would he play if he chose to play?
Maybe the schedule and him needing a break nicely coincide.
Kind of neatly coincided there, because honestly, apart from maybe actually showing up for a Bundesliga team somewhere,
He doesn't have a team.
he's not on the roster even.
Teamless.
Yeah. Then really, I think he would struggle to get a game of the standard that he is accustomed to.
Well, maybe Norwegian League he will play.
Yeah, maybe some of those.
Wesley, we've talked about plenty. +2, super solid, untouchable, but didn't try very hard to score more than +2. Jordan, I've also just praised. Great result for.
Yeah, very, very creditable result by Jordan. At some point, he was like one correct decision away from being in a tie for first. Had he beaten Kovalev with the black pieces round 8, I want to say, maybe round 9 even. Slightly tailed off at the end, lost an additional game, and never really looked like winning any more games. But still, +1 in this field, he will be very, very happy with that. Solidly in the top 100, scored more points than Anish. Just positives, basically.
Yep. Dubov, I would guess similarly. Also wins 3 games, loses 2 games. As usual, great opening preparation, but also showed a lot of fight. Really, basically belonged. +1 for a super tournament.
And actually, looking at this, while this is on your screen, I just want to point something out, which I will forget if I don't say it immediately. I just looked at who's done the best against the top half. And if you take the top 4, which is slightly arbitrary because you should be including Dubov as well, it is clearly Zhong and Jeffrey Zhong and Vladislav Artemiev who are the sort of the winners of that contest. If you don't, like, if you cut off at the 5th place there, obviously the best result against the top 5 is Magnus with +1, but of the people not in the top 5, the players who have done the best against the eventual winners of the tournament are Artemiev and Zhong, who are actually on +1 if you don't count Dubov. Just something which I thought was mildly interesting.
Vichy, 50%. Not his tournament, but shows his class that even at not his tournament, and with all the heartbreak against Fabi, can still score 50%. Jan Krzysztof also an unhappy 50% probably because of the loss yesterday.
Yeah, I think for Jan Krzysztof it will be a tournament of a bit of a missed opportunity. I can't recall any games that he like absolutely had to win in terms of like a good position he got and didn't. But he felt very, very solid, and then obviously with the the last important memory of the tournament being a loss against Fabi, he will end the broken streak as well. That once again, clearly a much shorter streak than the record ones we kept on talking about, but still, noticeable for his personal confidence.
Yep. Ali Reza, we've talked a lot about
Plus
four
four
wins,
minus four,
four
yeah.
losses.
Plus four
Tournament
minus
of
four,
two
yeah.
halves, and also two halves both chronologically, and they coincided with playing the first half of the field
Yep.
in the second half of the tournament. Anish, yeah, won't be happy, but his focus will be on the candidates. You need some wins, Anish.
Yeah, and Jeffrey. Now that we got to Jeffrey and Artemiev, there is definitely a feeling that both of them are very much a part of this scene now and belong, and we will see more of them. It depends obviously on actually getting those invitations, because I think these days it's very true that there are more strong players, including more strong young players, than there are places in the tournament. So for somebody like Jeffrey, who perhaps doesn't get the most exposure to the European round robins, it could be a bit of a struggle to get invited to tournaments. But if he does get invited, he has shown here that he is very much an integral part of the conversation about the future.
Yeah, he can play. I would argue nowadays it's not really a disadvantage to be American, though, because there's a lot of stuff happening in St. Louis in particular, so the US Championship and plenty other tournaments. So you will get to play some chess if he wants to. Artemiev, yeah, will probably end up on 50%. Vityugov, not his tournament. Yu Yang-yi, not his tournament. Kovalyov, not terrible actually, but also not his tournament.
Yeah, kind of terrible though. He will not have enjoyed this, and the one victory he has in the tournament came from a really, really horrible position that he got against Jeffrey, where Jeffrey wanted to win so badly he started throwing pieces at him, and it backfired. So that is the situation, and now we can go back to this game where our clocks were at some point lying to us. Fabi is not on 12 minutes remaining. He has 40 left. Yeah, rest in pepperoni, Jan. Jan will be fine for a given value of fine, but yeah, it's been annoying. Both of us were at some points during these long weeks of coverage seemed to be not entirely fit and struggling with the ache of some sort. But we wish him the speediest recovery, and by speediest I mean please come back. I'm losing the thread here. What's happening after bishop e3? I thought rook d1 was easily holding, rook d1 with the intention of playing queen c3, but then I got spooked by the move queen b3, which creates a very, very unpleasant threat of queen c2 check, and it's also kind of hard for white to challenge the black pieces. So I'm pretty sure rook d1 is not the answer here. Queen c3 would be the answer if not for the fact that it sort of instantly loses to queen a2 check and the king actually gets hunted down. Actually, instantly loses may be strong. Maybe this is what you could do if you wanted to. And now knight f2. But this is I think this is a tricky decision to come to in a practical game, queen c3. It very much hinges on the fact that after bishop takes f2, you don't take on f2. This, I think, might be lost. But you have the queen takes d3 intermediate check, and the bishop cannot interpose, the check being on the light square, and therefore white picks it up. White picks it up next move. Those arrows are tremendously wrong. Firstly, the c1g, g6 diagonal, which I'm very, very proud of, and secondly, the rook jumping over the bishop and jumping over the what is it, the quick brown fox jumping over the lazy bishop on f2 and eating its own pawn on f3. Paul Borda is the Artosis of chess. Yeah, I keep on trying to execute my own Sylvanus, and not succeeding, somewhat surprisingly. But yeah, Queen c3 might actually, now that I've looked at this, maybe Queen c3 is playable. I thought this just lost to Queen a2, as I just told Chad, but we have this setup, which not setup, but this line which appears to be holding. Yeah, and I'm never deleting those arrows. They are a very underrated piece of modern art. In particular, I'm very proud of this one, the c1 h7. Very threatening axis, the c1 h7 axis. Is there anything else apart from Queen c3? I don't think we want to allow d2. Then again, like, it gets blocked. I'm actually more worried about some kind of Queen b3, Queen c2 plans. Or just Bishop f4 next move, and maybe then Black starts making progress. And just in more general terms, there aren't that many moves that you can even make with White here. So I feel like Queen c3 probably is correct.
Queen e1 gets a shout out. It's point after Bishop f4.
We can now probably get active in some way.
Shar is asking, has Jan forgotten how to speak? No, I still kind of know how to speak. Sorry, I'm struggling a little with the cough I contracted 2-3 days ago, but it's going to be fine. But apologies, that's why.
Yeah, Sese strongly disagrees with Queen c3. I wonder, like, one way why that could be was maybe Queen c3 and Queen a2, Knight f2, and then Rook d8. I thought might be strong. Yeah, it does feel like not playing Queen d2 may have been an important mistake from Artemiev. Queen d2 did look very, very logical on the previous move.
So Fabi wants to score more points. How many points do you need, Fabi?
Yeah.
10?
Yeah, probably 10 is his preferred answer, but
That would be what, 6.5 out of 7?
yeah.
Still far from his best streak, but not bad. Niels messed it up, I'm reading. Niels gonna lose to Keimer? That would make it a nightmare tournament for him.
Why is this so lost suddenly? Ah, because he takes... Whoa. That is bad. And that was just not called for at any point. I guess maybe he thought King g1 is a draw, but now f2 check wins. Which is cute, but really not very difficult.
Yeah, not the type of thing he would miss. This?
No, in all these positions, just cd, I guess, you just win somehow. King e4, king e3, and... Although that is not obvious to me that this is losing, like Rook d8. Why is king g3 so lost then? Maybe after Rook g2, king h3.
F2 anyway? No.
No. Well, I mean, we win a piece, but I don't think the king is cut off enough for us to win the rook and bishop.
I wouldn't know, but looks like a draw. Yeah?
And Green T11 says, can someone explain how tiebreaks work in round-robin tournaments? Yeah, I can give a, not a very short answer, but an answer of some sorts. In this tournament in particular, the tiebreaks for the challengers, where they matter because the first place qualifies for the Masters. Yep, it's probably this, some kind of a mate, yeah. First of all, it's direct encounter, which is not difficult to understand, but then it's the Sonnenberg-Burger, which is something people get a bit confused about. And the Sonnenberg-Burger is basically a tie-break system created specifically for round-robin tournaments where everybody plays against the same 13 people, well, apart from themselves, but still the field is the same. So it's not used for Swiss tournaments, it's used for specifically round-robins. And the system is quite simple. If you beat somebody, you get everything they scored in the tournament. Like if you beat a player who scored 7 points in the tournament, you get the full 7 points for your Sonnenberg-Berger score. If you drew with a person, you get half their score, and if you lost to a person, you get none of their points. And this is why we're so certain that David Anton is the qualifier for the next year's Masters, because he drew against Dinara Sodvakasova, who scored very, very few points, and he lost to Max Farmerdam, who will finish in 12th, and also didn't really have the greatest tournament ever. And he has a very good score against the top half, whereas most of the people who could catch him up have beaten both Max Farmerdam and Dinara. And in terms of SB, it is very useful to lose points against the back end of the cross table. So is Queen E1 actually the one move that quote unquote holds now?
I don't know. Should I 4?
Which before was my first. There's also Queen A2 check, which kind of scares me a great deal, but I guess Knight F2. That's just very, very difficult to do. Maybe not that difficult, because in this position black kind of runs out of moves.
Queen A3 is the other.
Queen A3. Attacking the rook on F8, and after rook A8, I guess we go on the offensive somehow with Queen E7. Because now after Queen A2 check, we have rook F2. I think the queen is active enough that we can actually start offering sacrifices, because Queen F6 check is to mate in 4 or something. Yeah. Okay, Queen A3 I can actually... Queen E1 was, I think, a difficult move to even start contemplating, but Queen A3 I can definitely see Artemiev playing that.
What's the clock situation? I get very confused. Fabi apparently does have some time, so
yeah, it was some kind of a glitch.
Clock hadn't changed yet, or hadn't jumped yet. Who knows? So what's this line here? Oops, no. Don't hang the rook.
Rook F4 I think might be critical, with the intention of taking on E4 next move. Yeah, and Queen E5. Actually, yeah, this is... No, it's really no longer trivial at all that white holds this. Sese might, but Sese generally is better at chess than most people. Corporations are people, my friend.
Who said corporations are people, my
friend? Romney?
I don't know.
Pretty sure it was Romney. Yeah, and down to 11 minutes, if we are to trust the clocks, and I think once the glitch has been eliminated, this is now back to being able to trust the clocks quite well. I would start thinking Fabi is a favorite to win this. This really is quite tricky, and there are great prospects for going badly wrong here for white. Dodger says Caruana doesn't realize if he resigns he can eat. I don't think he is, worried they will not feed him if he doesn't stop the game right now.
How much does Fabi like pea soup anyway?
Yeah, exactly. Yay!
You can actually do this whenever you want.
No, I don't.
I'm telling you now that there's 5 minutes to go in this tournament. Niels resigned. Sorry, Niels. Not a great event for Niels Grandelius. 50% in the challenges. He won't be happy. So, what else is there? Last hour, probably, of the bonus code. Tata 2020. If you are considering Chess24 Premium membership, giving you access to all the video series, to the Banter Blitzes, to the Tactics Trainer, to us in chat. Yeah, that's the main premium feature. Check it out. Go to chess24.com/premium or have a look around first. And get 30% off with the code TATA2020. That also means you log in the old prices before the premium prices go up.
And Ruben Gilmondello says, what about Anton Guijarro? Anton Guijarro, #1 challengers, indeed.
Yeah,
We are happy for Anton. I think he deserves a shot at the top group. He's been playing better and better with every year, and had a tremendous result in the Grand Swiss and some other very notable successes. Had a very good GIB 1 year, right? At least 1 year, probably more than 1 year actually.
yeah, I think he had 2 very good years in Gibraltar. Once, in particular, he lost the tie breaks to Nakamura, but had tremendous result. Yeah, David Anton shows that persistent work does pay off. He's been considered a very strong player for a long time, but some of the rating jump wouldn't come, or the consistency wouldn't come. He was a bit stuck around 2.6, 40, 50, where some people have been stuck all their lives. But now he's made a serious jump to 2700 and keeps working, keeps improving. I'm very eager to see him in the top group next year.
Yeah. And we're hearing that both Abdusattorov Salvakasova and the Lemmy Elianov games are now objectively close to equal, or perhaps just equal. Well, okay, I mean,
0-0.
yeah, exactly. I just started laughing uncontrollably because I did hear that both games are equal, and then I saw this position. Yeah, we don't really care about the computer evaluation of this. It can still really finish in any of the 3 results. And it is kind of funny that this is equal to me.
We should also mention what DangerMore5 is saying in the chat. Great comeback by Vincent Keimer, the German prodigy. After the -2 start, we were a bit worried about him, but he finished on +1, which, yeah, shows tremendous spirit, especially in Dark Vaikanze. I'm guessing his coach / mentor / second, Peter Leko, was there to guide him through the dark nights, keep him company, obviously keep him well prepared.
Yeah, but we kind of knew the kid is very, very well grounded and has very good attitude to not just chess but life in general. I think he was very impressive in his attitude towards playing in Grand K after qualifying for Grand K, and he is a very mature 15 or 16-year-old. I'm not entirely sure how old he is, but has a very sound head on his shoulders and very good advisors. So,
he's pretty tall too.
Yeah, and that as well. Yeah, he gained I remember I haven't seen him in a while, and then we played in Grand K after a break of not running into him in any events, and I thought, he was not that tall when I saw him previously. He gained a lot of height, as opposed to people like me, who generally gain in other directions. What is there?
So Dodgy is complaining, grounded and sensible, where are the lunatics? Yeah, I could not agree more. Let's go through the field.
We can probably scrounge up some lunatics for you, Dodgy, if you feel there aren't enough.
We can send them to clean your Swedish estate. Oops, sorry. that was not what I wanted, but it's mildly disturbing. How did I do this? Yeah.
I am not entirely sure, as I am constantly with anything you do.
Yeah, I know. I feel the same way. So, where are our lunatics at? Nino Anton, David Anton, he's not really a lunatic. He doesn't get much daylight, so he could be a vampire. I think he gets up at like 6 p.m. if there's no tournaments. And then goes to bed at like 10 a.m. But he's in his 20s. That's regular routines then. Abdus Sattarov, I don't know very much about, but I have a feeling he might not be a lunatic either.
No, I don't think he strikes me as very good lunatic material.
Pavel's always been
Honestly,
very
like
common
I've
sense, nice
already
guy.
I've already gone through. I understand.
So is Erwin.
You probably wanted to do the whole group name by name.
For sure, yeah.
But I think we need to go to the Jib list if we are to search for good lunatic material.
Ganguly, also not a lunatic, as far as I know. Keimer, you've mentioned.
No, it's just a very
Niels.
full-
Niels is the opposite of a lunatic. Lucas! No.
no,
Smates.
no, financial sector, healthy interest in Hearthstone. Very grounded person.
Nah, Smates is a bit of a sicko.
Is he?
No. That's my boy. Niha Sarin. Also not a lunatic whatsoever. Also healthy, blah, 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 environment, smart people around him, all that. Ugh. Rauf Mamedov, big fan. As mentioned, Lucas and others. We spent hours admiring Rauf Mamedov from a distance at the European Team Championship.
I feel
sitting there with Salif and his wife.
it's a pity I wasn't there because I could have told you can admire him from up close and he won't mind that.
Oh, we would have never dared. Max Varmadam, not a lunatic either, eats too much Chinese food. Smirnov, no, he was winning against me once in 7 moves, but I don't think that qualifies as lunatic. Dinara, I do not know at all.
Yeah. Keimer getting a GM norm, isn't he a GM already?
He's a GM, yeah.
Yeah, that
Or I'm
seemed.
not sure if he got the title, but he got the requirements.
Yeah.
So there's no lunatics?
No, I think if we start going through the Jib field, which is after all much larger, I can find you. I can find you some lunatics
That's
in
gonna
Jib.
be interesting. Where they at?
Well, do we count? Very, very important basic question. Do we count Trent? Is Trent our close friend, the famous international master from the United Kingdom? Is he? Do you think Lawrence counts as a lunatic?
Close, but no. No, I wouldn't call Lawrence a lunatic.
Let's not say lunatics. Let's say characters of
Yeah,
interest.
lunatic sounds a bit negative.
Yeah,
Characters. He's a character.
he's definitely a character, and also apparently, Fabi is now completely winning. I guess Fabi is up 9 queens.
Let's go to Fabi. Yeah, this might be the end. There's also a question, I'm not sure if that was serious. Is Fabi the only top 20 player that wears glasses? Which top 20 player doesn't wear glasses? Carlsen, sometimes. Karana, most of the time. Ding, probably no glasses. Grishuk, no glasses.
I think Sasha actually has glasses. He doesn't wear them very often, but I think he...
Pornashi, ever seen him with glasses? Maybe
No,
not.
no.
Aronian glasses. Wesley, probably not. Rajabov, probably not. You're right, it's fewer than I thought. Maxim has glasses. Ahmedyarov, probably not. Wang Hao, not sure. Probably not. Gary glasses. No, it's fewer than I thought.
Yeah, and Rook G1, the move Artemiev played, I think I know by this loses. It's Queen B3, and I actually started my quote-unquote analysis of this position by saying I would like to play Rook G1, but I don't see any reply to Queen B3. And the minus 81s in chat seem to indicate that my my assessment of this was
Oh, so
correct.
it's pretty unpleasant, no?
Yeah.
Checkmate.
Yeah. The other moves here, like the moves which were suggested as best moves, were maybe not that easy. But Rook G1 just doesn't feel right.
Fabi does not forgive such
Yeah, queen b3 minus 36 and queen c4 minus 147.
That's much better.
Yeah, but I think minus 36 is acceptable here. I think I will refuse feeling ashamed for not spotting the best move in the position and only talking about queen b3. Yeah. I like the 147 though. A wild snooker reference appears in.
Chess24 Twitter is throwing you under the bus with the Lawrence comments, or me, but I've never said a bad thing about Lawrence in my life. So, what have they said? What say they?
What say you?
Peter and Jansk, they're trying to throw me under the bus with it. So unfair. What have I done to Chess24 Twitter? Current topic of discussion is whether the famous UK international master Lawrence Trent is a lunatic. So unfair.
It is very, very hasty by our media team. But also,
it's just cheap clickbait, fishing for headlines. It's just wrong. We do not want to capitalize on Lawrence Trent's fame by having any lunatic rumors about him. I do not think that he's a lunatic whatsoever.
And Hochjoch.
I normally get it wrong. I normally say Hochjoch, but I think it's Hochjoch. Serious.
Those are exactly the same.
No, it's Hochjoch or Hochjoch.
Okay. Well, him. He actually does have a point saying typical longest thing loses the game by Artemiev. And yeah, this has happened to me many a time where you trust your hand for the majority of the game and you do okay. Maybe you miss some things, but you generally do okay, and then you start tanking and everything goes completely to pieces. I'm actually somewhat struggling to refute something after queen b3. I understand queen c4 is stronger, but yeah, like why does white lose after queen b3? Let's say queen e5. I guess it's queen a2 check. Yeah, now I understand. Because queen e5, queen c2, I think rook d2 draws. That was my point.
There's a debate which I have to clear up. So did Lawrence leave Chess24, or was he just fired? As expected, I'm quoting here. Sleepy Mario is saying leave himself. DK79 saying, I don't think Lawrence was ever employed by Chess24. No, Lawrence worked here. But then he left us to pursue greener pastures, to go work for Fabiano Caruana as Caruana's manager. So Lawrence abandoned us, left us here, all by ourselves.
Left us in the lurch.
Very much so.
Oh, hang on, this is not what I was calculating. 92, queen c2, I assume. Queen e5 now.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess there's just no perpetual somehow. Queen d1, queen e6, and it's just important not to play rook f6 here. But if the king goes somewhere, I'm guessing we run out of checks.
It's a dodgy thing, so that's why Jan hates Fabi. Yeah, he took our boy. And, well, he did try to give him back very quickly, in fairness, but
yeah,
still.
There's a famous,
lot of bad blood.
a famous song lyric in some of the classic Russian rock. There's a song about a friend of the singer who shows up at his flat and does a number of things which he doesn't like, and among those things it says, who left my flat after a week and took my wife with him, Rastafari, and who came back after a month and brought her back. And those things are listed as the unforgivable sins of that person against the humanity.
Who was it?
the singer or the person who came, or like, doesn't really matter. But the point is, Fabi, showed up and took out Lawrence, and then tried returning him, but it did not take.
No. Should be said that Lawrence no longer being Fabi's manager was by no means Fabi's decision. They still have a great relationship, and I hear they often spent hours talking on the phone, and it were powers outside Fabi's control that made Lawrence leave. That's
Yes.
how Lawrence tells the story.
Yes, I've heard that. I've heard that story told. What period in Russian classic rock? That's all of it is basically like mid '80s, and this is Zoopark. There was a time where I would be even capable of naming the album and the track number, but not anymore.
Ev Mais Perua wants to know, Jan Peter, do you think the French defense is terminated for top-level play? No, we've seen it in this tournament quite a bit, no? Vitugov played it, Jordan played it.
Against Vitugov.
I've always been more team E5, C5 for the distant future. And I think especially Lila likes the structures, the French structures with the space advantage better for white. But as often is the case, and also it's similar on some Caro-Kann lines, it also comes down very much to can black force a draw in some of the sharp lines, which you can certainly try doing. Like here, all this queen b6 business. Or what is the sharp line where they take the pawn? CD94, queen b6.
Yeah, queen d2, queen b2, and it does appear like I think current understanding is this is a forced draw,
what I'm saying.
but it's still possible to play. And Alexander Grishuk won a very impressive game against Alexei Shirov in the Grand Swiss by just seemingly in some perfectly theoretical position, just playing like rook b7, b2 to avoid trades, and switching the game to the middle game and just playing on.
But big scheme of things, yeah. I think white gets some extra space, but that doesn't mean the position has to be lost, especially in these move-by-move lines. I don't know. I expect to see more Frenches.
Yeah. And I do want to say that I saw the Roman soldiers thing, and it made me chuckle, Nizahe. Fabi is probably just mainly confused as to why this move was played. I think he is just sitting there trying to figure out why am I not instantly completely winning, because otherwise I think one of those two moves would already have been played on the board.
Michaela is asking who's the best prepared player, i.e. remembers the most stuff. Fabi's always on that list, Giri's always on that list. Wesley, when it comes to pure knowledge, you could have a debate when it comes to, I don't know, depth of ideas, but when it comes to pure knowledge, Wesley's up there. I don't know, I think it's mainly the best players, really. Magnus also underrated for how much stuff he actually knows. Ding's knowledge, I feel, is growing all the time. But yeah, the first names that come to my mind nowadays are Fabi and Anish, usually.
Yeah, in particular the way this question was phrased, because I think you still not mentioning Vichy is a bit of an insult, but...
I meant no insult, but obviously with Vichy's depth of knowledge and preparation and so on, but also remembering most stuff when being quizzed tomorrow morning. I choose one of the younger guys with Vichy.
That's what I meant, that specifically how this was phrased, I think youth does give you a very significant advantage. But Vichy, in terms of general wealth of knowledge and the amount of stuff he's looked at in his entire life is
prepared for what, 5 World Championship matches? Probably seriously, no? Yeah, no, that's no question. Then also Kramnik, who's no longer playing, but those guys.
Yeah, Sese has a mate in 23. We've established black is winning, but you still, I think mainly you need to conquer your disbelief that Rook D1 has been played. And on that topic, I remember there was a very nice story in the early New in Chesses about a hero of mine in the early years, Tigger Hiller Person, who played in some open tournament somewhere I think it doesn't really matter where the tournament was played, but basically the story was he played some incredibly sharp variation against Nick de Fermin, and in those years Nick was still very much an active player and a very strong player. they had a really messy game. And then I think either in the run-up to the first time control or instantly after the first time control, Nick in a position where I think there's a perpetual for Tiger. He just blundered mate e3 with checks. And, well, trying to continue to play for a win. And the article on the tournament said that there are many people who would in that spot at least question the answer, because Nick is like rated 2650 or whatever he was in those years, and it can't be that he just blundered mate with checks. But Tiger just delivered it in 3 seconds flat, no doubts. He knows this is mate, so he's showing it on the board. There's absolutely no pause for reflection or to ask yourself, why is this happening? I do have a strong reply. I'm going to play it instantly, and I think part of what Fabi is doing here is actually not being a Tiger in that respect. I'm sure he knows Queen B3 or Queen C4 is extremely strong, but just checking and rechecking and then checking again.
I had no idea Tiger Hiller Person was an early hero of yours. Are you guys like the same age, more or less?
I don't know. He at some point acquired some kind of a mythical quality in my mind because of, the way he was described in articles. And honestly, when I finally met him, he did not disappoint. He's a very, very interesting guy.
He reads books and all that stuff.
Yeah, very pleasant to talk to. Lots of ideas on all kinds of interesting topics. He's a lovely guy.
He's more into Go and stuff than chess nowadays, right?
Yeah, he's moved on a little bit, but I've always really enjoyed hanging around with him and talking to him about things. I think the reason Queen C4 is stronger than Queen B3 is specifically after knight G2, we have the additional option of Queen F4.
I thought we found the 147, not the minus
Yeah.
33 move.
Yep.
Doesn't allow Queen A6 apparently. Struggling Chess asking, have either of you unknowingly walked into someone's prep? It happens every other game, no? Sometimes knowingly, but I'm not quite sure what you mean. Like usually someone walks into the other's prep, no?
Yeah, but I think the question is more about those cases where like you walk into a prep and you lose, not just walk into a prep and have to play a position you don't know, but you walk into a very specific piece of preparation which kind of ends the game on the spot. I've done that, not very often. This actually doesn't happen as often as people think, but I've definitely done that.
Yeah, I've had it, I think, twice. Usually I was, my more active days, taking pride in my theoretical prowess, and it hasn't happened often, but Sagisyan, who used to be a very strong theoretician, once got me good with white in some semi-Slav. Niklas Huschenbeet once out-prepared me in the Evans Gambit, which was also unpleasant. Other than that, I'm sure there were other cases, but those are the two that come to mind. Usually, I've been good in theoretical debates.
Yeah, Queen C4, Queen C3 played, and the intention from Artemiev after Queen A2 check, which I assume is the best move in the position, is probably to play knight G2, Queen C2, Queen E5 and claim this is somehow a perpetual. But from the minus 147, we kind of know that it isn't. Should probably try to figure out why though, because I'm still slightly confused. We give this check.
People not are fast to remind me of my game with Kramnik. Yeah, I didn't count that one because I don't think I had to resign. He played a very nice idea, but I'm white and had many moves that led to equality, so I wouldn't count that as like lethal prep. But yeah, I certainly also walked into that one. That is true.
I'm still not sure why this is so easy. Like I go Queen E5 check here, for instance. Do we actually have to run in that direction? Because I don't think we can shake these checks by some kind of interposing the rook.
So King G6.
Yeah.
Weird.
No, I think we get stuck. I think probably it is some kind of a run towards the other side, because we do give mate, like we're not worried about, let's say, losing this rook if it's not with check. We can actually do something like this and then run towards the queen side. But like this is a lot of checks. Like queen a8 and then no, but like I think once this starts happening, we win because we just run in that direction. Okay, and then I've had now confirmation from chat that this is what's happening. And yeah, it does make sense because obviously the moment white has to take, he just gets mated by bishop f4 discovered check. Then we take the rook with the check and or give queen h2 mate, of course, if that's what's happening. And yeah, just get the king over to the other side and then we win. Yeah, that does make a great deal of sense. Queen a2 played, knight g2 played by Artemiev. So yeah, now Fabi just needs to work that out, and he has 20 minutes, and it's an idea that does occur to you eventually. Knight g2 was not good, says Pawn Pusher. I mean, from a purely machine perspective, yes, you probably play rook g2, bishop g2, knight g2, but here
You might as well resign.
yeah,
So
here you know you're
try
not
to
saving
move
it.
for
Yeah,
you, resigning.
yeah. It's a discussion that I actually had with Lorinda during the World Rapid and Blitz. There was a game there, which I don't know, you probably haven't seen it. But basically, I had a very bad position against David Paravan. And then at some point he made a mistake, and I had a setup where I have the smothered mate with checks. And if he takes the knight when I play knight f2 check, I actually do have queen a7, a1 with the mate along the first rank.
Right.
And he spotted it instantly when he allowed it. And I had maybe 3 minutes when the situation appeared on the board. It wasn't a blitz game, it was a rapid game. And it wasn't until I actually released the knight on f2 that I thought I saw queen a1. I was actually, when I was playing knight f2 onto the board, I was playing to play rook f2, queen takes f2, and then he has a perpetual.
Right.
And once I released it, somehow like your eyes become unblinkered. And when he took, I already played queen a1. And then Neil asked me afterwards if I thought that king h1, knight f2, king g1 was a better try. And I said, no, of course you take on f2. Because maybe your opponent is an idiot and doesn't see queen a1, but there is no way at all I will not play knight h3 and queen g1 and knight f2 mate.
Yeah.
And I think here it's sort of the same. Like you know you're not saving the position and exchange down, but maybe something, maybe Fabi doesn't believe that the king doesn't run away, and he just goes for something else after queen c2, queen e5, or just does something weird in general.
Yeah, I completely agree. Although, given your tactical sharpness, your last two stories being one about how impressed you were that Tiger Hilep delivered a mate in 3 quickly, and then you missing a mate in 2 are surprising to me.
Neither is a lie. Seriously, I just had to laugh because as the move was being made on the board, knight g4 f2 check, I was making it pretty much with the intention of offering a draw, but then something did click, and yeah, it's strange how your brain works sometimes. I think it's partly understandable in case of that anecdote, because the queen was never anywhere near the a file. It wasn't. And it seems like there were other pieces on the board, and it seemed like something might get in the way. But still, I was very confused afterwards because
I'm reading that Alexeyenko is maybe in trouble. Not sure. What's going on? He might go somewhere pinned.
no, I think he has done this on purpose. I think he is trying to get the position as messy as possible. But yeah, it looks very risky what he's doing, because I guess he's just losing an exchange here. But he's been taking a lot of risks in the previous rounds as well. I think that's sort of part of the overriding strategy. Although, yeah, this position does look kind of dodgy. I suspect he just wants to play knight f3 here and play bishop a1, queen a1. If you do give white a tempo to play bishop b3 here, I do start to feel this is perfectly good, but black probably will try breaking things up first.
No reason for panic yet.
No.
Bobby, we down here?
Not yet.
Nope.
Not yet.
Still taking his time. Danigza is wondering, what is Fabi thinking about? Just making sure.
I think that's pretty much it.
Calculating.
He needs to. Although once again, that line with the king running towards the king, the queen side, the rook on d1 will never ever have any moves. So I think convincing yourself that there isn't any perpetual, and also that you're risking absolutely nothing by running with the king towards b7, let's say, shouldn't be very difficult.
No, but generally he's always very deliberate. No, he's not the type to rush anything. He will just be sitting there calculating queen c2 till he's sure.
Yep. And that actually, I kind of asked Chad, but I don't know if the answer was provided. Apparently, there's also rook d8 right now, which might even be stronger now that. No, rook d8 allows rook queen b3. I don't think you ever play rook d8. You might not win. Like you. The second game probably is still winning, but why would you ever allow it? And there might be other problems as well. What was I talking about? Yeah, I asked Chad, but I don't know if the answer was actually provided. What is the highest score, sort of officially, in the modern era, let's say, of the Vaikanze top group? What's the highest winning score? Because plus 7 is a lot. Is it plus 7? It's plus 6 only. It's not plus 7. Is it? Yeah, Magnus finished on plus 3, so Fabi will be
10
on.
out of 13 would be plus 7. No?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he was a point and a half because he won with a run to spare. Yeah, correct.
10 out of 13 was last scored by Carlsen in 2013 and Kasparov in 1999.
Yeah, I played.
His great predecessors.
Yeah, I played in the '99 tournament. I definitely did not play in 2013. Arguably, the best result, according to Jake Loans, is Korchnoi 1968 and Taimanov 1970 was 12 out of 15. Yeah, those were probably slightly softer, frankly, but yeah, those are massive scores by both Victor and Mark Evgenievich.
Also, Cyrovan and Brown in 1980, scoring 10 out of 13 apiece. Coming to Vike, destroying everything. It's impressive. I'm sure that was a strong tournament.
Yeah, I don't know why I missed those. Yeah, and Korchnoi and Bilevsky in 84. 84 was probably also a very, very strong field. Yeah, so there's been a number of very, very high scores, but with the tournament of 82 years young, you will get quite a few exceptional results.
All right, Fabi. While we wait, time to plug the stuff. We add a plug. Let's have a look. What is there? No, not this, not this, not this. The premium experience is great too. But what I meant to bring up was... If you haven't done it yet, have you checked out our friends at Chessable have a free course on the tactics of the Tata Steel Masters. Check that out, chessable.com/Vike2020. Then, Chess24, still looking for developers, not coders as we learned, software engineers, both for web and for mobile. If you are a great developer and would like to work in the chess industry, or the industry as we like to call it, then check out chess24.com/jobs. I think positions are open in Hamburg and Riga, believe it or not. I've never been to Riga.
Riga is a very nice city, yeah.
What else is there? Nope. Other than that, the 30% off premium promotion is on its last legs. Just like this Komodo dragon.
No, it's a very healthy Komodo
Looks
dragon.
fairly stable, actually.
Yeah, no, it's on its 4 legs, but they are not his last legs. It feels like he has a few more legs stashed away somewhere, in case these fail.
I would not like to fight a Komodo dragon. I think they're afraid of humans. I don't understand why.
Yeah.
You guys could take over the world.
Yeah, I don't know if afraid is the right way to describe it. They just don't want to bother.
Yeah,
We're
they're
probably
lazy.
we're probably larger than their usual prey, so there's really not much point.
Are they cannibals? I think they're cannibals.
As in eat their own?
Yes.
I was not sure of that at all. More plugs?
I'm wondering. No, I think that's it. You should also make sure to watch the after show with our friend Pascal, Grandmaster Pascal Charbonneau. I think it's every day, 10 p.m. our time, which is probably like normal hours US time. So check that out. Burns for 20 is asking, Jan, is that dev job still open? I'm not a dev, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn, so that should work.
Yeah, I don't know what that is in reference for, but in reference to, but
Me neither. What Holiday Inn references do we know? I'm chilling at the Holiday Inn.
yeah.
Nope.
I was thinking it might be some kind of extremely weird American Gods reference, but that would be too complicated somehow.
It's a joke about a commercial. We're not that great at US commercials because, while I think both of us watch a lot of US TV, it's normally not on the US TV. But
Yeah, that precludes me from knowing very much. Like I once made a huge fool of myself by not knowing who Flo is, and I have been since educated on the topic of Yo, it's Flo, but that's about the one American TV ad reference I do know.
yeah, same here. Podcast ads, however, are great. Simply safe. Lisa mattresses.
Yeah. Have you had an accident at work? Call injury lawyers for you, or some such.
Fabi. He probably knows all about US commercials. He has taken his time, and then when Quincy too took here.
And Maxar26 says, Peter, you don't have to make a fool of yourself. I guess suggesting that I already am one and I don't need to work on it. That is true, but I appreciate you confirming it for me so that I don't have to wonder any longer. And we're being raided for the second time tonight. Thank you to International Master Rosen and his raiding party, and we welcome you to these last legs of the Tata Steel coverage. Welcome, welcome. Let's talk about something non-chess related.
What is there to talk about? We should congratulate the winners, Fabian Caruana and David Anton.
You are not going to get that confirmation though, Cthulhu. We're not doing commentary together for that one. Is Irvin winning? Irvin is seemingly winning, no? No. There's a bishop one before which was covered by the mouse. I got slightly overexcited there.
Lira Le Capital saying, Peter Jan, thanks for those lovely weeks. Just saying, thank you so much, Lira Le Capital. Much appreciated.
Yeah, I hope MVL will be commentating the candidates as vice first. I think that's a bridge too far, frankly. would be excellent, but I think it would be a bit of a, too much of a needle to ask MVL to do that.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions about the candidates' coverage. There's nothing official to say yet, as Peter has been hinting at. He might have other plans, but we do have very big plans for the candidates, so hopefully it's gonna be great. You guys will know first once stuff is official. Caporal Lorty is saying Grishuk should commentate the candidates. He's playing in it though. That's
Yeah,
make it a little tougher.
that probably is illegal again, according to laws of chess or some such. And yeah, this is still ongoing. Is the nighttime game over in the Abdusatorov game?
Yeah, that's been over for, or no?
Well, it's sort of over.
Draw.
Yeah. He's still playing, but there's really not much hope of winning this position. Even King E5, E6 is, and King D3 is the cleanest one. Yeah, sure.
Little Nap 7484 is saying, imagine MVL invited just to comment on Kirill's game. Sounds cruel, but kind of fun. Maybe we can ask him if he wants to do a game of the day every day on Kirill's game. But probably he would say no.
Nizaki says, to be fair, Sasha could do the first 90 minutes of commentary, then go play a normal game. Yeah, that's also fair, but I don't think
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. If we could somehow
And check back in after move 40.
Yeah, just do a brief roundup of the time trouble and then go back to tanking. Yeah, that actually is a very sound suggestion, Nizaki. We appreciate that.
So yeah, the next big events in Chess 24 land. There's always chess action. There's the Prague Super Tournament in February and so on. But the real big one for us over here is the candidates, of course, starting March 15th. Lasts a while too. It's 14 rounds with a bunch of rest days. So even longer than this tournament, I would guess. Till April 5th. After that, in very short succession, I believe, it's the Grenke Masters, Magnus's next event in early April. And then, I haven't planned further, to be honest. There is, I guess, business as usual. The Grand Chess Tour will be restarting. Obviously, we have the Chess Olympia this year. We have the World Chess Championship. There's all kinds of things happening. Mr. Dodgy is asking, are you commenting on Vike 2021? That is a topic that should be discussed.
But
soon. But yeah, probably, actually. Why not?
What else do we have to do with our lives?
Galactic is suggesting a French commentary with Laurent and MVL, where they only focus on criticizing Alexeyenko. That is more likely than the game of the day plan with Alexeyenko. Not sure what our French friends are up to. Funstuff is asking for a new theme song for candidates. There have been talks about a new theme song, actually. I'm not sure if we have one. But if anyone out there is a songwriter, jingle writer, we need like intro music.
Yeah, no, I think that's the one thing we definitely should be incorporating, in particular for these kind of bootleg, not entirely official streams, is the jingle system. The jingle system from Guerrilla Cricket, where we could introduce the players by playing jingles featuring swear words and things. That would be quite something.
Let's do it. What do we need for it? Just jingles with swear words and...
Yeah, I think we should probably hire somebody who is musically inclined and...
I think Laurent can do it.
Oh. Yeah.
He's not musically inclined, but he swears a lot.
Rip CPK, says Lorinda. Yeah, that would get CPK's seal of approval real quick. But if we have to do it, we have to do it.
It's got to be done.
Yep.
It's got to be done.
Yeah, 95 knight g4 is a draw. Somebody asked a while ago in chat, and She is unsurprisingly,
over.
unsurprisingly, she does want to check before committing to something, which, you know, if she miscalculates, will be extremely embarrassing. But it's not a difficult calculation. Knight g4, knight c5 check, and king, frankly, any square. d4 is fine. c4 is also fine. Yeah, so this is a draw. The Eliana Fleming game is also very likely to be drawn. And here, yeah, Fabi has gotten the king sort of to the right squares, and now he gets checked from the side. I guess he can even run towards e3 and b2, which would be kind of cute. No, then he gets checked from... You get the d4, you get checked from b6, I guess. So, okay, yeah. How do we win this? Oh no, we get to b2 and then we play bishop b4, discover check, I guess is the simplest. Yeah, king d4 and king c3. King c3, queen a5 though. I guess it's king c4 specifically in this position. King c4 and then king b3 and bishop b4 discover check now will win. Well, whenever it's a legal move. Hasn't been a legal move yet, but I have high hopes.
Mr. Dodgy is saying, I think I worked out the only person who could replace Peter. It's Pepe. Pepe would be great to have, but he has millions of adoring Spanish fans out there as well.
Yeah, I don't think we can lure Pepe from his core audience of ratatata loving Spaniards. Those stupid Spanish has had it too good for too long, says Dodgy. We do not disagree.
That is the book on the Spanishes. So have all games thus far been drawn, by the way?
Yeah, but there will be one result.
6 draws, and Fabi will win. The rich get richer.
The rich do get richer, unless they get taxed by progressives, which they might end up, you know, having to face as a new harsh reality of the day. King e5.
Hang on, are we doing politics?
I was kind of mildly trying to get us there, but I don't think I succeeded. Queen b5. We can... I was going to say it's actually possible to lose this with black by playing king f4 after queen b5, but as long as we don't play king e3 to queen b8 check, we still don't lose. And probably we actually win. But I think the king in general is aimed towards those c4, c3 squares and so on.
I have a feeling Fabi will move his king in a manner that at one point it cannot be checked anymore.
Yeah, and Cthulhu and Galactic are discussing the Fischer 2851, which is something I said on an earlier show, and I was completely wrong. Yeah, it's Kasparov's score, and Fischer
to 785.
Yeah, to 785.
Of course, historically, blah, blah, blah.
I heard someone say it was Fischer says Galactic, yeah, and it was me, and I was wrong. So apologies for that.
Mario Brass is saying they better not tax my millions of yearly income. I will not be happy.
Kappa. That is a kappa.
Okay.
That's your first encounter with an actual kappa.
So this kappa is a symbol that you use in order to clarify that what you said was tongue-in-cheek?
Yeah. Ironic, sarcastic, or...
If you don't use that symbol, people won't know. Because irony translates poorly to writing.
Something along those lines, yes.
I would like to know more.
Kappa. Yeah. Mate in 20 apparently. We are no longer really surprised. We know black is completely winning.
Is it socially acceptable nowadays to say kappa in conversation?
Depending on who you talk to.
So if you are talking to a fellow
T-witch, I think, was the best term you coined for it was the T-witch.
T-witch, then it's okay, but you better check first.
Yeah. I think, yeah. And Woodsayer just says no in large capital letters, so I guess he does not agree with the usage of kappa in everyday life. Oops.
Literally Capital is asking, could you comment a bit on Vincent Keimer? He played a great second half of the tournament. Where do you see him in 5 years from now? Please, Lyra, no 5 years from now conversations. We don't like those in job interviews, in magazine quizzes, or in predicting Vincent's future. But he's clearly a very strong player who has a very decent support system around him. Seems to have a great family, seems to have a good head on his shoulders. So I would not bet against him. He's asking, will he pass Jan on the rating list? Eventually he will. It's a pretty safe bet. When it's going to happen, I do not know. Next year, 2 years, 3 years. But it will happen. Actually, probably. This year or next year are better bets than 2-3 years.
Yeah, and more than one person has mentioned that Pragnananda is apparently better against Topalov today, which would be, I think, the biggest scalp the young Indian has.
I don't know.
Yeah, there it is. It's a nice position for white for sure. Something like Queen f4. It's very annoying for black to play. I guess he goes Queen d7 back. They had a very similar position 2 moves ago, and I think Prague is very actively, unless knight f6 wins, but I don't think it does. Yeah. Yeah, and Rook d1 Queen d6 is sort of a. I mean, it's an awkward situation for black, but it might be something he needs to aim for here. And white, I think, can I show something cute? After Rook d1 Queen e6 here. Prague just goes. Okay, maybe there was a glitch in the matrix, but whoa, that is quite impressive by Prague. He goes knight f6 check straight away. Obviously, you cannot allow Queen d4 check, so he is planning to play Rook d1. And I get the feeling black is really will be forced to return the queen straight away with something like fe, but that should lose. That is a very impressive game by the young man. If you play Queen c7, I'm pretty sure you get mated after ef. You have to play King h8, and now something like Rook d3 should just be mate, question mark? Because of how strong the threat is. Maybe even, yeah, Rook d3. Yeah, Rook d3 is stronger actually, because if black plays Rook e8, we can even take and play Rook h3 using the fact that we control the e1 square, the only square from which a check could be given. So Rook d3 seems to just finish the game on the spot. And if, as mentioned, if black returns the queen, I think the cleanest, I mean, there's a number of very strong solutions here, but first of all, just something like this is probably completely winning for white. Shouldn't even be that difficult, to be honest. And there are also possibilities to play maybe even the immediate b5 and take this guy instead, which leaves black with an even worse pawn structure. Also makes a ton of sense. Yeah, all the coronavirus jokes are hilarious, guys. Keep them coming. And yeah, it does feel like this just wins on the spot, and either black already had absolutely no good options somewhere here, or perhaps Topalov just did not realize what was happening. But honestly, if somewhere around here, it already looks like black is much, much worse. I would make an argument that maybe it's time to start trading some pieces, like knight e7, rook a1, knight takes d5, cd, I don't know, g6 or something like that, and hoping that somehow you can defend grimly against this very strong pair, but at least you no longer get mated on the king side, which he kind of is now. Maybe this is his best shot, knight e5, rook d8, queen takes f6, and something like knight g6. But yeah, you lose these positions pretty much every single time. And in the Alexeyenko game, seems like Grigori did not believe in the power of black's position after knight d7. Maybe we missed something, and he's gone for a line which is, I think he probably thought this equalizes quite simply, but these positions sometimes get awkward for black because of how strong the bishop on b3 is. Maybe not this one just yet, but you can definitely see this type of position gradually becoming difficult for black. Say bishop b5, bishop d5, next move rook c6, threatening rook takes g6, and you can start seeing, you know, the outlines of problems for black.
Yeah, apologies guys, I'm a little sick. I started having this cough 3 days ago. I hope it's not the coronavirus reaching Hamburg, but yeah, sorry if I sometimes leave or get quiet.
I'm not a particular fan of the Bilbao scoring system, Vegan. I think it's an interesting experiment, but I don't think we need to do that. Although I have to say, I sort of enjoyed the Norway Chess 2019 with all the. It gave me an opportunity to kind of nerd out more than I normally do with various calculations, and you know how much weight should be assigned to a classical draw compared to an Armageddon win and so on. But I really don't think chess is in anywhere near as much of a crisis in terms of, you know, drawing percentages as people are trying to make it out to be. In terms of conclusions, yeah, I would need to look up the files, but I think we agreed that Armageddon was given a little bit too much weight the way they did it, and adjusting it slightly in favor of a classical draw would have made for a fairer final outcome. Fair, obviously, in huge air quotes, because everybody knew the rules coming in, and whoever won the tournament won it by accepting you know, according to the accepted scoring system, which was in the contract. But I think shifting the balance slightly towards the classical would have been better. Has Fabi won yet?
Not quite, but the king is here, and
yeah,
we're out of checks, so...
I mean, the answer is actually yes, but Artemiev just is sort of refusing to accept it for now.
We've seen Artemiev take his time.
He doesn't have time
resigning
here, yeah.
once or twice.
Yeah, thankfully
He just got
hang on. Okay.
extra time.
That's alarming.
It's move 60. The players get an extra, I think, 30 minutes. So Artemiev might have a look around, might contemplate how the tournament went, the highs and the lows, the long road back to Omsk before resigning, but it is now over.
Yeah, bishop before check is comfortable here. The rook takes f3, I think, is probably cleaner than queen takes d1, but I mean, both are.
Both are promising.
Yeah, promising. Promising is exactly right. Yeah, there's not much going on here.
Any move.
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much any move. There was a thought and then it escaped. MVL. Apparently MVL is playing a wild game today, so we could maybe have a brief look. Somehow he's already won. It was a wild game judging by the final position, but it's already over.
Oh, it's checkmate, rook c5.
Yeah, rook c5 and bishop e3 is unstoppable apparently.
Not many people checkmate Peralta and Gibraltar.
And this is the old Grishuk stomping ground. I feel these lines of the advanced French, but I haven't seen it done. Frankly, by either color in a while. H4, H5, knight. This is a strange sequence because knight e3 followed by fe is something that people do in this line quite a bit, but including H4, H5, it seems sort of both wrong and right. Because I understand the point is to land the knight on G5, but it still feels like you're ruining your own position a little bit. But it seemed like MVL always had things very well under control. The king is
just winning all the way.
Yeah, the king is very well placed on F2. There is just no counterplay, and the dark squares are so weak that, yeah, it's not the most obvious way of conversion here, but I guess it's just good enough. Going after the king, and then, like, how do we give mate after king takes d4? I'm sure we do, but... Je ne sais pas. It's an interesting spot to resign, right? Hard not to believe MVL, but it was 0-0-0. Whoa! Whoa! I haven't seen those in a while, in particular not in games featuring myself. A resignation in an equal position. But yeah,
why not play this move and check it?
Yeah, and exactly. Azurm is saying king takes d4. Apparently, the best position for his opponent in a while. It did.
This was a win. Yeah.
That's what they're saying. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a really bizarre way of finishing a game.
Must have had some hallucination.
Yeah.
Maybe he thought this was checkmate or something.
Yeah, something must have gone wrong in his head. Yeah, concerning some of these lines.
Also, top 10 players blitzing out moves when your king is in the middle of the board. You have this tendency to trust them.
Yep. And Lawrence is in trouble in his London game against Sadwani. Yeah,
strong f-pawns there.
With some very, very strong f-pawns. And I guess he is just intending to go forward with the king. Yeah, if the last move is king c7, b6, my guess is after knight c4 check, he is not going back to the 7th, he is going forward. Knight a3 check, and king somewhere. It's actually a bit awkward, yeah, king a4, rook c6, you do get checked quite a bit. Maybe, yeah, it's...
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think black is much better if he just gives up the exchange here. It's not impossible to take on c4 and take on g3, and black will, I don't think, ever be risking anything. But it's just such a...
Do you win this?
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, very, very poor structure. I don't think you have very many winning chances. You might occasionally lose them, but...
And Artemiev shows his fighting spirit is unbroken. Where's Elnuk Tim?
Yeah, I was trying to attract Elnuk Tim's attention, but seems like today he is not in evidence. And yeah, I'm not sure what is being achieved by this, frankly. Against a player on 25 minutes with an extra rook and a king which goes, escapes the check.
Oh yeah, it is over. Mm-hmm. So once again, congratulations to Fabian Caruana for not only winning the tournament, but for scoring 10 out of 13, a score that, according to what we've heard, has not been put together since Magnus a while back, and then Kasparov in '99.
Yeah,
So,
and a few
pretty good
notables
stuff by
prior to that, but yeah, it's a very exclusive list of people who scored +7 in Wijk. And also, yeah, once again, if you look at the cross table in a moment, the result he had against the top half, so to speak, is quite remarkable. He scored +4 against the top half and only +3 against the bottom halves. And that's a mark of somebody who was at the top of his game for this event, quite clearly.
Impressive stuff by Fabian Caruana, finishing 2 points clear of Magnus Carlsen. That also does not happen all the time.
Not at all.
Goes to him. Other winners, I think Joran van Foreest, Daniel Dubov would be the first names on my list. Everybody else, less clear. Wesley Fine, that, yeah, hard to call too spectacular after his good start. Magnus won't be thrilled. Vishy won't be thrilled. Duda won't be thrilled. Alireza won't be thrilled. Giri won't be thrilled. John won't be thrilled. Jamie won't be thrilled. Nope. Those are the guys.
They are not amused. Yeah, and I think
Bobby, Jordan, Dubov.
of the pair, or Jordan and Dubov, I think Jordan is by far the happier of the two.
I don't know. Dubov strikes me as a pretty happy guy.
Yeah, but I think for him, he is also quietly of a very, very, he holds his own chess in very high regard.
Yeah, he's not surprised he scored +1, but he's still not going to consider this a failure, I would guess.
No, not a failure, but I think he would have wanted more, even from his first ever bike. I think he would have wanted more than +1. Yeah, not heartbroken by any stretch, but
that brings us to the end of our coverage. Thanks, first and foremost, of course, to Peter Svidler for bearing with us for 3 cold weeks in Hamburg, Germany. Peter, as always, a pleasure. I've been too exposed to this to praises all the time, but it is still amazing how much you see on a chessboard, and even more amazing that you do speak English, even though you're from Russia. How do you do it?
how does the boy do it? Indeed. It's been a pleasure as always. I tried booking this as early as I could because this is fun for me mainly, and it's a long tournament, and you do go slightly mad towards the end of it, but that's part of the attraction. We don't really know when the next one for us as a comedic duo is. Maybe the title match later in the year. No, actually, maybe not. We'll see. But yeah, it's been fun. We really enjoyed you guys in chat chipping in and providing us with opportunities to go on weird derails. And without you, it would have been more difficult to last through some of these rounds.
Yeah. Also, thanks to everyone at Chess24 helping us with the show, with the quizzes, the graphics, information, making this thing happen, keeping the lights burning. Thanks to all the viewers, everyone keeping us company in the chat, on Twitch, especially, of course, as always, the Chess24 premium users who make all of this magic possible. Keep the lights burning. We very much appreciate it. Thank you, guys. If you would like to support good old Chess24 and hopefully improve your chess by being able to watch all the video series, challenge the world champion and all that good stuff, the Tata 2020 code that gets you 30% off is still in place. I'm assuming today is the last day. I'm not sure when they close down, but it's still there. We will be back in some form or shape. Peter mentioned he might not be around, but for the candidates, we're working very hard behind the scenes to get the best possible show together. That's it for me. Thanks for watching. Till next time.
Bye-bye.
Watch the after show. Pascal Charbonneau, 10 p.m.
Do watch the after show.